Welcome to the City of Miami Beach Commission Chambers. We're glad to have you with us today. If you require ADA assistance or accommodations, please notify the city clerk or any staff member, and we will be happy to assist you. We'd now like to introduce our City of Miami Beach elected officials and leadership. Mayor Stephen Minor, City Commissioners Kristen Rosen Gonzalez, Laura Dominguez, Alex J. Fernandez, Tanya K. Bott, David Suarez, Joseph Magazine, City Manager Eric Carpenter, City Attorney Ricardo J. DePico, City Clerk Rafael E. Granado. As a courtesy to everyone present, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices at this time. Lobbyist disclosure reminder. If you are a lobbyist appearing before the City Commission or any city board, you must have registered with the City Clerk prior to participating. If you have not yet registered, please do so immediately. Presentation reminder. If you submitted a presentation within the 24 hours prior to the start of today's meeting, please check the computer located at the podium to ensure your file is properly loaded. When the floor opens for public comment, please step up to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and begin by stating your name and address for the record. How to participate in public meetings via Zoom. Once you have joined the Zoom meeting, go to the bottom panel and click on the raise hand icon to notify the meeting host that you would like to speak. As soon as the host grants you permission to speak, a dialog box will pop up on your screen with two options. Select the unmute button to begin speaking. After you finish speaking, mute your microphone and click on the lower hand icon. If you are joining Zoom via phone, tap the keypad icon and press star 9 to notify the meeting host that you have raised your hand to speak. A voice operator will prompt you to unmute your microphone by pressing star 6. Once unmuted, you may begin speaking. After you finish sharing your comments, be sure to press star 9 to lower your hand and star 6 to mute yourself. We kindly ask everyone to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner throughout today's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for participating in your local government here in the City of Miami Beach.
take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our commission meeting of today, September 17th. Thank you to my colleagues who are here, all our residents and guests who are in the chambers and obviously watching. Ralph, any instructions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public is invited to attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comments in person may appear at the commission chamber. To participate or provide comments virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us, or by telephone at 305-224-1968. Again, the local number is 305-224-1968. Toll-free is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, webinar ID 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon of using the Zoom app or press star 9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Please note that the Zoom link, webinar ID, and telephone numbers provided for this commission meeting are static and do not change from meeting to meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Last month, I asked us all to do it together, the commission, everyone in chambers, and in light of the recent events and the tragic violence that we saw in our country last week, I'd like to ask in a spirit of unity for all of us to do that again together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to ask us in a moment to do a moment of silence, actually a 30-second moment of silence. I think our whole country was horrified, no matter what side of the aisle anyone is on. The violence that we're seeing in our country against political figures, against political speech, this senseless violence, it's disgusting. It has to end. We can't continue as a country like this if we can't have an open and respectful dialogue, no matter how much we may disagree. And just the rhetoric, the division, it's so disgusting to me. I've always prided myself of staying positive, talking about the issues, and I think I'm asking that we all, and not just here in Miami Beach, but all of us in this country, need to do the same. We're not going to be a better country from violence. It's going to destroy us. So anyone who has that intent is just woefully wrong. So I ask us to just do a moment of silence in memory of Charlie Kirk. Thank you. We do have a special guest with us today, the widow of David Schachter, a man who was recently we lost, and we lost a giant. He was a Holocaust survivor, but that doesn't even do justice to who he was as a person, to the message he brought. I mean, he lived through evil, lived through hell, but yet brought such a positive message of good to the world and showed that good will always prevail over evil. And I know I'm co-priming with my colleague, Commissioner Suarez, and I'd like to think it's important that we recognize him and show and all of us together show a short video.
My name is David Schachter. I'm 95 years old, a proud American and a proud Jew, and a survivor of 2 Nazi concentration camps. I'm a witness to the greatest act of anti-Semitism, where 6 million Jews were killed for no other reason other than being a Jew. I am here reminding everyone that there is still thousands of survivors alive today who are in desperate need and who cannot be forgotten.
My name is David Schachter. I'm a Holocaust survivor. I'm also the guy who created the Holocaust Memorial on Miami Beach. I would like to thank the Miami Beach commissioners and thank you for caring. Thank you for noting the anti-Semitic behavior that have befallen on our community. And you are concerned about it. And this really gives us hope. And I am very much aware that our children are being very much affected. And they are as innocent as innocence can mean. And they are demeaned and excluded. And of course, you commissioners are very much aware of it. And I want to thank you for it. I want you to continue it. I want you to try and stop this ugliness of anti-Semitism. This poisons children's minds and it demeans my people, and especially Jewish children. I am very much grateful and thanking God that the community of Miami Beach has not lost their humanity. And please keep on doing what you started out.
I'd like to say a few things, Mr. Mayor. As many of you know, I, along with the mayor and the city, was just sued by the anti-Jewish hate group Jewish Voices for Peace. In their lawsuit, they aired a series of grievances against us that had nothing to do with the law they're allegedly challenging. Instead, they attacked us for acts of compassion and solidarity, for donating an ambulance and sending firefighters to help with the injured in Israel, for declaring our friendship with the Israeli people, and for passing a resolution opposing anti-Semitic BDS movement. On today's agenda, we will be expanding that resolution because our city will never back down in the face of anti-Semitism. David Schachter understood the struggle. He understood it because he lived through the ultimate expression of hate. Nearly 6 million Jews were murdered in killing centers such as Auschwitz, primarily in gas chambers. David was almost one of them. At age 11, he was taken to Auschwitz. Against all odds, he survived. He went on to build a family and a life of meaning in Miami. First with his wife, Marvis, with whom he shared 53 years. And later with his beloved wife, second beloved wife, Sydney, who is here today honoring us with his legacy. As David said shortly before his passing, we need to gain our humanity back. His words are as true today as ever. In this moment, when hate and vitriol are again spreading across the world, we must recommit ourselves to fighting anti-Semitism in all forms and ensuring that never again it's not just a slogan, but a lived reality. David was not just a survivor. He was a leader and a founder. He was one of the visionaries behind the Holocaust Memorial, just a half block away from us here from City Hall, where countless residents and students have learned about the truth of the Holocaust and the dangers of hatred and bigotry. He gave his voice to generations of children so they could carry his story forward when he no longer could. And even at 95 years old, he was still speaking out, testifying before the United States Congress on April 30th of this year to remind the world that survivors are still with us, still in need, and that anti-Semitism remains a deadly threat. That is why our resolution declares April 30th as David Schachter Day in the city of Miami Beach, to honor that moment of courage, ensure his message continues to echo through time. Yeah, I grew up in Sunny Isles, it was an old condominium called Coastal Towers. I was a little boy going in the elevator, and I would see my neighbors, most of them elderly, and a lot of them had the tattoos from the concentration camps. And it's really sad to know that one day we're not going to be with any of these survivors. And I fear for the future, because those survivors are not going to be here to remind us of what can be done to humanity. So it's important that we all remember that words have meaning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Schachter, do you want to say something?
I want to thank all of you for honoring David's memory, and I promise you his voice will continue to be strong, and his light will still be inside me and all of us who knew him. Every person he met was touched by him. At his funeral on September 7th, there were 50 children there from the Young Lions. Some of them are in college now, and their parents flew them in. And the day before he passed, a cantor and 7 different rabbis came to his bedside. He was still coherent, and they all said, "David, we're going to continue to tell your story. You can rest in peace." So there's countless people that he has touched, and his voice will still be loud. I just miss him so much, but I'm so grateful to you for honoring him this way. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the students of Hebrew Academy who took their time out from class to be here today. I'm going to ask Rabbi Daniel Hadar from Temple Moses in North Beach to give our invocation this morning.
On behalf of our great mayor, commissioners, at a time when the world is attempting to silence voices, at a time when it's the Jewish New Year and the beginning of the year for everybody, for all the schools, and for those that are starting off, when it's a time to speak, we're going to take a moment to just remember that our words are important, our words have power, our words have the opportunity to inspire, to uplift, to help others grow. And today, we ask God to give us the power, the knowledge, and the fortitude to help us use our words to share beautiful things, to share with each other, to uplift each other. And may God bless you and the whole commission to continue to uplift, to continue to help the community grow, and to continue to use your words to inspire in this world. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Hadar. And really, you're representing today all our faith leaders in Miami Beach. And so thank you, and thank you for all you do to bring people together, bring community together. What you've done, and other faith leaders have done, but what I've personally witnessed, what you've done since you came here permanently in Miami Beach and building a North Beach community and your synagogue is beyond tremendous. Okay, we're going to have the open forum of Sutnik now.
Good morning, everyone who is interested in speaking. Please stand in line if you're able to. You will have 2 minutes. We ask you to please state your name and address. And we're going to go from the podium to Zoom. So, sir, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address.
My name is Ken Barnes. I live in North Miami, and I'm Jewish and work with Jewish Voice for Peace. Charlie Kirk, I abhor that he was shot. I abhor political violence. There being no place for that in a civilized society. However, using his memory as a weapon to stifle free speech is unconscionable. To venerate this man, as David Suarez has proposed, crosses a line. I will let Kirk's own words speak for him. Charlie Kirk was an anti-Semite, saying Jewish people control, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. Continuing, the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal cultural institutions is Jewish donors. Charlie Kirk on LGBT rights, lashing out at a gay community, he denounced the LGBT agenda. Opposing gay marriage, he suggested that the Bible verse, Leviticus 20:13, which endorses the execution of homosexuals, serves as, quote, God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Charlie Kirk on black people. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. Or, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Changing subjects. Boycott, divestment, and sanctions. A resolution that the city would no longer award contracts to businesses or organizations that boycott, divest, or sanction doing business with Israel. 2 days ago, the United Nations Commission found that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. BDS is a Palestinian-led movement for freedom, justice, equality, and humanity. How can anyone with a conscience watch what is happening in Gaza without feeling deep compassion for the close to 70,000 Palestinians who have died, their land reduced to rubble? Thank you, sir.
Our next public speaker is via Zoom. The screen name is Glenn. Glenn, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I want to talk a bit. The State Attorney General, James Utmeyer, said on Monday that members of law enforcement in Florida should no longer arrest or prosecute people for openly carrying firearms in public places. This includes what they call constitutional carry. In other words, I, as a resident of Florida, can come down to Miami Beach with a M16 around my shoulder. How is this going to affect our next spring break? This is my concern. If someone could answer this when I hang up, that would be great. And also just talking about all the hate in the world on both sides and everything, we need to come together. All the Jews need to come together. My family lost people in the Holocaust. And I'm tired of this killing on both sides. It must stop. Thank you. Please, if you can answer my question on the open carry, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead, state your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Sabag. I'm here on behalf of the National Jewish Advocacy Center. I want to congratulate you. Miami Beach has certainly become the leading city in the United States working to combat anti-Semitism. I think the most appropriate thing that you can do today to honor the memory of David Schachter is to pass this very strong ordinance that's being considered that would do just that, combat anti-Semitism. That ordinance is based on a bill that Governor DeSantis recently signed into law in June, S1678. I want to just make 3 points about what this bill does, what this bill does not do, and who exactly is opposing this. Number one, this bill is about good governance. The government has every right to regulate and place conditions upon the expenditure of taxpayer dollars in order to reinforce public policy. That's a well-established fact of law that's been considered and settled by the United States Supreme Court. It is within absolutely the right of this commission to pass this ordinance. Number two, what this ordinance will not do is affect free speech. Anybody who hates Israel or hates Jews has every right to go ahead and express their point of view. What they don't have a right to suggest is that they have a fundamental right to receiving any funding or sponsorship from this city. And they don't have a right to suggest that the city is constitutionally obligated to hand them a microphone as they go around and spread their hate. Lastly, just speaking to the point of Jewish Voices for Peace, which we all read last week in the media, they're now suing this city. They're suing Mayor Minor in his personal capacity. They're suing Commissioner Suarez in his personal capacity. This is a hate group. It is recognized from right all the way to the left-wing ADL that Jewish Voice for Peace is an anti-Semitic hate group. I would urge anybody who's paying attention to this debate simply to go onto the Anti-Defamation League's website,
Thank you, sir.
take a look at the dossier about Jewish Voices for Peace, and understand who is seeking to oppose this city and this ordinance.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is via Zoom, Johan Moore. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Mr. Moore, go ahead, unmute yourself, please.
Good morning, Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. The hypocrisy of certain members of the commission is striking, and the hypocrisy of the commission, if it passes this legislation, will be even more striking and offensive. It is Zionism, which is the hate group. And for this commission to continue to fund the Zionist genocide against the Palestinian people is an outrage. The Shoah was wrong, and because the Shoah was wrong, the ongoing Nakba is wrong. And just because it is fascist Jews who engage in that genocide doesn't make it any more justifiable.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I let Mr. Moore speak. He had his free speech, but I get my free speech. As we all know, Mr. Moore has been censured by this commission for glorifying violence against Jews in Israel. We've seen it in emails over and over again. I don't think I need to say more. I mean, there's a whole history here. But Israel left Gaza 20 years ago. They removed forcibly the remaining few thousand Jews that were in Gaza. Hamas has ruled Gaza for 20 years, and they chose to use war and tunnels instead of building what could have been a beautiful coastal city. Look at the map of Gaza. It looks, in many ways, from a map, it could be Miami Beach with hotels. And it used to be, by the way. It used to be. And days ago, when Egypt controlled it before Israel won it in a defensive war. It's hard to listen to it. We listen to it, but I just wanted to point these things out.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to remind the audience of the last person who spoke. And I think it's important because when we do say words matter, and people like that are actually members of our society. I think it's important to call them out. Johan Moore stated to all of us on the commission, "My husband joins me in congratulating Iran on its successful missile strikes against the genocidal regime. I urge Iran to nuke Zionist-held population centers. Dirty bombs sufficing if fission warheads aren't yet ready to pursue the defeat of the occupational regime." That was the last person that spoke. So for anyone here, and you kids from Hebrew Academy, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but there are people out there who want you dead. They want to kill you simply because you are Jewish. It happened to David Schachter. It happened to the 6 million Jews. It's happening today. So don't close your eyes, don't put your head in the sand, and realize that there are sick people out there, like Johan Moore, who just called in, who would rather nothing to be happy than to watch you guys die. So it's very important, keep your head high, and make sure that whenever you see scum like that, you fight it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name is PJ Ware. Commissioners, I am here on behalf, and I'm the president of Energy Corporate Wellness. This is about the wellness budget for today. For over 8 years, we proudly served the city of Miami Beach, earning 2 top 10 final spots in the South Florida Business Journal's Healthiest Employer Awards. Our mission has been to help employees overcome obstacles, whether it's borderline type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or helping those diagnosed reduce reliance on medications. As a self-funded organization, the city benefits directly from a healthier workforce, controlling claims and strengthening the bottom line. Beyond Camp Energy's 6 weekly classes, we built a wellness channel where employees feel safe to ask questions and share concerns. From beach boot camps and pop-up smoothie demos to leading warm-ups at the Mercedes-Benz Run and 5Ks, we've fostered a proud, family-like community. Since January 2025, with minimal marketing, we've grown participation across departments, driving team building and better health. In 2024, we funded gift card rewards out of pocket to sustain engagement for nearly a year. The city was in between wellness applications, and associates weren't receiving rewards, and we felt it. We operated with 0 incentives, which significantly impacted participation during that time. It became clear that points and rewards are a key driver of our program's success, keeping associates engaged and motivated. Please help us continue this vital mission with the support needed to keep Team Miami Beach thriving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker virtually is Donna. Donna, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Donna, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Donna Neville. I live in North Beach, in Miami Beach. I was going to respond to one of today's deeply offensive resolutions, but need to respond to remarks made by members of this commission. I grew up with Holocaust survivors in Miami Beach. I spend weekend after weekend hearing their stories, which were etched into my soul. I worked for the World Gathering of Jewish Holocaust Survivors. It is precisely because of how deeply and profoundly I honor their memory that I stand for justice today. And that means standing against Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. To conflate anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel and its actions makes a mockery of actual anti-Semitism. You should be ashamed of yourselves. On the issue of Jewish Voice for Peace, I have never been part of a Jewish organization that more reflects the values I grew up with of Tikkun Olam, repair of the world. I learned those values in every synagogue in Miami Beach I was part of and at the Hebrew Academy, right down the street where I went to school. As a Jewish person and as a human being, I say stop Israel's ongoing brutality and starvation campaign that is right before our very eyes against the Palestinian people. Silence is complicity. Never again means never again for anyone, ever.
Thank you so much. Good morning, go ahead. State your name, address, and have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Omar Jimenez, candidate for City Commission in Group 1, 7324 Gary Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. The city has almost a $1 billion budget annually. However, we also have over 100 million in unfunded projects due to the waste and mismanagement of our taxpayer dollars each year. Last week, the Drexel Avenue pedestrianization finally broke ground after 12 years. How is this project going to bring back people to Lincoln Road? And most importantly, how does a few pavers and landscaping cost $31 million? It's a similar story with Pump Station 28. In 2022, the upgrade was supposed to cost $11 million. Then 3 years later, it's now costing $44 million. Are we really negotiating the best contracts possible? Last week, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting, we learned that the city administration no longer feels dredging the contaminated sludge at the bottom of the Parkview Canal, estimated at $2 million, is fiscally responsible. While we live surrounded by toxic waterways for the past 5 years and see regular closures due to bacteria-filled beaches, are we really focused on our bread and butter? Our future is our clean and safe beaches and waterways. Miami Beach is sounding more like a brown zone these days rather than a blue zone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Valet has to speak.
I just want to clarify the record. At last week's Land Use Committee meeting, it was not a discussion about whether or not dredging was a prudent fiscal measure. The concern was that it wouldn't be in and of itself, by itself, a solution that would yield the results that we want. We are still proceeding with the dredging plan. We are looking at other options to work in collaboration with the dredging plan. This is a very hot topic and very important to the future of our city, to have an island where we all live, where water doesn't stop at barriers, to be clean. So I don't appreciate folks mischaracterizing the work that's being done. I agree that it's not as fast as we wanted. I share the frustration that it's not solved yet. I was the resident at the time who raised the alarm about this issue on Parkview Island, and the administration at the time, not people here now, said, oh, don't worry about it. It's just weird, funky testing from the sewer line break in Mid-Beach. That was not the case, and we have been working for years now, led by my colleague when he was elected, Alex Fernandez, and all of the colleagues on the commission now, to fix this. But it is not a quick, simple, easy, or inexpensive fix. We're spending close to $20 million, if I'm remembering correctly, when all will be said and done. And we will not stop until it is resolved. But let's use facts accurately. We are working on getting the dredging going. We are working on other techniques that can enhance the effects of the dredging, and we will not stop working until we have resolved this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Bach. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to echo the words of my colleague, because we have been working on this for a number of years, and in great part because Commissioner Bond, prior to being elected, taught me a lot about what was happening with water quality in North Beach. And early on in my term, we started prioritizing the funding to fix the infrastructure in North Beach, and we continued that work. In fact, today, we have an item that I'm sponsoring on the agenda to authorize an independent third-party review of the sanitary sewer pump station 23 up there in North Beach, so that if there is an issue, we become aware of it and we're able to take the definitive action we need to fix it. And we're also
authorizing funding for weekly water quality testing in the Parkview Canal so that the public can benefit from that information. And most importantly, we've been working with Durham, our city administration, on new technology in addition to the dredging, nanobubble technology, which in essence pumps the water from the canal, puts it through a system to oxygenate and hopefully kill the enterococci that has been plaguing this canal for 5 years. And there is high hopes that this could potentially address some of the serious water quality issues we've been facing there. Clearly, we understand the concerns of the community. The community has a right to be upset. For too long, prior to this commission, the issue was ignored. But I'm grateful for the support of my colleagues as we're moving forward with real improvements and investments to fix this dangerous water quality issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alan Levine. Mr. Levine, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Alan Levine, a resident of Miami Beach, and a member and lawyer for Jewish Voice for Peace. Last month, the Commission adopted a resolution protesting the inhumane treatment of members of our immigrant community. But that display of tolerance seems to be too much for some members of the Commission, who have proposed resolutions celebrating cruelty and intolerance. First, there's Commissioner Suarez's resolution proposing to honor Charlie Kirk. One need not, and I do not, celebrate his assassination when I note that Kirk was a first-class bigot. He applauded stoning gay people, called people who were trans an abomination, and said that Martin Luther King was awful. That's who you're asked to honor by one of your colleagues. And then there's Commissioner Gonzalez-Rosen's proposal to give a one-way bus ticket to homeless people. It's a proposal right out of the Ron DeSantis playbook, who paid for immigrants to be flown out of Florida. And the proposal before you, by the way, is not directed at people who have committed a crime, but simply people who are too poor to pay for shelter. For the city of Miami Beach to spend money to help disappear a vulnerable population rather than using that money to make their lives better is a shameful abdication of the city's moral responsibility. And finally, let me say that the mayor and Commissioner Suarez dishonor the memory of David Schachter by saying that those of us who protest Israel's genocide are anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is a real thing. Criticism of Israel is not that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
By the way, I'm going to ask, because I actually find it personally offensive when I hear the clapping. You can do what you want, but that actually is against protocols, and I have to tell you, it is so painful when people say things that are hateful toward Israel, and not only Israel, the Jewish people. Every Jewish person sitting here, almost every Jewish person is sitting here highly offended, and we are fearful for what this country and where we stand in this country. And to hear people clapping and glorifying misrepresentations, it's hard.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Jacqueline Powers, and I'm speaking today about the educational enhancements and STEAM Plus programming. Last year, the Commission and Mayor so amazingly funded not just for the public schools in Miami Beach, but also for the private schools, educational enhancements, enrichment, STEAM Plus, Stop the Bleed kits, and I'm with the parent at Innovative School Temple Beth Shalom. I'm also the president of the PTO. And I understand that today is a budget meeting and that some of these enhancements, including the STEAM Plus program, are potentially being thought to be eliminated. And I just wanted to really stress, that's what we were told. We were told to be here by the QAC, we were told. So that's why I'm here. But I just really want to stress how important these cultural partnerships are. The Bass Museum is coming into our school, and FIU, again, the Stop the Bleed kits, like all these amazing programs, not just, by the way, the private schools in Miami Beach, also all the public schools. And I just wanted to show a couple pictures of our students who are enjoying this amazing programming by the Bass. And they are really loving it. Again, it's not just the innovative school, Temple Beth Shalom, it's all those schools in Miami Beach. So I would urge you, when you're making these budgets, to please don't cut this programming. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to ask the city manager, because if it's necessary for me to make a motion right now to propose not eliminating any educational enhancement, I'm happy to do it. But my understanding is that the budget, as it stands, does not propose eliminating any of the investments that Miami Beach makes into education. Is that correct?
I believe everyone is referencing Appendix E attached to the budget. Appendix E was the exercise that we were asked to do, but those are not recommended reductions.
So the city administration is not recommending unfunding any of the educational programs that the city has been investing in over the years, whether it be for public or private schools.
If I can just add one thing, apparently, because I'm also on the QAC, apparently there's an open position, and if that position doesn't get filled, then they can't continue the STEAM Plus programming. And so that position needs to be filled. And from my understanding, and I hope I'm wrong, that position is not going to be recommended to be filled. And then therefore the STEAM Plus programming can't go forward. That was what my understanding is.
That is a very different conversation. That is a frozen position right now. That is not a budget reduction.
Right, and I believe I had requested legislation so that if there was a frozen education position, that we could go ahead and proceed with the hiring of that position. But I was told that there was no freeze and that was not necessary.
Well, what I understood is that this commission did not require a freeze. There was a discussion item, but there was no vote taken to impose a freeze on hiring.
If there's one thing that has been consistent in the city of Miami Beach, is that it is intrinsic in our values, not only as a city government, but in how we invest the taxpayers' dollars, to continue investing in the education of the students of our city, whether it be public or private schools, is something that we find it an essential service of our city. And so I would just want to make sure that if that is on the chopping block, that we unfreeze it and that position remains funded in our budget.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would just like to echo Commissioner Fernandez's statement that that position should be filled. And I've seen the outcome of all of these STEAM programs in both our public and private schools. I actually got a wonderful email from one of the Yeshiva elementary schools, actually, saying how much they love the ballet program. And it's citywide, and it's critical. So, Eric, we need to make sure that that position is funded. I will support Commissioner Fernandez on this, and I'm pretty sure on this dais you have support for these educational enhancements.
The position is funded. I can confirm. Right now, we're in the middle of a budget process. We're trying to make sure that at the end we can deliver a balanced budget, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to keep that position funded, and we will address that after the end of the fiscal year once we've got an adopted budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Abby. Abby, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I currently live in Miami, Florida, and I was not expecting this to be such a heavy morning this morning with the topics that were presented, but I just wanted to acknowledge and, echo that, we need to gain humanity back. And I just wanted to also take a moment to recognize the families that sent their children to school at the beginning of the school year this year, and they did not come home. And the many families that will send their children to school this year and they will also not come home again. So this is not just political, this is humanity. And, the matter that I'm about to share today is an ordinance actually bringing humanity back to Miami Beach. And that starts with changing our parking ordinances. I was towed in Miami Beach after the proper signage not being displayed in a private parking lot. The private parking lot looked very, very similar, the signage to city parking. And I just wanted to thank the commissioners, Commissioner Bott, Magazine, and Fernandez, who responded to my email immediately and wanted to really move this initiative and ordinance along to make branded and clear signage available to all. The community and the most vulnerable community that is affected by this is the handicapped community, thinking that they can park in these parking spaces that are handicapped when they're in fact in private lots. They are towed, and the cost for retrieval of your vehicle is at least $400, which in today's economy is extremely hefty. And I just wanted to thank everyone for backing this initiative to make clear signage and disclosures and
Thank you so
consistent.
much. Your time is up. I apologize.
And thank you for that call. Eric, I've actually, there was another incident in a different area, and I actually went to check out the signage, and it wasn't clear. How do we rectify this?
So we had legislation that was brought a few months back to try and clarify this. There's actually an additional legislative item on the agenda today, thanks to Commissioner Fernandez, to add additional clarity to the requirements of private parking lots to identify themselves. And so we are going to continue to find ways to make it as clear as possible to the traveling public when a lot is the city's as opposed to when it's privately owned and operated.
Yeah. And maybe it's a separate item, or if we can add on to, we'll discuss it at the time. But the area I'm talking about actually was a street where there's a loading zone, but it really wasn't clear. I actually read it several times, and I couldn't figure it out. And I think we brought it to your attention, but these are the types of things where somebody got towed, and it's like, kind of feel bad for them because even someone who read the sign multiple times would be confused.
Understood. We'll work with our parking folks to make sure that the signage is clear and understandable.
Thanks.
Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Colbin Venisek Plitt, and I'm the newly elected president of the Hebrew Academy Student Council. On behalf of my constituents, I want to thank you, Mayor Minor, Commissioner Suarez, and your administration for making Miami Beach even better and safer. Thank you for working so closely with the Miami Beach Police to protect our city and its citizens. We appreciate the enhanced visual police presence at religious sites. Our student body is also very excited to enjoy the brand new park that the city's built on Pine Tree Drive right near our campus. Thank you for all that you do for our community.
Thank you. And good luck in your new presidency.
Thank you.
Mayor, 30 minutes have elapsed. May we continue? And if so, may I do it for 1 minute?
Sure.
So everyone, we've elapsed the 30 minutes, so we're going to give everyone 1 minute to allow everyone to speak. The young lady at the end will be the last person. If you want to stand in line, please do so now. Otherwise, she's the last person. Our next speaker is Amanda Harris. Amanda, go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name's Amanda Harris. I live at 1751 Washington Avenue. I was reading an email this morning from Kristen Rosen Gonzalez that the plan is now to give unhoused people a bus ticket and $100 to get out of Miami Beach. And I just want to say that I have never faced violence from an unhoused person. My kids play at the soundscape by themselves unaccompanied, and they've never been accosted by an unhoused person. What I do see is that a higher number of unhoused people because the cost of living in Miami Beach is too high. I think that this commission can work out a better plan that's sustainable for people in Miami Beach to live safely and coexist without having to resort to living on the streets because they can't afford housing. So I'm asking you to consider being more creative and coming up with a sustainable solution that's humane to the humans that live on our streets, who don't want to live on our streets. And I think we can come up with something better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Representative, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. I always come here to actually talk business of the city and state, and I just get drawn into the conversations that are constantly on the table. So I'm going to change what I'm going to say again. The other day, I just want to let you all know, I posted a very appropriate post on the death of Charlie Kirk. No one should take bullets for their beliefs. I posted on the Miami Beach community chats. The comments were so toxic, so horrendous, that the moderator shut it down. I called him immediately and said, please do not do that. I'm an elected official. I don't censor anybody, regardless of my position. And he refused to. And I want people to see what's really out there. We just had the remembrance of 9/11, where I wasn't able to speak. And I heard speeches that hit the talking points, but failed to remind everybody. And I was there that day. I lost friends that day. And it wasn't just our first responders that I'm grateful for every day. It was a community that stopped thinking of where to point fingers. They just came together in an instant. Perfect strangers, doing amazing things for strangers. The city is hurting, the world is hurting. And I want to blame the leaders, I want to blame the parents, I want to take a lot of responsibility for myself. I got into this too late to be a voice. We're all responsible until we make a decision to just stop the nonsense and do better. And to the children that are here today and that are listening everywhere, it is up to you. Educate yourselves on every side of every argument and be brave and bold and step forward. I do believe in us, and this city is my heart. It's my home. I raised my kid here. So I
Thank
think
you,
that's
sir.
why I love it the most, because it hurts the most.
He's a representative, just give him another.
Yeah, again, I came to talk about other things, and we don't always see eye to eye, and we won't, and that's why we're here. We should challenge each other. But please, let's get together and let's fix this. We cannot take any more of this. It just hurts too much.
Thank you, Representative Basabe. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would like to rebut a few of the comments about my bus ticket item, and I would like to explain why I put the bus ticket item on, just so that people understand. Right now, we have a camping ordinance in the city of Miami Beach, and we are arresting homeless people who are sleeping in our parks. We have an option to arrest, an option to go to a shelter, or a bus ticket. And when I did a deep dive into this, I found that the reason the homeless people are not taking the bus ticket and they're just getting arrested, which is even worse, is because somebody has to receive them on the other end. We know a large amount of our homeless population comes from outside of the city of Miami Beach. So if we can send them back to reconnect with their families without having to have someone receive them on the other end, that is in fact compassionate. And not only is it a bus ticket, but it is a bus ticket with $100 so that they can have some food and incidentals along the way. So I think that this is not just a solution, it's a compassionate solution, and this is a pilot program, and we will look at the data after 3 months and see if in fact people are finally choosing to take the bus ticket option. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll obviously discuss this more at length when we call the item later.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Sharon. Sharon, state your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Hi, Sharon Weiss, 233 81st Street. And I'm just calling in this morning to express my puzzlement why this commission is not taking the situation with the water quality as a 5-alarm fire. I absolutely cannot believe that the commission is wasting time and money on foreign affairs, on arts and culture, on FAR increases, on developer giveaways. 100% of our money and focus should be on water quality. Without access to the water, we are not Miami Beach, we are just Miami. We are hot, we are swampy, and we have no relief from it via our beautiful waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. State your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Gdansky, and as a great-grandchild of 4 Holocaust survivors, 2 of whom survived Auschwitz, I'm especially grateful to share a few words today. The city's commitment to honoring Holocaust survivors ensures that their legacy will never fade. By creating spaces like this for remembrance and dialogue, Miami Beach reminds us that the fight against anti-Semitism is about protecting freedom and dignity for everyone. As a lifelong student of the Hebrew Academy, I've consistently been taught the importance of not only our Jewish identity, but the paramount place that the state of Israel holds as our true homeland. As a lifelong resident of Miami Beach, I feel deeply grateful to live in a city that has always stood with the Jewish community and with Israel. Miami Beach has been a place where Jewish families, just like my own, feel safe and supported, even while anti-Semitism continues to rise in other parts of the country. I want to thank the city of Miami Beach and its leaders for their consistent support of Israel and the Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Luis Valdez. Mr. Valdez, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Luis Valdez. I'm the Florida State Director for Gun Owners of America. Our corporate address is 8001 Forbes Place, Springfield, Virginia, but I'm a Miami native and grew up in Miami Beach. Shalom, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of this committee. Gun Owners of America is completely against the resolution encouraging businesses to become gun-free zones. As it has been said, never again means something. One of the first things that the Nazi government did was enact gun control and disarm the Jewish populations. Gun control only restricts the law-abiding. Criminals in no way abide by this. Furthermore, it restricts the Jewish population and leaves them defenseless against anti-Semitic attacks. Gun Owners of America firmly believes that this resolution the city wishes to pass to encourage its businesses to be gun-free zones in no way resolves this issue and in fact disarms the Jewish population and other law-abiding Floridians that visit and live in Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. I'm Eliana. Oh.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I just want to clarify for the record, does the resolution that was just referenced, does it encourage the businesses or does it simply inform and educate the businesses that if they choose, leaving it up to the business whether they want to or not, prohibit weapons in their establishment?
Well, we're not in any way regulating. We would be preempted from doing that under
Of
state
course.
law.
And we don't want to regulate firearms. That's not our business.
Correct. This is, providing information, allowing businesses to make their own decisions.
But it's not encouraging.
I believe that the wording does include the word encouraging.
Okay, I want to make sure that this is about informing, not necessarily encouraging. I want to make sure that this is informational, so that each business makes their own determination.
Okay, we can modify that when the item gets called.
Okay, and I just want to confirm, Mr. Manager, this is the recommendation of the Chief of Police?
The chief of police and I spoke briefly about this. We want to make sure that the city is in the best position to be able to protect its residents. And I'm sure we'll have a conversation about this when the item comes up.
Okay, if this is a recommendation of the Chief of Police, I just wanted to be on the record because I always believe in supporting our police, especially on issues having to do with weapons that we charge them to protect us about.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Just because we have students here, I would like to let you know that the program that you have at your school, Names Not Numbers, this year, the funding was cut by the state of Florida, and we as a commission intervened and funded it for you and several of the other public schools. So the commission does a lot for the community and to keep the legacy of the survivors present, ever present.
This has been one of our most active open forums that we've had.
So go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Eliana. I'm a senior at Hebrew Academy. Today we pause to honor Holocaust survivors, men and women, who endured unimaginable cruelty, yet refused to let hate define their lives. Their courage is more than history. It's a call to action. As survivors grow older, our responsibility grows stronger. We must listen to their stories, preserve their testimonies, and share them with future generations so that the truth can never be denied or forgotten. Honoring survivors means more than remembering the past. It means standing up against anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred today. By carrying their voices forward, we ensure that the lessons of the Holocaust about the dangers of prejudice and the power of resilience remain alive. Let us promise that their suffering will not be in vain and that their legacy of hope and human dignity will endure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I'm so proud hearing the students from Hebrew Academy that are speaking, because if I closed my eyes and didn't see your faces and know your age, I would think I'm listening to a well-renowned public speaker. I know it's from the heart, and it's incredible, the talent that we have in our city.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Gina. Gina, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Gina Presertlum, and I live at 5555 Collins Avenue. And I'm here today on behalf of Clean Miami Beach to speak in strong support of the agenda item regarding the ban of artificial flower petals and glitter on our beaches. So these products may look festive, but they are actually harmful pollutants. These are synthetic and they never fully break down. And once they're scattered, they enter our oceans where our fauna can mistake them for food. Just yesterday, during our cleanup at 24th Street, we once again collected many of these items littered on our beach. And despite regular cleanups, they continue to reappear, showing that our cleanup efforts alone are not enough. These items don't biodegrade, and they add to the growing problem of microplastic pollution. A ban is not just necessary, it is common sense if we want to protect our beaches, wildlife, and the health of our community. We are also urging the city to address the ongoing sewage contamination that threatens public health, degrades water quality, and harms aquatic life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, good morning. My name is Abigail Eliov, and I'm a senior at Hebrew Academy in Miami Beach. I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for your consistent support of Israel and the Jewish community, especially in times like these. With everything that is going on, I'm going to be a little honest, I was a little afraid to go to such a well-known Jewish high school. However, the city has ensured safety, not just for the kids who go to Hebrew Academy, but for the whole Jewish community here, and for that we should all be grateful. It's necessary that in these times we stand against anti-Semitism and we continue to commemorate Holocaust survivors and defend their legacy. It's on us to keep their stories alive and remind everyone what happened. It's essential to know also that there are appropriate ways to address controversies, including peaceful dialogue and civic engagement. Ultimately, thank you to you guys and the city for doing such an incredible job in safeguarding the massive Jewish community here. Your dedication and support are truly appreciated and don't go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker has the screen name of Brandon. Brandon, state your full name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Brandon Buckles, Traveler One for the agency at WeControlTime.com between Miami Beach, Bogota, Colombia, and Cordova, Argentina. Caring for those in need is a core tenet of our shared traditions. In Judaism, tzedakah, I hope I'm saying that right, the command to give charity is not merely a moral ideal, but a communal responsibility that sustains society. When we neglect the poor, we weaken the very fabric of our economy. Recent analysis show that such neglect can translate into a loss of roughly $4 million in hotel tax revenue, reflecting reduced tourism and local spending. My own faith in Jesus Christ calls me to honor every person as an equal, extending compassion without judgment. As Christians, we are also called to respect the Jewish people and recognize the authority they hold as appointed by God, acknowledging the wisdom of their teachings on justice and generosity. Together, let us champion policies that lift the vulnerable, because doing so enriches both our moral conscience and our collective prosperity. Please stop hurting those experiencing homelessness.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Leibowitz. I'm a senior at the Hebrew Academy. Now, before I speak, I'd like to thank everyone in this room. We are the Miami Beach community. Now, I've been a resident of Miami Beach since 2009. I didn't just grow up in the city, but I grew with the city. And in recent times, there's been an exponential rise in hate, unjustified hate, and hate that separates our community. I am addressing not just the city, but the people in this room with me now, begging for peace. We are one community, and I ask that we preserve our community. Community is built through proper communication and peaceful conversations. Although everyone in this room shares a different opinion, we must ensure that we voice our opinions in a respectful manner. I just want to take a moment to thank you, Commissioner, and frankly, everyone in this room who's here today, for standing with the Jewish community during a very difficult and very anti-Semitic time. Your support means more than words can capture. As a student of Hebrew Academy, Israel has always been core to our values. It is the home of my people, and I cannot begin to start my thanks for what the city has done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. I want to begin by thanking Eric, because he picked up the phone, Eric Carpenter, at 7:30 this morning when I was in front of Walgreens, where I saw a man in his 30s sleeping on the sidewalk. Picked up the phone and services came from, but I had a long talk with him. He's been arrested several times under the camping and ordinances, and was happy to take shelter. But I asked him, would he be interested in a bus ticket and $100? And he said, absolutely, because I want to get home. I've been here for months, and I have no means to get home. So the people that are saying that it's, it's cruel, most of the homeless here came here with $500 in their pocket, they're done. They're broke. They have no means to get home. And so anything we can do to put them back where
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
they will have more success. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. You have 1 minute. State your name and address.
Hi, my name is Brenda Jordan. I'm an artist vendor. I live 2316 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, Florida, 33141. Okay. I'm a certified Miami Beach artist vendor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. None of the artists, I'm here on behalf of the artists who are directly affected by the recent ordinance. And if you artists can stand up, that would be good. None of the artists were given proper copies of the ordinance to review before the vote was taken, including myself. This goes against the spirit of Florida Sunshine Laws, which were meant to ensure the public can review government action before decisions are made. Show the things. My husband's going to show some of the art that, especially to the lawyer who considers jewelry not art. The Florida Sunshine Laws, which meant that public, I'm gonna take his minute, can review government actions before the decisions are made. We were denied a meaningful chance to comment or prepare. In August, we paid into a contract with the city for our permits and the lottery for the October through December term. On December 9th, we spent 3 hours on a Zoom call completing lottery and choose our spots. After paying and signing off, we found that the city revoked the process without advance notice. That is bait and switch and undetermined our good faith contract with the city, because it is a contract, we signed into it. A lawyer without credentials in the art is making decisions on what is and not art. Jewelry and wearable arts are some of the oldest recognized art forms in the world, held in permanent collections at major museums.
Thank you so much.
One of the artists, can I take your spot?
Ma'am, we have a lot of people in line.
No, because these things have to be heard. It's not fair to me as a resident. Thank you. From the beginning, the program was built without input from artists or experts. No one paid an experienced art professional to design it. So loopholes and inconsistencies have piled up. Now the foundation is cracked and the ordinance effectively broken. There are no formal orientations for new artist vendors. People simply watch others and follow their lead, which leads to confusion, mistakes, and inconsistencies. A transparent, expert-designed orientation would be helpful for those applying to comply with the program's points. Artists are a vital part of Miami Beach culture and economics, yet our voices have been marginalized. We want a program that works with the city and authentic artists, not dictated without. We want a program that honors the artists and our voices, not dictated. And this didn't start with you. This started with Mayor Matty Bauer and Hilda Hernandez and Manny. So anyway, going down here, this is the solution. We know people say, you can't fight City Hall. But right now, as a working artist, I feel like David standing before Goliath. But David still had a voice and the right to fairness, and so do we. We're asking you not to be Goliath in the story, but to stand with us in creating a fair, transparent program.
Thank you, ma'am.
I respectfully thank the commissioners, but I'm asking you to not null and void our contract that we already signed up in August for the city. I think if you wait until the end of this cycle, and during that time, we can make changes that need to be made with inclusion of artists and set up a viable program for the next session. a lot of these people, one lady had to be taken to the hospital because this is her livelihood. And she's in her late 70s, I'm in my 70s, but maybe her husband is in his 80s, dealing with ailments and have a heart. These are people's livelihood. And I'm not saying don't make changes, but people have already invested 3 hours in the lottery on the 9th. I paid my money in August, and without having any finances during the summer. Please open your heart. My husband was showing my jewelry. That is art, and I hope you saw it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next virtual speaker has a screen name of Miami Beach. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning to all. My name is Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crestview Boulevard. I'm calling in support of the anti-Semitic ordinance. I wanted to make it very clear that I'm not from the Jewish faith. I am a Catholic and a Christian. Israel has a very special place in my heart because it is the birthplace of my King and Savior, Jesus Christ. I also support Charlie Kirk's memorial because of freedom of speech and expression should never warrant death on any human, no matter what the dialogue. Violence and hate is not the answer. Lastly, the city must make it a priority regarding the quality of our waters and take this seriously. It's been too long we had this problem. If you can't do it on your own, please ask the state and the federal government for help, or I will take it upon myself to reach out to the state and the federal government and ask them myself. As per the homeless ordinance from my beloved Kristen Rosen
Thank you so much. I
Gonzalez.
apologize, but we're out of time. Ma'am, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Janet Figueroa. I'm one of the artist vendors here for the city of Miami Beach. I was told that only residents of Miami Beach are the only ones that are allowed now as artists. So many artist vendors that have been here in this program for a long time has been left out and with no say. And it's unfair to them. We all participated in the lottery. There's a lot of artist vendors, they're all here. And it's not fair to them that they signed a contract, they paid their fee, they participated in the lottery the way they're supposed to, and overnight, they say, if you're not a Miami City resident, you cannot participate in the program, which is bias. And we're all talking here about getting along, the community, the Jewish community, everybody. It's not fair to pick and choose. It's not fair to say this group could because they live in Miami Beach and this group cannot.
Thank you so much.
It's disrespectful.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Pacheco. Ms. Pacheco, you have 1 minute. State your name and address, please.
Good morning, Raquel Pacheco, 732 Lenox Avenue. So I just want to say first and foremost, this is a very unconventional Setnik hour. I have to say I like it, Mr. Mayor. I like the exchange between you and the public, but I was hoping it wouldn't cut into our time. So I find it a little bit concerning that while it's very engaging and it seems like you're all solving problems in real time, it shouldn't impede on the public's time for public comment. And to that effect, I also want to say the message from the rabbi this morning was lovely. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry that your feelings are so hurt, but the facts trump your feelings. And the only way to start healing in our community is for everyone to come to terms with the facts. And the violent language that's coming out of this dais, particularly with Commissioner Suarez, you know, I got to tell you, if that was one of my children in the audience that you spoke to earlier, you and I would have words on the side because that rhetoric is so violent. And I just want to say to those children, nobody wishes you harm. We all just want to heal.
Thank you, Ms. Pacheco. State your name, address, so you have 1 minute.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Lund, External Affairs Manager for Florida Power and Light here in Miami Beach. I'm here today to speak to you all about the FPL settlement agreement with the Florida Public Service Commission and urge you all to consider amending the resolution on today's agenda to focus on encouraging the PSC to conduct a thorough and fair review of the proposed rate increase. The settlement agreement we've reached is a win for all FPL customers and a win for Miami Beach. It supports our commitment to meet the reliability needs of our fast-growing state while keeping customer bills well below the national average. We expect the typical 1,000 kilowatt-hour residential customer bill will increase next year by $2.59 a month. Even with that increase, FPL's bills will be 20% lower than they were 20 years prior when you account for inflation. The settlement also includes additional bill pay assistance for qualifying customers through programs like LIHEAP, which is through the federal government, and through our FPL Care to Share program. We're 59% more reliable than the national average, and strengthening our infrastructure has helped us avoid over 1.8 million outages since the last rate increase. Every year in Miami Beach, we're investing tens of millions of dollars in the infrastructure. A few of the things we've done recently is we've hardened 26 miles of feeder lines. Miami Beach is only 9 miles long, affecting over 26,000 customers. We have replaced over 4.3 miles of duct banks since 2017, with more proposed duct bank replacements coming. We have an upcoming underground transmission project that I've spoken to you all about. We hear you and the residents having concerns about wanting more underground infrastructure, and that's something we're planning to invest in the near future.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Our next virtual speaker is Larry Schaefer. Go ahead, please. State your name and address. You have 1 minute.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. We heard from many precocious, smart children today. We're about to hear from a childish adult. We are poop, people opposed to ocean pollution. We want clean water in the tap, in the bay, and in the ocean. We want the city to disclose in a professional, complete manner the location, age, and repair records for the tap water system, pipes, and pumps, the sewage system, pipes and pumps, and the stormwater system. The city needs to let the community know if they live near a sewage pump. We need to know if sewage pipes are going to blow up and flood the streets. We need to make good decisions for our families to decide if we want to live in this polluted place or if we want to move away to a place that is clean and not polluted. We also want the city to voluntarily submit to oversight from the County Department of Environmental Resource Management, DERM, the State Department of Environmental Protection, and the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, because your timeline doesn't work for us. We refuse to live in pollution.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Schaefer.
want you to be the solution, not the pollution.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Larry, and I appreciate your advocacy. As Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Bott said earlier, I'll also add that this commission as a body has jump-started numerous infrastructure projects on the water and sewer, which had been stalled for many years. That's a really integral part of improving the water quality. So we're taking a lot of action.
Mr. Mary, state your full name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Granado. Thank you, Mayor Minor. Thank you, members of the commission. I want to take a moment to physically wave in sense of love to the dais, to everyone here. And it's important, as you all know, my name is Luigi Mary. I am the Miami Beach candidate for Group 3. And community unity is more relevant now than ever before. I want to take a quick moment to thank the JCC and CBS Miami for a wonderful, wonderful, robust debate. And anyone who saw that, you could see that it was light and upbeat, and everyone was able to express themselves peacefully and lovingly. Now, personally, I carry $2 bills, not for its monetary value, but for its aesthetic value. If you look on the back of a $2 bill, you see fraternity, you see people in political discourse. And I keep them on me and I hand them out to people who support and love me because that $2 bill is an expression of community unity. And lastly, if I may, I know that there were some on-the-spot modifications or proposals of modifications. I think I could save a lot of us time. This is a fun and easy-to-read copy of the Constitution, and it can help us answer a lot of our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mary. Our next virtual speaker is Katrina Serraldo. You have 1 minute. State your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Katrina. I live at 1000 West Avenue. I am in response to the, anti-BDS resolution and the Turk resolution, just dismayed as a Miami Beach born and raised resident. I think that JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, has been a very important voice. I personally learned about the Holocaust as a child. I read the Anne Frank diary. I've been to the memorial, and I can see what's happening in Palestine. Not just me watching the videos of children and families being bombed in their tents, but also, all of the international genocide scholars now saying this is a genocide. So Miami Beach, we have our own issues to deal with, as many of the residents have brought up today, and, calling the civic engagement of members of Voice for Peace.
Thank you so much.
Very,
Thank you. Go ahead, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Diaz. I'm an artist vendor in Miami Beach. I live in Kendall. And I respectfully request that the city of Miami reconsider the classification of crochet dresses, number one. Number two, the city will provide, I respectfully request that the city provide written clarification as to how the amendments to Chapter 18 apply to contracts already executed and paid to prior to their adoption. And the last thing, art is universal and should not be restricted on a zip code. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our last virtual caller has a screen name of Usadio Zoom. State your full name and address. You have 1 minute. Unmute yourself, please. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good morning.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Joelma Santos. I'm an artist vendor. Now I'm in Brazil, and I received email about the program. Sorry about my English. I work in this program 20 years. I do SBA law because I work with the arts. Now I don't have money for pay my bill because you Suarez, you happy? You happy? Are you happy? You destroy working. You take my picture on the beach. I'm working. I'm not doing nothing. You have to take care homeless, no working. Please leave it. Everybody work. We need pay rent. You need food. We need everything. We need. You happy, Suarez? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are concluding the Zoom portion of it, as there's no one else requesting to speak. We will continue, please. Go ahead.
All right, my name is Judah Sabag. I first of all want to thank the kids at the Hebrew Academy for coming and speaking today. It's really truthfully amazing that you guys showed up. And second of all, I want to look into the history of Miami Beach. In the 1920s, when developer Carl G. Fisher founded this city, he imposed deeds and grant restrictions among many Jews in this city and forced them to live south of 5th. Now, here today, in the year 2025, I stand before a commission with 2 Jewish commissioners and an Orthodox Jewish mayor. I ask that in our city's leading fight against anti-Semitism, that you support the ordinance against anti-Semitism, and you support the ordinance to remember David Schechter, the Holocaust survivor, because from the, from the way the city was founded to the way the city is today, it's truly amazing to see how time can change and how the world of Jewry, in specifically Miami Beach, is big and it's growing. So thank you.
I just have a question for you, Judah. I just have a question. How many commissioners did you say were Jewish?
I think I said 2, no? Or 3.
Right, who are you counting?
David, and I think you're right.
Yes, okay. I just.
Yeah.
And okay.
And the mayor.
And Kristen.
Kristen? Oh, so 3. Sorry. I'm amateur.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Next. State your name, address. I have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Christina Mankiewicz. I live on 9 Island Avenue in Belle Isle. Look, I'm going to be very quick. The young people here today changed what I was going to say now, honestly, and I'll plagiarize, sorry. They mentioned the buzzwords controversies, proper communication, community preservation, civic engagement. Early this morning, it was much heavier than most of us had expected, with mentionings of voices matter, show up matters, silencing just in general throughout history. So they did a lot more than maybe I would have done when I was young. But I'm going to ask that when we do speak in front of you today for any agenda item, not just the one I'm here for, just really remember that some people are still afraid to speak up. That's why a lot of people dwindle down as this goes down the pipeline, any agenda item. And just keep in mind that the people that do show up probably speak for about 30 or 40 people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Ulises Murillo Plazas, represento a la comunidad indígena, soy trabajador, soy artesano y nos han tomado fotos, nos han sacado fotos como si fuéramos delincuentes. Somos personas honestas, trabajadoras, dignas de trabajar, pagamos impuestos y lo que están haciendo con nosotros es una gran injusticia. Por favor, quiero que ustedes miren bien lo que están haciendo, porque somos personas que necesitamos nuestro sustento para pagar nuestros biles, nuestras responsabilidades, crear nuestras familias y somos artistas, no somos mendigos. Hay muchos problemas en la calle como los homeless, como las drogas, los ladrones robando a los turistas y eso es lo que tiene que ser visto, pero no nosotros que damos alegría con nuestros trabajos, con nuestro desempeño artístico, damos alegrías a los turistas. Muchas gracias, un feliz día.
Thank you. Next, please.
Buen día, mi nombre es Clara Clark, soy street vendor. Mi pregunta es para los comisionados, especialmente para el señor David Suárez. Ustedes nos tomaron fotos a nuestro arte, a nuestras cosas que nosotros vendemos. Si iban a cancelar el programa, ¿por qué no nos avisaron con tiempo? ¿Por qué dejaron que nosotros nos presentáramos a una lotería, hiciéramos gastos, comprando mercancía, comprando materiales, para luego decirnos, no, ustedes no pueden participar? Entonces, lo que yo vengo, no a rogar, no a suplicar, a pedirle a ustedes que al menos nos den chance, estos 3 meses que nosotros ya participamos, ya seleccionamos nuestros puestos, a vender nuestra mercancía, porque eso es una inversión que hicimos, que la hemos podido usar para otra cosa, y ahora nosotros no sabemos dónde vamos a trabajar. No vives aquí en Miami Beach, perfecto. Tenemos 20 años trabajando acá, 20 años exponiendo lo que nosotros hacemos. Entonces, si ustedes tienen un poco de amor en su corazón, empatía, piensen en las personas adultas que estamos trabajando acá y ahora nos quedamos sin trabajo.
Gracias, por favor.
Sin saber qué hacer. Gracias.
Estamos escuchándolos, no se preocupe. Yo no voy a votar por eso hoy.
Buenos días a todos, mi nombre es Carmen Pereira de Prada, soy también art vendor. Hoy día estaba mirando, señor Suárez, usted que es el impulsor de esto, nos ha demostrado hoy día que usted tiene corazón. Lo he visto derramar lágrimas. Usted es una persona que debería de tener también un poco de corazón con nosotros. Como bien dicen nuestros compañeros, nos hicieron entrar a la lotería, hemos reservado el puesto, la lotería está pagada. El día 9 fue la lotería, el día 10 mandaron el invoice. Cuando nosotros quisimos pagar el invoice no se podía. Nos vinimos a la ciudad el día 11, jueves, a quererlo pagar y nos dijeron que esperáramos un email. El email decía que el programa se había cancelado y que solo para los residentes de Miami Beach, que van a tener que certificarse. Cuando nosotros iniciamos este programa, porque soy muy antigua, el estatuto decía que nosotros podíamos mezclar 2 items.
Gracias.
Si ustedes van a modificar todo eso, correcto. Ustedes debieron haberse acercado hacia nosotros y decir, mira, esto no, esto sí, pero no tomarnos fotos, comprar mercadería gastando dinero de la ciudad, porque esa mercadería no les sirve a ustedes, a no ser si las vayan a repartir o a donar. Entonces, ese ha sido un gasto inútil. Nosotros estamos haciendo un trabajo honesto. La mayoría somos gente adulto mayor.
Okay.
Por favor, el corazón que ustedes mostraron hoy día, muéstrenlo con nosotros.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María. No me expreso bien, pero vengo a apoyar también a los artesanos. Nada, desde que llegué aquí trabajo en Enson, soy sola y entonces la verdad que no entiendo por qué está pasando esto. Nada, les pido que no sé, que piensen y nos apoyen, por favor. Gracias.
Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all the speakers who came. As one of the speakers mentioned, it does take courage to come. I remember before I was an elected official coming to speak, so I appreciate it. I'm specifically grateful to the students who came here and spoke. Again, it takes a lot of courage. And I had a request to do a quick picture with the students, and I think that would be meaningful to you and our commission as well.
Never mind that.
Mr. Vice Mayor, so we sent
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ralph, I'm going to turn it to you for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. You have a list in front of you that contains these items.
Too much noise, folks. Too much noise. Thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez has separated C7W. Commissioner Fernandez has separated C7G. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is not separating C7J, so if you can scratch that from your list, so C7J is not being separated. Those are the items that have been requested to be separated. The mayor-
Only two separated items. That may be a record for the fewest amount of separated items.
The addendum items have not been approved by the mayor, and they'll be heard after 5 o'clock. I have the following two announcements on item C2A, the public benefit, which states a minimum of 7 blocks of 1.5 hours per block per week, accommodating 40 Miami Beach residents, preferred rates, and reserved access to Miami Beach residents is being replaced with the following public benefit, providing a 15% reduction in court booking fees for Miami Beach residents. The updated resolution and Exhibit A were uploaded into one meeting yesterday. We're adding Commissioner Suarez as co-sponsors to C7AF and R50, and we're adding Commissioner Fernandez as co-sponsor of C7AB and C7AF.
No, wait,
So
which
I have
one?
a motion for.
AC, C7AC.
I'm sorry, C7, so tell me again, it's C7AF and C7AC, got it,
Yeah,
thank you.
just want to make sure that it's just those two.
Yes, sir, got it, sorry. if I could have a motion on the consent agenda excluding the addendums and excluding the separated items.
I'll move the item, I'll move the agenda with the exception of the separated items. And just point of information, Mr. Mayor, are we doing today the board and committee appointments, or is that we're doing that after
I've
the
actually had a
elections?
request from members of this dais not to hear those today. I was supposed to, Ralph.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Commissioner Fernandez was raising whether we're going to hear the boards and committees. One, I had some requests from members of the dais not to hear it today. Also, I heard from you to my office that generally those positions are not even up till January. Maybe you can clarify.
The reappointments are not up till December 31st. There's a 60-day grace period. Normally, we do these at the end of the year, especially during an election year.
Of course.
So, but the vacancies that are here, you could do today. They're not controversial, I feel, and no one's being opposed. So the vacancies could be done, if you wish, very quickly.
Okay. I think that's a good suggestion.
I just want to make sure that, we are making decisions of vacancies that might be effective at the end of the year, and that I think we owe it to whoever the electorate chooses through their wisdom to hold these seats, to have the opportunity to make a selection in those positions. It's the courtesy that's been afforded to us in the past when we were elected. Then once we got elected, we were able to vote on the people who are going to be serving in these positions. And I think we should afford the same to whoever holds these seats after the elections.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
So do you wish to do the vacancies now or later?
No, I think what Commissioner Fernandez is saying is that in
After the
accordance with tradition, we'll let the new electorate body make those determinations.
Could we do one, and the reason is it's a direct appointment from Hebrew Academy and it requires a waiver, and otherwise the person doesn't come in. It's their nominee to act on the QEC.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that.
Okay, so Rabbi Seth Gutenberg, we have the waiver, as he doesn't have children at the moment, so he needs a waiver. So we'll do that by acclamation.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the one that is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any more announcements, Ralph?
No, that's it. I just need a vote now on the consent agenda. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Magazine. All in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
And I don't see Commissioner Suarez, so one absent, 6-0, absent Commissioner Suarez.
Let's call R5E.
Commissioner Suarez on the consent agenda? Yes, so the consent agenda is approved excluding those items, 7-0. You said R5E, Mayor?
Correct.
R5E is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city of Miami Beach year 2040 comprehensive plan pursuant to the expedited state review process of section 163.3184 sub 3 Florida statutes by amending the resilient land use and development element goal RLU 1 entitled land use objective RLU 1.1 entitled establishment of future land use categories at table RLU 1.1 to provide floor area ratio FAR incentives through the city commission warrant review process and providing for codification, repealer servability, transmittal, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5E.
Commissioner Fernandez with 5 co-sponsors.
Yes, and Tom, I just want to make sure that this has an exception for North Beach.
It does. Actually, Commissioner, R5F, which is the companion LDR amendment, includes the exception for North Beach.
Okay, the LDR amendment is the one that needs to have the exception.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
On R5E, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item R5E is approved.
R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5 entitled Rezoning and Development Approvals, Section 2.53 entitled Design Review, subsection 2.5.3.3 entitled Administrative Design Review, Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, and by amending Article 13 entitled Historic Preservation, Section 2.13.7 entitled Issuance of Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate to Dig, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition, subsection C entitled Review Procedures to expand administrative review authority for school development by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 7 entitled Commission Warrant to Section 2.7.1 entitled Review Procedures to allow FAR warrant request for school development by amending Chapter 5 entitled Off-Street Parking, Article 2 entitled Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Loading Requirements, at Section 5.2.4 entitled Vehicle Off-Street Parking Requirements by amending the parking requirements in Parking Tier 1 to eliminate the parking requirement for school use by Chapter 7 entitled Zoning District Regulations, Article 1 entitled General to All Zoning Districts by creating Section 7.1.12 entitled School Use Incentive to establish new zoning incentives, including without limitation floor area ratio, specific to properties proposed to be developed with a school use by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity, subsection 7.2.4.2 entitled Uses RM1, and by amending Section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity, and subsection 7.2.5.2 entitled Uses RM2, and by amending Section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, and subsection 7.2.6.2 entitled Uses RM3, and by amending Section 7.2.10 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District, and subsection 7.2.10.2 entitled Uses CD1, and by amending Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity Districts at subsection 7.2.11.2 entitled Uses CD2, and by amending Section 7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District and subsection 7.2.12.2 entitled Uses CD3, and by amending Section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District TC at subsection 7.2.14.2 entitled Uses TC1 TC2, and by amending subsection 7.2.14.3 entitled Uses TC3, and by amending subsection 7.2.14.6 entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District, and by amending section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard Districts PS at subsection 7.2.15.2 entitled Residential Performance Standards Districts RPS, by amending subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards Districts CPS, and by amending Section 7.2.16 entitled SPE Special Public Facilities Educational District at subsection 7.2.18.2 entitled Uses SPE, by referencing the school use incentives established under Section 7.1.12 and conforming the regulations for each respective zoning districts to reflect the incentives and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is item R5F. It requires a 6/7 vote. It is a second reading public hearing.
Commissioner Fernandez with 4 co-sponsors.
That's right. Thank you so much. And I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Commissioner David Suarez, because these items are about supporting the development of educational facilities in our city by offering targeted incentives to facilitate that. Sometimes our zoning can be very restrictive, but in the one area where we should perhaps have some more leniency is when we're talking about the education that makes us a desirable community for families to move to. And so I'm proud to move this item. I want to thank again my co-prime sponsor, Commissioner Suarez, and all the members of the commission who have joined as a sponsor. And I just also want to make sure this is not included for now North Beach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With that, I move the item.
I just want to also thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for joining me. I know we had a couple sunshine meetings on this, and I know Commissioner Fernandez and I are looking to invest in our future and the future families of Miami Beach. And if we don't have a good school-based system here in Miami Beach, families are not going to want to come. And so we are a resident-first city, and this is a great incentive to really encourage more families to come in Miami Beach and grow their roots here. So again, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for co-priming this with me.
Thank you.
Great item, and happy to co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Call the vote.
Commissioner Suarez, are you seconding?
I'll second the motion.
It is a public hearing, and we have one individual requesting to speak. Daniel, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo, 730 10th Street, candidate for Commission Group 1. Last time I called in on this item, I asked a question of the planning director about maximum height. I was admonished by one of the commission sponsors who directed the planning director not to answer my basic question. I'm still very concerned about this ordinance as it appears to be a citywide FAR and height increase. I'm not clear on whether this applies to private or public schools. I'm also not clear on the enrollment of some of the newer private schools. I've heard that those enrollments are on the decline. But my overall question remains, when there's a historic building on the site, will this still go to the Historic Preservation Board? We need to make sure that our historic buildings are protected and not destroyed by overdevelopment. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that, because HPP review is still required for demolition in historic districts, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not like when Miami-Dade County Public Schools went to the cottage, to the Rose Cottage, and demolished that because we didn't have jurisdiction on the matter. That building should have never been demolished. That's a historic structure, but because it's the school system, they have their authority and their independent jurisdiction, and we weren't able to require HPB review. In this case, HPB review is still required in those historic districts.
That's correct.
And what this does is it does not grant an FAR increase, is that it allows for schools to request one through a commission warrant at and it's a limit. It's capped at 5,000 square feet of FAR.
That's correct.
And 5,000 square feet, we know, is really not that much for a school.
Correct.
And that, allowing that to go through a commission warrant. And in addition to that, this allows for administrative review of up to 50 feet in height.
Correct. Consistent with what's allowed in the zoning district.
Okay. So just in case there was any misunderstanding or confusion, just so that we are clear about what the policy does.
Commissioner Fernandez with all rapid-fire questions. You've been a good lawyer. Very impressive.
There is no other public speaker requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5F. And Mayor,
R5A.
For the record, R5D is being open and continued to October 29th. R5D. You said R5A, sir?
Just to be clear, D as in David, right?
D as in David, yes. Open and continued October 29th.
R5A.
R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single Family Residential Districts, at subsection 7.2.2.6, entitled 40th Street Overlay RS, to amend the regulations for religious institution uses, including associated dormitories, and providing for codification, repealer, subability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. R5A, first reading.
Thank you. I'm the sponsor, and I'll turn it over to you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As most of the commission is aware, this particular item amends the land development regulations of the city code, specifically the 40th Street overlay, which has been in existence since 2010. And this overlay, which is on the south side of 40th Street, allows for, through the conditional use process, religious institutions within single-family homes. This particular proposal would amend that overlay to allow for a limited expansion for certain types of religious institution uses. It's gone through a lengthy public hearing process through the Land Use Committee, and the Planning Board endorsed the item. Specifically, and I'll just go through some of the highlights. If there's any specific questions, I can answer them. This particular overlay would allow for the introduction of dormitory uses. Dormitories would be limited to 4 dormitory units per platted lot, which is consistent with what a single-family home would have on a platted lot, and no more than 4 beds per dormitory unit. Design Review Board approval would be required for any site that contained 2 or more platted lots. The unit size has been increased from 50% to 100%. The lot coverage has been increased from 30% to 50%. There have been modifications to the front setback requirements, which would primarily front either 40th Street, depending on the lot, or one of the side streets. And those have been reduced for two-story structures from 30 feet to 20 feet. Likewise, street side setbacks have been reduced from 10 feet to 5 feet. And the overall height allowed has been increased from 2 stories to 3 stories. Additionally, rooftop access and uses on the roof would not be permitted, and up to 3 platted lots could be aggregated for purposes of development. The administration is supportive of this proposal because the 40th Street overlay is primarily a transitional zone from the more intense commercial district on the north side of 40th Street and to the north of 40th Street into the more low-scale RS area that is on the south side of 40th Street. And we would recommend approval of the ordinance. If approved at first reading, second reading would be set for October 29th.
I want to acknowledge Rabbi Shlomo Stillerman, who's here as well, who first brought this concept to my attention several years ago. There's been a lot of work and compromises that went into this ordinance. And I'm very appreciative of obviously Rabbi Stillerman, but also Tom and the entire administration. Countless hours were done to make this amenable to our city, to work for anyone who wants to use this ordinance to enhance the religious overlay, but also to the nearby neighboring residents. I think this is a really good piece of legislation, and it took a lot of work to get there, but we got there, and very proud to sponsor it.
I'll second the item, Mr. Mayor.
I think you'll move it.
Sure.
And I'll second.
And I just want to confirm, this is conditional use, because I've received questions about this. Because anything in an overlay like this would have to go back to the planning board when they submit an application for an operational plan, delivery, hours of operation, parking, all of that gets considered by the planning board at the time of an application?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So with that, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. It is a public hearing. Anita's iPhone is requesting to speak. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Anita Grossman, 4539 North Meridian Avenue, Miami Beach. I'm very much in favor of this overlay. I think it will be a boon to our city. It will bring a lot of younger people into our community, and I hope that you all will pass this so that we can move forward with this project and see the growth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of YM Ventures. State your name, address, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. YM Ventures, please unmute yourself. Okay, they're not unmuting themselves.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jake Martyr. I live at 4343 Royal Palm Avenue. I've been being involved with youth 10 years. These are the central role of my life. New Jersey, just be involved with the Yehudi and to further their mission of inspiring and guiding young professionals. I'm also here today to voice my strong support for the overlaying zoning. This project isn't just about building, it's creating a hub that will really, I feel, serve as a magnet for young couples and communities who want to build their lives in Miami Beach. And I feel like I speak not just for myself, but for many members of the community. I see it as a real asset that will strengthen the neighborhood, encourage responsible growth, and provide a space for connection, education, and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Sarah Bandujo. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bandujo. I live at 2931 Sheridan Avenue in Miami Beach. I am a single girl in my 20s in the community, and Yehudi is one of the only organizations here that caters to my demographic. And I feel like allowing organizations like Yehudi to grow only brings in other young people like me, which is essential to the sustainability of our community. So I just want to show my support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yael. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Yael, please unmute yourself. They are not unmuting themselves, and there's no one in the audience. So we can proceed then.
Let's call the vote.
It is, I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. Commissioner Suarez is a yes. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 29th.
Thank you. Rabbi Stillerman, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Rabbi Shlomo Stillerman, a very, very proud member of Miami Beach community for almost 12 years now. I live here with my wife, and we are raising 7 beautiful children here. I want to really thank this body for doing an incredible job on giving me and my family such a wonderful place to live. Thank you, thank you. I was very touched to see this morning that we honored David Schaffer, a Holocaust survivor. My wife is the granddaughter of 4 Holocaust survivors, making all my 7 children miracles, the fact that any of them exist. Yehudi was established by my wife and I 12 years ago with the mission to inspire. And there's many ways of fighting anti-Semitism, but we believe the way to fight anti-Semitism is through education, through educating our youth, through educating the next generation, through inspiration, teaching a generation of Jews what it means to be a light amongst the nations, what it means to have integrity, to have love, and to have kindness. That's why Yehudi is here. I'm grateful for everyone here who made Yehudi possible so far, and I do ask if you can have one consideration on the current amendment. This amendment will allow Yehudi to do what we're doing, except it'll give us a roof over our heads because most of our events are currently outside, many of them in the rain. So the fact that we could build a place that would keep everyone inside, and a lot of our people that come to sleep overnight or have to be by houses from family members and community members, now they'll have a place to sleep inside, so thank you. But there's one thing I'd like you to consider. Many people have met their husbands or wives at Yehudi, and it's a time-honored custom. A Jewish wedding should be under the stars. And there should be, there's a chuppah, a canopy with a rabbi, a few friends and family. To be under the stars means that when you start your Jewish home, there's no barriers, there's no roof on top of you. It's you and the Almighty, and you can bring the presence of the Almighty into your home, and bring the presence of light into your home. And I ask that the Commission please not deny our students that right and that experience. Currently, the rooftop usage of anything built on 40th Street would be prohibited, and I ask if you could please consider removing that restriction altogether, or at the very least modifying it significantly, so that we could have chuppahs, we could have marriage ceremonies on the rooftop where they could see the ocean, they could see the sky, and they could build homes filled with Jewish values of love and kindness for many generations to come. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Stillerman. I'm just going to ask, we actually just voted on the item, so I'm going to ask Tom for some clarification.
I believe, and I don't want to put words in the rabbi's mouth, that he has a concern with one of the provisions of the amendment that prohibits rooftop uses. That was a condition that was recommended by the Land Use Committee, and it was included in the draft of the ordinance. It would be up to you to decide whether or not you would want to modify that or remove that, either now or look at revised language between first and second reading.
Yeah, Commissioner Magazine.
Can I make a motion perhaps to our planning department to come back with an analysis of between now and second reading about how we would be able to incorporate that?
Sure. Great, thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Rabbi, it's a beautiful tradition. Can you provide a little bit more color about how you would anticipate using the rooftop for, would it be just the ceremony itself with just a limited number of participants? Maybe, you know, the people getting married, the rabbi performing the service, and, you know, maybe immediate parents, and then the celebrations would be inside? I think the concern of the community, as it is always with rooftop activations, is, you know, everyone wants to have a party on the rooftop, because why wouldn't you, right? So if it's the ceremony, I think when we hear what everybody has to say between first and second reading, that's one conversation. If it's the entirety of the celebration, that's a very different conversation. So maybe you could shed some light on what you imagine the usage exactly being, since you're here.
Bedtime in my house starts at 6 o'clock. So I know what it means to put kids to bed, and I wouldn't want there to be any parties on any rooftops. But if there's a noise restriction, I'd fully understand that, like noise restriction from a certain point onwards, maybe it's 10 o'clock onwards. The ceremony is typically very like ambient music, light music. The parties are indoor. The celebrations will be indoor. Maybe on the odd occasion, on a Purim or Hanukkah, or a couple times a year to have something on the rooftop. But most of the celebrations, the primary functions will be indoors, downstairs. But you know, when you're getting married, I got married here on the beach to my wife a couple years ago, 20 years ago, in the Deauville. And if it's an outdoor wedding, you're thinking all day, please God, don't let it rain. And that's all you're really thinking about. And for a young couple, they really shouldn't have anything else to worry about. They shouldn't have to worry about like how many people they bring, how loud the music is, or this, that. Let them get married. Let them start off their families without stress and with love.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Rabbi, thank you for this beautiful tradition you have brought into our community. It really highlights the values of Miami Beach, especially our Mid-Beach community. One of the things that's very important is that this overlay is designed to protect the residential character of the single-family neighborhood. And so I think, you know, it has to be very carefully tailored, whatever language is considered and proposed, because there are single-family homes abutting Yehudi. And the issue is that we're not just talking about Yehudi, we're talking about an overlay that's for all of 40th Street. That in the future, then other properties, not Yehudi, could come and ask for similar rooftop activations on their properties. So I think, you know, we need to look at that language. That is, it's not a small amendment. That's actually a pretty big amendment to the item. Did the planning board consider rooftop activations, Tom?
No, the language that went to the planning board included the current provision not permitting any type of rooftop activation, and that's what the planning board recommended.
And when the legislation started, it had rooftop activations, and then through the legislative crafting process, yeah, and hearing from the community and the meetings that were had, the rooftop was removed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have to be careful because there's a fine balance. And of course, if there is a mission to be supported, it's this mission. It's a beautiful mission, and it's good for Miami Beach. But we also have to protect the quality of the life of the abutting neighborhood. And I say that because I love Jewish parties, and you guys throw great parties. And there's always lots of music and lots of dancing. And so we just have to have the proper safeguards in place for the residents that are abutting the area.
And you add a lot when you come to those parties, so thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you.
Dancing.
Not the dancing, I'm not good with the dancing, no.
Okay, so this is passed on first reading without that amendment, and it'll come back to us at second reading, and we'll review it.
So is that as amended then, or as is? So it's as is, and second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 29th.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Just wanted to add my personal touch. You know, we have so many residents and leaders in our city that add so much to our city, often goes unrecognized. We try to do it through proclamations and what have you to recognize people, but it's what makes our city so great and special. But since you're here, Rabbi Stillman, I will give you a shout out. I've met personally many of the they're college students or graduate students, but young adults in their 20s, and you've changed our lives. I've seen it. They've told me that. They've met their spouses through you. They've grown professionally and spiritually. So thank you for what you add to our city and cultivating that in our city. I want to call, thank you. I want to call R7M as in Michael.
R7M is urge grantees pursue other sources of funding for budgetary constraints.
No, R7M.
M, okay, inclusion of notable cases on MBPD website.
So I brought this item. I want us to start highlighting cases that of crimes in our city that do not get the proper treatment, generally by the judiciary. So what happens is we've taken so many steps as a commission, as a body, as a police department to reduce crime, and the numbers are telling, and we're doing good work on that. That being said, we make arrests, but then it has to go through the system. We have our municipal prosecution team. We're now prosecuting where we were and what, and I'm very proud of the legislation that I brought on that, and our commission has also signed on in so many different ways. But ultimately, there's been a number of crimes in our city that in the last several years, where when you look back, they're not committing the crimes over and over in Miami Beach generally because we are taking the actions, but they are committing the crime elsewhere. And then they're literally just released on their own recognizances after committing a violent crime. And then they come back and they go elsewhere, including Miami Beach, and then commit the crime. We've had instances where it's literally just days after they've been released, when it's so clear they should not be released. I think it behooves us as a commission to highlight those cases. We have to. And we're not trying to embarrass anyone. We're just giving the facts. We're giving the facts is this is the criminal history of this individual. This is the crime they committed. And this is the action that was taken through the judiciary system. We need to start highlighting that. This item, actually, I say that should be on our website. I'd like to propose, if we could do it within this item, or I'll bring a separate item, that we start doing it on social media. It is, we had an incident a couple of days ago, an officer, one of our officers in making an arrest. Luckily, this person had not interacted or engaged with anyone from the public. My understanding of the situation is that the police officer recognized, and this is through proactive, visible policing that we've been pushing, and thank you for that, Chief Jones. The officer, through his own proactive policing, saw an individual who could be a threat, and when they went to effectuate the arrest, he headbutted the officer in a very violent manner, causing the officer to have 7 stitches, 5 or 7 stitches, going to the hospital. I spoke to the officer, thank God he's doing well. But this person has a criminal record that is unreal, mostly outside of our city, but some of it in it, and just continues to be back on our streets. We need to start highlighting these cases for the judiciary. And I'm very proud when we had this, there's now new leadership in the Miami-Dade County judiciary, but the prior had brought in this bail reform that would have been devastating for our city. And I'm very proud of it. I highlighted it. Others highlighted it. Commissioner Fernandez, I know you took a major lead on that. Ultimately, the governor stepped in. But we've seen this happen elsewhere in other cities, and it does not end well. And this is, to me, another aspect of that. So I'm going to turn it to you, Chief Jones. How do we get that done? How do we start highlighting these cases? And I'm going to propose now that we do it on social media as well.
Good morning, Wayne Jones, Police Chief, Mayor Commission, City Manager. You know, we have long held within the police department this idea that we want to share as much of what we do, how we do with public. That's evident in the fact that some time ago we stood up dashboards that shows our crime data in real time in many cases. That residents or anyone interested in learning what's happening with the police department at any given time can go to our website, click on a dashboard and see what's happening in their given neighborhood in terms of crime data. We believe this is just another iteration of this, sharing information with the community that we serve. The fact that highlighting arrestees, particularly folks we call habitual offenders on our website, highlighting certain cases on our website, we think it's the next iteration of that. I've tasked Captain Brown and his team to come up with a way to do that, and he's working on that diligently right now. At some point in the near future, we hope to have something we can put forward for you and your colleagues to view, and then give to the general public.
But just to be clear, it's not only highlighting the arrestee, it's highlighting what happened in the judicial system. If the case wasn't prosecuted, we highlight that. But generally, I don't think that's so much as the issue as the judiciary is releasing individuals on their own recognizance. They are lowering probation periods and releasing before the full probation period. And we've seen instances where literally within days of a very lax ruling or release that this person goes out and commits a violent offense.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have to editorialize it. We could just state the facts. This is what happened. This person was arrested for the 49th time. I mean, these are people, let's be clear, we're not talking about people arrested once or twice. We're talking about people who've been arrested 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 times. Not all in our city, mostly not in our city, but elsewhere, and then they make their way here.
Yeah. To some extent, we have the ability to do it now. We have on our website today links to the clerk of courts, where someone can go to our website, click on those links, and find out information you're suggesting be available.
Most people are not doing it. It's too
Yeah,
hard
so
to
we're going to
find.
find a
It's too
smarter
hard
way
to
to do
find.
it. Yep, absolutely. We're looking for a smarter way to do that, and Captain Brown, it seems, has been tasked with coming up with a way to do that. And so to make it easier, more efficient, for someone to go to our website and easily find out this information.
How about on your social media?
We can certainly look into that. Mr. Mayor wasn't prepared to talk about social media today, but it seems
And
like.
I say that
avenue
to you,
we can do
Eric,
it.
as well, on our City of Miami Beach social media.
And I think you kind of highlighted on it, Mayor, you know, the important thing is going to be walking that fine line between not embarrassing people, but highlighting the facts. So.
Yeah, and by the way, I agree. There's an extent that it will be embarrassing, but I think we should take it should be the facts. If it embarrasses someone, it embarrasses someone. But ultimately, we're just stating the facts. This is what happened, and we're highlighting it. People should know the information. It's very difficult. I've spent so much time on this. What happens after a person's arrest is so murky. We've pushed. And I'm appreciative that we've made more information available in the last couple of years internally, but it is very murky and very difficult to find out exactly what is happening through the court system. And that is, in my opinion, now I'm editorializing, I think it's by design. I think it's by design how difficult it is to realize what's going on. And all I'm saying is that we as a city should make that as transparent as possible so people can see and they make their own decisions. Judges are elected officials just like we are, and people should know the decisions they are making, just like they know the decisions we make. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you mentioned a situation where 49 times the individual was arrested.
Or sometimes more.
That is incredible. And just looking at this resolution, where you mentioned in here Perry Smith, who was released from custody after being arrested for assaulting Joe Manning in 2024, then proceeded to batter an out-of-the-country tourist, okay? In 2025, just a few months after accepting a plea bargain on those two cases, he was rearrested for battering a German sports journalist who came here to Miami Beach. And then we know in 2024, there was another person, an accused serial burglar and a repeat offender who pointed a gun to our colleague, Commissioner Magazine. And then he was released from custody just several months after that incident, and he removed his ankle monitor and was on the run. And now, Chief, I have a question. When these individuals get arrested and they get released, do they have a car to get back to Miami Beach?
The short answer is oftentimes no.
No. Do they?
Typically
Do we think they walk back to Miami Beach from TGK all the way in Doral back over here?
No, sir. Typically use public transportation to get back here.
They use public transportation. They are coming to Miami Beach back on the bus that our tax dollars is paying for. And that is the biggest problem that we have. The judges who are allowing them to be released, and then the facilitating of a bus ticket to send them back not to the continuum of care for them to get services, not to into reentry services, not to job training so they can better their lives, sending them back to someone else's backyard, to our backyard, to the backyard of the taxpayers and the residents of the city of Miami Beach who are becoming the victims of these criminals. And I think we need to stand up. We need to go back and lobby Miami-Dade County to end once and for all that bus ticket that is sending criminals back to where? To our community. Where? To batter our elderly, to point guns at our colleagues, to attack our tourists, to harm our police officers. It's time for it to end, and it has to end now, because we're not only an economic engine for Miami-Dade County, we are an economic engine for the state of Florida. And that bus ticket is just sending criminals back to our beautiful paradise.
Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Community is only as strong as our weakest link, and we have the best police department in the entire country. The men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department put your lives on the line continuously. You did it for the situation Commissioner Fernandez referenced with me, where your officers approached and apprehended somebody that they knew was of probably ill mind with a loaded weapon. And you do so continuously. I saw you do so from my apartment just several weeks ago on 7th and Euclid. We have the best men and women in the entire country serving our city. We have a legislative body that is absolutely unified in providing the safest, cleanest city in the entire world, right? But our weak link is the judiciary system. And that puts all of our efforts, not renders them for naught, but it greatly reduces that, because, as I said, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And it is ironic, whether by design or not, that that is the most opaque part of this entire system. When constituents come to me, they say, well, how are these people back out? I don't have a great answer for them, and I'm somebody that follows this day in, day out. So perhaps we do need to embarrass people. Perhaps we do, because if we don't, what does that result in? Before the violent incident that was referenced in Sutnick Hour today, there was another viral incident in North Carolina that we all saw come across our computer screens and social media last week, where a young girl had her throat slit on public transportation. And I still can't bring myself to watch that video. I stop it, but the part I will never, ever get out of my mind is seeing her eyes open up and look up as she knew something was about to happen. And as the father of a young daughter, I'll never get that out of my mind, seeing just the helplessness there. And why is that? Because the judicial system failed. That monster was arrested time after time after time, and there was no accountability. He should have never been walking that street. And because he was, that young girl and her family's lives are either gone or changed forever. And that hurt me as a human being, even though it happened in North Carolina. I couldn't live with myself if that happened in our city to one of our residents. And we're doing our job up here, and you are doing your job. We need to hold the people accountable that are not doing their job, and this is the way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I like this item. I mean, I'm looking at our crime statistics right now, and year over year, aggravated batteries and assaults are now up by 15%. I'm not blaming the police, because I think this is a judicial issue in some of our policies. Sexual battery is now up 150% year over year. So it's very concerning. What I would say is that these people that are being arrested time and time again, this is obviously mental illness. And I think that there's a few things that we can do, apart from the bus ticket item that I have here right now, and that's possibly not reaching these convictions or plea deals and actually taking them to trial and insisting, because what we're doing right now is we're reaching a plea deal, they're getting out on time served, and it's not the police department's fault because they're arresting again and again and again. I really think that we have to stop trying to get these convictions so we can say our conviction rate is so high, because what's the point of getting a conviction if they're just getting arrested again and again and again?
Can I-
I understand that you think that when we get to a certain amount of convictions, that this is a positive thing, but it's costing a lot of money. I'm not saying to stop doing it, and I'm not sure that the police department wants to constantly post criminals on their social media. I do know that Miami Crime and Prevention does this successfully, and they are extremely frustrated with what they see as the prosecution striking these plea deals. The homeless, many of the times who are committing these crimes, they're released on their own recognizance. They're back out on the street immediately. And we need to stand our ground and say, we're going to trial. So I'm not quite sure, is this just to get a higher conviction rate? Because I think that's really where the problem is. We can say, oh, we have this great conviction rate, but if you see that sexual battery is up 150% year over year at a time when sexual battery is down by 50% in the city of Miami, okay, and you see that aggravated assault and battery, and I know the other day, Mayor, you said aggravated assault isn't so bad. It is. It's aggravated assault and battery. So people are getting beaten up, and that is now up 15%. I thought it was up only 10%. It's up 15%, and that's because we can do better at the court system. We've invested in it, and I think that we need to really push through and no longer seek these plea deals just to have a high conviction rate so we can go around saying, hey, we're doing great, when we're not. So I don't know how you feel about the bus ticket item. I didn't have an opportunity to speak to you about it, but I'm thinking that, you know, as a pilot program, this might go a long way, and asking some of these people to leave the city and see if they take us up on our offer, at least leave Miami-Dade County.
And I will call that item separately. I vehemently disagree with much of what you said, and I'll try to parse it out, and I'll turn to the chief. And I also appreciate if we don't do politics and campaigning from the dais.
I don't think it's politics, it's numbers, stats, and facts.
Yes. So the reason our prosecution, and we have the head of our prosecution team here as well, it is a fact, and it absolutely has worked to have the convictions, because we used to have individuals in our city that committed multiple crimes over and over again. That is actually not happening nearly as much. That has been reduced significantly, and I'll turn and I'll let the police chief and our head prosecutor address that. What we are seeing, though, is people committing crimes in other cities and then come here. Obviously, individuals are mobile, but the conviction rate absolutely works, because absent a conviction, the arrest is meaningless. Now, obviously, if a person gets arrested, it can have an impact in their life. I'm not just saying an arrest is meaningless in a vacuum, but I'm talking about people who are arrested over and over again. Absent a conviction, the judge and the judiciary system cannot then assess that for future adjudication. So the convictions have worked. They have worked, and we've also done other things. We offer programs. I mean, it's not just the convictions. We offer court options. We offer mental health rehabilitation. So there's no question that has helped, and I'll turn it to you. But I also, before we turn it to the prosecution, I'd like to turn, because the police department, it's not me saying it, I just cite the statistics that the police department provides. Major crimes are down about 16%. Our homeless count is literally the lowest that we've had in at least a decade. I'll let you address that, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're absolutely correct. The data you cite is data I provide you, and I stand by data. Really proud of the work the men and women from Miami Beach Police Department do on a daily basis. The fact that our crime is down across the board, the fact that people feel safer today than they did years ago, I think is a testament to the work that my cops do every day, being visible, addressing offenders like Perry Smith that tend to somehow escape going to prison for lengthy periods of time and come back to our community and victimize people over again and again and again. And each time he does, we find him, we arrest him, we send him back to jail. So stand by the crime numbers, stand by the good work the men and women of Miami Beach Police Department do on a daily basis to keep the city safe.
Can you address the homeless count as well? I mean, that's the numbers coming from the homeless trust, correct?
Homeless count is down as compared to previous years, and I think the lowest it's been, taking aside the year of COVID, the lowest it's been in 10 years. I think it's a direct result of our collaborative efforts with my police department and the city's homeless outreach team led by Dr. Tier. I'm sure he's here, can speak on some of the work we do. Each day my cops go out and address a couple of things. One, they address quality of life issues, oftentimes committed by a homeless population. And they provide, when accepted, services to these homeless individuals to try and get them off the street. I think it's a fantastic formula that's worked year after year. In fact, we've been so successful that other municipalities, other police departments, other cities and states around the country have reached out to us to find out how we do it. And we've taught them how to do it and get better at dealing with our homeless population. Very proud of work that's being done, sir.
Thank you, and I'll talk to Mark Fishman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, and Mark Fishman, City Attorney's Office, and I'd just like to be clear and remind everyone that the reason our municipal prosecution program started in January of 2018 was because we were paying the State Attorney's Office to prosecute our city code, criminal city code violations on behalf of us, which the other 33 municipalities in Miami County continue to do so. When we looked at the statistics, they were either null processing themselves or allowing the judges to illegally dismiss 93, 94% of our criminal ordinance violations. It was to the point where our police officers, we would repeatedly hear from our police officers. I'd hear from the police chief. I had an office next door to the last 3 police chiefs. We'd continue to hear the officers would be taunted by the defendants who would be arrested, and the defendants would laugh at our officers and tell them, I'm gonna be back here on the street in Miami Beach before you arrive back here for your next shift. I cannot tell you what that would do to the morale of our police officers, who nonetheless continue to still do their job.
And our residents.
And our residents, of course. But the point was that they were not being prosecuted. There were no repercussions. Then when that person would get arrested again and they'd go to court, they have no convictions. Judge, this is a first-time offender. And again, the case would get dismissed, so it didn't matter. This was just a never-ending cycle. So now we go and we prosecute. Again, remember.
I'll just remind, I brought legislation requiring our prosecution of the cases, and if the judge dismisses it without a basis, we're going to appeal. And that happened right away. They tested us, we appealed, and we won, and they stopped dismissing them.
Correct. Several times that happened, Mayor. They dismissed our cases because they were used to doing that when the state was prosecuting our cases, and when the state's prosecuting for the other 33 municipalities, they're used to dismissing. They did that a few times in ours. We appealed them, just like you had said, and we succeeded. We're successful in all the appeals. The cases got reinstated, and they no longer do that. But the important thing to remember, too, is we only prosecute city code violations. The maximum time we can get in jail on any defendant for our, drinking in public, smoking in public, camping, is 60 days in jail. But the other critical thing to remember is this. The judges can do anything, except dismiss the case. They can do anything on our cases. They have complete and unfettered discretion. They can release someone on their own recognizance. They can deny motions, deny continuances. Heck, they're the trier of the fact. If we go to a trial, it's the judge who determines guilty or innocent, unless we'd like to have a full jury trial with 6 jurors. Then we have to convince 6 citizens that this person's drinking in public or smoking in public or whatever it is a crime, and that's fine. But even if the jury finds the person guilty, the 6 jurors unanimously agree, it's the judge who decides the sentence. It's the judge who decides the sentence. So at the end of the day, we can't escape it. We have to, deal with that. So we always try and secure convictions the best we can. But, we just are limited with what we can do. But I definitely stand by our work. Our work has been spectacular. We have a successful prosecution rate of over 90%, when before it was a dismissal rate of over 90%. So I think we do an amazing job.
And thank you for your work. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Do you think the state attorney's office is going to consider this a hostile act if we post the judge's name attached to these cases on our website? I just want to know, because I think that, have we sat down with the state attorney's office and spoken to them about this and actually had a conversation before we go and start posting judges' names on the website? I just want, if they can do whatever they want, and they will, then if you antagonize them with something like this, then it might work against Miami Beach instead of for it. I think starting out with a conversation would probably be a more diplomatic way to
Well, just
start this.
if I could just briefly answer. First of all, it's not the state attorney's office. I believe, maybe they won't say it publicly, the state attorney's office would love this. They face the same problems we do. It's the judiciary that might have an issue. And by the way, because I speak to some of the judges are good on this, and they're frustrated too. They don't like when their colleagues dismiss these cases. Some of them are Miami Beach residents as well, or they live in Miami-Dade County, certainly. But Mark.
Yeah, no, thank you. And that was a concern. That was something that, the mayor and I had discussed. And I think the way his previous resolution and this resolution will be played out is, it's not just, saying what the defendant did and, who the judge is and what the judge has done or has failed to do on the case. It really lays out just facts for our residents, but it's all inclusive. It's defendant's name, the arrest date, the charges, the case number, the next hearing court date, what has happened in the case, the facts of the case, the name of the judge. So it's everything, just providing factual information to our residents, and the judge's name and identity is just one factual component that will be posted. It's not just singling out judges with, this judge did this on this case. It's just providing comprehensive factual information for our residents to follow in an easy format.
One more question. These judges that are dismissing the cases, have you reached out to them and had a conversation with them?
Yeah, we did that. This was several years ago, almost when we first started our program. They dismissed some of our cases, and we immediately appealed them. They don't like to be appealed. They got reversed by the higher court. The case came back to them. We sat down with then Chief Judge Robin Faber and another judge, I can't recall which one. We sat down with the second judge, and they no longer dismiss our cases. And I also, for what it's worth, don't believe that they're dismissing the state attorney's office cases, the higher level crimes, the first degree misdemeanors and the felonies. I think what might be happening is the state might be sort of limited in some regards with what it can do based on their own issues and based upon certain judiciary issues. But they're not dismissing those cases. Shouldn't be dismissing any of our cases at this point.
I feel like we should schedule a meeting and have everyone in the room together and talk about this and
I've done
have a
that.
conversation. You've
done
done
that.
that with the state attorney, with all of us in the room, with our municipal prosecution team, everyone sitting at a table, and explain with a few victims and say, look at what we're going through right now, and appeal to these judges. Have we done that?
I've met with the judges too.
I mean, I don't.
Commissioner Bott.
I have two thoughts. One, when I was on the board of MBU, we started a commissioner scorecard, and it put out for each piece of legislation that Miami Beach United took a position on, how the commission voted, whether they supported it or did not, as per the recommendation of Miami Beach United. It's not singling anyone out, it's just an aggregation of the voting record on those, 100 items that over the course of a year. That is another option, in addition to what the mayor is suggesting, to hold these judges accountable. I'm a huge supporter of due process and everybody getting a fair shake at court, but if people are coming in and being released on their own recognizance or, time served when they are repeat offenders and have a rap sheet as long as their arm, voters, when we have elections, everybody turns to everybody else like, what are you doing about the judges? Like, nobody knows what to do about the judges, right? It's probably the hardest elected position to get information about. And this might be a way to hold people accountable for their work output, basically. It's not an intent to embarrass anybody, but let the residents of Miami Beach know what's going on. Maybe that's for a later time. It's a thought. The first thing I wanted to talk about, and putting on my background as a marketing and branding professional, having this data come out on a website, on the police social media platforms, I think makes a lot of sense. I would be very leery about putting this data out on the Miami Beach platforms, specifically Instagram. I might be less concerned about our Facebook page, but it seems like this is something that should have its own channel of output, because the social media that we use for the city of Miami Beach, I'm not talking about the police department or the Facebook page by residents, has been carefully built and curated and does a specific job. It's a very, very specific job. I mean, if you went to the GMCVB and said, hey, we're going to put out these crime stats on our social media posts, they would have absolute heart attacks. So I do like the idea of sharing this aggregated information with, here's the facts, nothing but the facts, so that people can stay informed and follow up. But let's be very mindful about where we place it. We don't want to say, hey, coming over, spring break is great, the water's wonderful, the weather's fabulous, the food's excellent, look at all the health and fitness stuff we're going, but hey, by the way.
Here's a judge who just released a criminal.
Yeah, avoid this guy. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what I'd like to do today is, we have a resolution relating to the Miami Beach Police portion of the website to put this data. So I'd like to pass that today. I will bring back a separate item dealing with some other ideas, incorporating what you just said as well, Commissioner Bott, and on the police social media. So I'll bring that for next meeting. But
I'll move the item, and please list me as a co-sponsor.
And
Me
I'd
as
like
well.
to be added as co-sponsor as well.
Yeah.
As amended, that it be a separate, not the main profile of the city.
If I may, through the chair, I think that we will be addressing the social media components through a separate item next meeting.
And I'll add, we've really cultivated, I know you have, Mark, and I have, with the state attorney's office. For example, our municipal prosecution team has to work collaboratively. One example early on that was an issue was that the state attorney's office handles felonies. We handle the state, sort of, our city ordinance that is the misdemeanor equivalent. But early on, this is going back 4 or 5 years ago, when I had brought this legislation, the state attorneys might not ultimately bring the felony charge, for whatever reason, maybe a witness doesn't show up, but we could still prosecute the misdemeanor, but we wouldn't know. So we wouldn't get heads up. So, and then the Facebook page rightfully and did a good service by pointing out, hey, why is this case being dismissed? But we've resolved that. And it's through, I reached out to our state attorney's office, Kathy Fernandez Rundell, and her deputies. And they've done a really good job of working together with us. And so I think we have a good system going with our prosecution team, and I'm really proud of the work that's being done.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to echo, because the state attorney's office is working hard.
Yes.
And they face great challenges because the state limits the salaries of the prosecutors. The people who we charge to go into court to fight for us, to fight for the justice of the community, for the justice of the victims, they're one of the least paid public servants. And so the state attorney, Kathy Fernandez Rundle, she really tries her best to fight for us, for our justice, but she needs strong, capable, well-paid attorneys that will stay there through the course of a career to really fight for us. But in the meantime, the judges are the ones that need to be held accountable.
Yeah, and the reason why we're a great supplement to the state attorney's office is they have to an extent, focus on those felonies and perhaps misdemeanors where there's habitual offenders. But we're adding tremendous value by having a handful of prosecutors. What do we have, 4 prosecutors?
We have 3 full-time prosecutors and 1 who does weekends and holiday bond hearings.
I don't want to say their salaries publicly, but they are not, like you say, Commissioner Fernandez, they are not the highest paid public servants, but they are so valuable. They're really sort of, we see the police officers out on the street, but our prosecutors are out there fighting for our residents and safety in a big way. So I'm proud of that work. But you are correct, Commissioner Fernandez. The state attorney's office has to handle felonies. But I got to tell you, when I did meet with a group of judges, I was actually really disheartened, because what I heard from them was, we're judges of Miami-Dade County. We see all types of brutal crimes and murders and the worst, unfortunately, of humanity. And Miami Beach, like, we're seeing a homeless person who's arrested or criminal mischief. But we take those crimes seriously here in Miami Beach. We do not say, well, that's okay, it's just a misdemeanor. We're even trying to prevent, and you brought this item, Commissioner Bott, that I'm co-priming with you about making sure businesses prosecute shoplifters. I mean, we are taking every level seriously here, and unfortunately, what we're seeing, and it was said to my face by the judiciary, the own judges said to me, we can't, this is not the priority, and we need to change that narrative.
Can I add something to that? Mental health professionals talk about your wound is not less valid than somebody else's wound. Somebody is dealing with cancer, somebody else lost a child, somebody else, lost a job. Those are not ranked injuries. Those are all incredibly real injuries to people going through those things and experiencing them. And for the judicial body to say effectively that our wounds don't count because they're not as grievous as other wounds. I mean, nobody says that about laws when they're being written. I mean, if it's a felony, it's a felony. If it's a misdemeanor, it's a misdemeanor. So proceed accordingly. I did not know that was their response to you, and that is really underwhelming and not how laws and the judicial process is supposed to work, and I find it quite disheartening as well. So if I may, I'd like to also be a co-sponsor on this item, Ralph.
And I will,
And I
yeah,
would like to, if, with your permission, work with you on the next item you're going to bring.
I would love that. Thank you, Commissioner. But I will add, there are some good judges out, like everything else. So I'm obviously, but we need to highlight it in transparency, and we should show, with the data we're putting out, people will see who the judges who are taking crime seriously and the judges who are not. And by the way, it's up to the electorate. They'll ultimately vote for these individuals. If they want to vote for a judge who's lax on crime, I don't think that'll be the case here in Miami Beach. They can certainly do that, but we're just providing the information. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Just one final question, and it's for the chief. With all of this stuff that we're doing, why are we up in some of these categories? What's going on?
And specifically,
Like the aggravated assaults and the sexual assaults?
yeah, I haven't looked at the numbers today, but I can tell you, it's not unusual from time to time for us to be up in certain categories, particularly when you factor in year-to-date that we went through spring break, Memorial Day weekend, when our crime numbers seem to tend to peak. As we get into the fall months, like we are now, those tend to decline. So at the end of the year, I predict we're going to be lower across every category than we were last year.
And just for clarity for anybody watching, what's the definition of assault?
Assault is threatened of an intentional touching. So a battery is where you hit an individual, is an assault is where you threaten to do so and the person believes you could do so, but you don't actually commit the offense, commit the battery.
But the category is actually aggravated assault and battery.
Which are collapsed now. They used to be separate categories, but now under the data that's collected, they've now put them together, correct?
They're collapsed. In addition to that, I think there's a slight uptick this year compared to the same period last year in domestic-related batteries and assaults, and there's really little the police can do to sort of prevent those things from happening.
I'd just like to be clear that our prosecution team does not prosecute aggravated batteries, aggravated assaults, or even domestic batteries. So I just wanted to make that clear.
What are overall our crime numbers this year to date?
I didn't bring it with me. I'd have to get back to you on that,
I mean, you
Mr. Mayor.
posted it on your social media just the other day.
Yeah, it did, but I can't give you the exact numbers.
I think you
the fact
wrote it was
out.
major crimes are down 15.55%.
Just almost 16%, yeah, but I can't give you the exact numbers compared to the same year.
Let's call the vote. Oh, Commissioner Bott.
Mark, why don't you prosecute, or why don't we prosecute those categories?
Those are felony offenses.
Oh, okay.
Let's call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, Suarez, and Bott, as is on R7M. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0, R7M.
And thank you to our police department, our prosecution team. Really appreciate all the hard work. R5K.
R5K is an orders of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration, Article 7 entitled Standard of Conduct, Division 3 entitled Lobbyist by amending Section 2-481 entitled Definitions to amend definitions applicable to divisions by amending and revising the title for Section 2-483 exceptions to registration, written disclosure requirements for persons excluded from the definition of lobbyist, to clarify and restate the written disclosure requirements for person excluded from the definition of lobbyist by amending Section 2-485.1 penalties to clarify provisions relating to the enforcement by Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics by amending Section 2-485.3 contingency fee prohibited to adopt clarifying amendments to the prohibition of the giving or acceptance of contingency fee in connection with the appearances before the city, and finally by amending other sections in Division 3 to effectuate the intent of this ordinance and providing for repeal or codification, servability, and an effective date. This is item R5K. It is the second reading public hearing.
Thank you, Rob.
Hi, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to defer this item. I had conversations with the city attorney's office, with several neighborhood associations. None of them were consulted in this item, so it's not fully baked. I think there needs to be more time in order to get this right.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just prevent my.
If I have a second,
I'd like to.
I'll second.
to defer it.
I'll turn it over to our city attorney for procedure. I believe a motion.
Yes, a motion to defer would take precedence.
I would just like
I
to make
have a
my.
second.
I would just like to make my presentation, and then you guys can, more than happy to make your motion. I just like the ability to speak. There's a lot of residents here from Belle Isle and online who wish to be educated on the subject and what happens, so.
I'm going to turn to our city attorney just procedurally.
Well, procedurally, the motion to defer does have precedence.
All right, let's call the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Again, colleagues, I would just like to
Calling the
go,
vote.
excuse me, I would just like to go ahead and present my case. You guys can be more than happy to present. If after this item, I have the privilege of presenting a presentation, that's also fine with me if it's up to the mayor.
Mr. City Attorney, the motion to defer takes precedence, and the city clerk was in the process of collecting the votes.
Motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Motion to defer to October 29th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
One no. The motion,
I'm opposed if somebody's bringing an item, but.
so it's a 5-2. Motion.
No, like, I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, actually, I don't even know what the item's gonna be, but,
Well,
I feel
through,
like there's a lot going on, I'm not reading between the lines. It is-
Well,
Mr. Mayor,
I will
I would, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
If I could have a point of personal privilege to have my presentation shown?
I don't have that, I don't know if I have that ability. That's why I keep turning to our city attorney, because I'm gonna let our city attorney make that determination as to what procedurally is allowed or not allowed.
I believe that if the commissioner is making a point of personal privilege, you would have the discretion to decide how to proceed.
Well, I mean, if the vote is to defer the item, then we're gonna defer the item.
We can defer the item. However, I'd like to have a point of personal privilege to have a presentation. There are, again, a lot of people here and online who would like to hear what I have to say. I certainly don't like, I think more open dialogue is good for the city of Miami Beach. This is why I'm bringing this ordinance to begin with, is to make sure that everyone, this is a transparent process. The fact that I'm trying to be silenced on this particular item is, I think, egregious. So I simply, through the mayor, I'd like to just carry on with my presentation.
You know, the motion has already been deferred, and it's not transparent, because I spoke with the city attorney's office, I also spoke with outside counsel, and I spoke with 5 neighborhood associations. They knew nothing about it, this item was not ready, and they feel that you are trying to stifle and silence the residents by making it more difficult for them to speak. So the motion has been deferred.
I'm just
It has
asking
been
to speak,
supported,
Mr. Mayor.
and I think we
Can you
need to
raise
move
your
on
hand
to the
if you're
next
here
item.
for the item? Who's here for the item? 1, 2, 3.
And how many are online?
Online, it's growing. I have 8 so far.
He just sent an email, and it was a deceptive email to get people to get
Let's
online.
make a commentary. Rick, we have a motion to defer. It looks like we have did we count the votes?
Yes,
Well,
5-2.
I think Commissioner Magazine hadn't made a determination yet. I don't want to speak for you. I think.
No idea what's happening.
But what happens? Ultimately, Commissioner Suarez has brought an item. There's been a motion to defer. What happens at the next meeting? I mean, could you keep doing this every month and he never gets his item heard? I'm trying to figure out what procedurally happens.
Well, the item is being deferred for today. Commissioner Suarez is asking as a point of personal privilege to make a presentation, and that is within your discretion.
No, I'm asking a different question. I'm asking, there's been a motion to defer. What happens at the next, what happens at the next meeting when this item is brought up? Can you keep going? I guess what I'm saying is, let's say hypothetically, and this is not the case with this commission. We have a good resident-focused commission, but let's say hypothetically you had a commission in some municipality that follows the Robert Rules of Order, and you had 4 individuals, 4 members of the body who just didn't want to hear from another member. Can you just keep deferring their items and never have their items heard? I guess I'm trying to figure out what happens on October 29th.
I don't think we can know what's going to happen on October 29th
No,
until.
but if a motion to defer was made, would the item just get held in abeyance again? Not this item, I'm talking about just procedurally, what happens?
Procedurally, the body has the right to defer items, yes.
Mr. Mayor, just a question.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Because I got that there was a motion to defer, and I'm sorry I was in the back, but noticed there was something going on here. We have members of the public that came to speak, so I get we're not going to discuss the item today. I get we're not going to vote on the item today, but just out of respect, because I've seen some of the people here since the morning, maybe the residents that were
I
here
agree, and I
should
was-
be able to speak, just out of respect to them, not saying us to have a discussion or a presentation or anything like that, but out of respect just for the people that have been sitting here in front of us.
I agree, and I was, thank you, I was about to propose that. I think that's a good
That's
idea.
where I'm at, if people come here to speak from the public.
And I believe in order to
Mr.
move
Mayor.
forward with this, someone would need to make a motion to reconsider the motion further that was just made.
Let's hear from
Make-
the public.
I'll
What,
make a
to hear
motion to
from the
reconsider and
public?
defer in order for them to hear.
To hear from the public, wait, this is a city commission meeting. You're telling me that
To
to
bring
hear
back
from
the
the,
item, to open up the item. And it
we're
would
not
have to be-
opening up the item, we're hearing from the public.
So we can make a motion to hear from the public?
Yeah, let's make a motion to hear from the public.
Just make the motion to reconsider. You can have the same votes when you make the motion again. I don't think, unless you change your mind. So let's just make a motion to reconsider. This way we'll hear from the
Mr.
public.
Mayor,
We'll do it- we have to do it the right way procedurally.
Mr. Mayor, I just, for everyone watching, for everyone here, look, I want to bring to light an issue that I've been very passionate about as far as ethics and developers in the city of Miami Beach. I find it very frustrating that I take the time to put a presentation and to inform residents who really need transparent processes in Miami Beach. All I'm asking to do is just speak, state my case. It's a 7-minute presentation. I think behooves us to have more transparency in government, not less. People are here. They want to hear what I have to say. I certainly am not going to stop what other people have to say. I would never do that. But I think through a point of personal privilege, I would like to have some context for what people are speaking about right now. It's a 7-minute presentation, Mr. Mayor. This is my only presentation today, and I would like that courtesy.
Commissioner Magazine. Oh, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, the sponsor did not take time to go to any neighborhood associations in order to get their feedback on something that's going to affect them directly.
I'm not even
And-
sure, I think I know what he's, but I don't even know what he's presenting. So I don't think a lot of us have the context of what that means.
Well, if you see what he's paying for on social media, that's the context of what he's doing. It's in
I
essence
I haven't seen it.
electioneering to try to interfere with an election. And I think it's highly inappropriate. And if I could finish what my thoughts are, in speaking with several neighborhood associations, and that includes SOFNA and Flamingo Park and Sobe West, they knew nothing about it. They were very disturbed that they weren't consulted. They understood that it passed that first reading, but it is not ready to go to second reading. I'll read you some of the comments. I think this is an unacceptable ordinance that the sponsor's pushing through. It shouldn't be accepted at second reading, especially when so many people who volunteer on neighborhood associations are away for the season. This should have been sent to the neighborhoods committee to be fleshed out, where it could be vetted and discussed. And then there were many parts about the ordinance where they're talking about the definition of a lobbyist and the issue of non-monetary. Well, SOFNA has their meetings in the continuum. That's a non-monetary use. So now if somebody from SOFNA were to talk about something happening at the continuum, they'd be held responsible, or else the sponsor would file an ethics complaint against them. Flamingo Park uses the PAL, same thing there. MBNA, when they have annual meetings, they do it at a hotel. Is the same thing going to happen to them there? So there's many components of this item that is not ready to be voted on. And I think, to be transparent, the neighborhood associations should have been consulted. Another element of this is that the sponsor made it a point to file personal ethics complaints against an entire organization. And when it went to the Commission on Ethics, even though he brought residents from the neighborhood to support his claims, the Commission on Ethics found them no probable cause, nothing wrong was done, and instead of saying, oh, okay, it's already been on trial and it's done, the sponsor doubles down and then starts spreading lies and misinformation, which is where people get the mistrust of government. That's why I did a motion to defer. I did that because neighborhood associations have not been consulted. I did the due diligence between first and second reading. And it also doesn't have explicit language that this is prospective. It makes it seem like it is, but there are a lot of things that need to be buttoned up. This is a very inappropriate item. And
Madam Commissioner, is a deferral or the right option or a negative vote? Right? You know,
well, if
like if it doesn't have merit, it doesn't have merit, and maybe we voted on it.
as it stands right now, it doesn't, but maybe after getting fleshed out with the neighborhood associations, perhaps it could.
I think this is the perfect place and setting to discuss that. We just discussed for 45 minutes crime and safety. I'd like to have a discussion on ethics and developer money in our city as it pertains to zoning projects. This is the perfect place and time. The neighbor associations are listening. People are here ready to listen to what's going on. I don't see the problem in this. We don't have to vote on it today, but I'd still like my 10 minutes to discuss the issue. It certainly seems that some of my colleagues are blindsided. I think my presentation gives perfect, clear context to it. And again, I don't see what the problem is with more transparency on what I have to bring. So, you know, I've consulted with neighborhood associations. I've consulted with condominium associations that are directly affected by our lax ethics laws. So, you know, Mr. Mayor, please, I'd like to have my 7 minutes on a presentation to discuss this item, or to just give a point of privilege to have my presentation.
Rather than flesh things out of commission, I would like to make a motion to refer it to neighborhoods, and it can be fleshed out there. Honestly, that's where ordinances should go from the very beginning, instead of blindsiding colleagues with lack of information. That's why things go to committee.
In the meantime, I'd like to hear from the public.
Thank you.
If anyone who wants to speak could stand in line if possible, that way I can visually see who, no, you're fine. You have 2 minutes, ma'am. State your name and address, and I'll be going from the podium to online. So please go ahead.
My name is Faye Horton. I live at 1 Century Lane. I am the president of the board of directors for the Vistas Condominium Association. On June the 11th, 2025, the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and Public Trust held a hearing to determine whether to open a formal investigation into a $1.2 million agreement between the developer of the Standard Hotel and the Belle Isle Residential Association, a self-appointed group that claim to represent the interests of the Belle Isle residents and the Vistas Condominium Association. I have never been a member of the Belle Isle Association for one reason. For months, I tried to contact them to get information before any of this to join, and I could not get any information. Only one that brought this to our attention, and I called a board meeting with our members, was David Suarez. Brought this agreement, and everyone that I have talked with at our association have personally told me that they were against that agreement. They do not represent us. They have not come to us and discussed. The only person that have come to us and explained to us what was going on is Mr. Suarez. There is a loophole
Thank you.
that needs to be closed.
And I do want to share
and the
misinformation.
audience and the ordinance will close that loophole.
I want to clarify misinformation for something that Faye had said. Miami-Dade Ethics Commission found the complaints that were filed by the sponsor with no merit and no probable cause, just to be clear.
And that's because of a loophole.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go virtually next, so give me 1 minute. Tara H. is our next speaker.
After the virtual call.
Tara, please unmute yourself. State your name and address, please.
Good morning. This is Tara Harris. I'm a longtime resident and constituent of our beautiful city of Miami Beach. This issue was brought to my attention, and my only key takeaway is that the actual homeowners on Belle Isle just should have an opportunity to vote on this issue with the development of the Standard Hotel. And that's just my key takeaway. If you could let David Suarez do his presentation, I, as a constituent, would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Sir, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Bert Horton. I live at the Vistas on Century Lane. BIRA is a key element in this discussion. In response to an email I got from them, in response to an email that I got from them in June, I entered into the little box where you can correspond with them. I'd like to read to you what I wrote. I am a resident of the Vistas and am aware of a $1.2 million payout to a separate three-person LLC. I would like to request, 1, how much money has actually been dispersed to the LLC to date? 2, what is the proposed mechanism to allow individual residents, such as myself, to track disbursements of the money collected? 3, as the Vistas is the closest to the Standard, and therefore the one most affected by the Standard project, what specifically has been or will be directed to address the Vistas' concerns, such as the need for increased safety? Thank you. My name, Bert Horton, unit number 610, Vistas. I received nothing. No acknowledgement, no response.
Thank you.
And we're talking about transparency today.
Thank you so much.
Thank
sir.
you.
Our next caller is named Richard. Richard, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard, resident of Belle Isle. It's really mind-boggling, this continued obfuscation and confusion and misinformation on this issue, which a blind man can see. This is corruption at its highest peak. Thank God we have somebody in integrity like Commissioner Suarez, who has no horse in this race, okay, other than doing his due diligence. We've been blindsided with this time and time again. It's time to put an end to this and put Miami Beach back on its pedestal as being clear. Where are the sunshine laws? This is just baffling time and time again. Let's put this to rest. If need be, we start from ground zero and leave it to the people who are most affected by all of this. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Monica Tracy. I've lived on Belle Isle for 39 years. I was a member of the Belle Isle Residents Association Board for 12 years, 10 of those as secretary. We were a Mickey Mouse, genuine, sweet little group. I'm sure some of you remember Herb Frank, who has since departed. activist for many years with organizations, and Scott Diffenderfer, who also were on that board. I left it at the end of 2020 when the leadership changed. At that time, I set up the Little Belle Isle Bird Feeder, and I maintain and sponsor the bird feeder with my own funds now for almost 5 years. The Belle Isle Residents Association Board wants nothing to do and will provide no funding. To this date, I've not seen one dime of that massive payout to them being spent on Belle Isle in any way. I have never had any communication from them since I left that board as a resident. I'm sure they have my email address, okay? So we were this little board. We had a big annual meeting every week, every year in the spring with the police and fire, and everybody would come. The public was invited. It was a Mickey Mouse little board. I have a list here of accomplishments of the board. If you want to pass that around, the things we did. A list of accomplishments that we cared about, putting new benches in the park, okay? We were all blindsided by this massive payout to the new board that went into a fund that there's no transparency. At least they've received at least almost $400,000 of this money. I immediately called Commissioner Dominguez, and to this day, I am mystified that she continues to support this nefarious group of people, of self-appointed people, who have decided that they control Belle Isle. And I had thought, I'm so sorry. I was just shocked when my sitting commissioner, who I thought represented me, sat there and said, "Oh, this is fine. I think this is wonderful that they're getting this money. Oh, isn't this great?" And I'm not going to argue with her. I mean, she's, an elected official. Okay, thank you. Again, I think this stinks to high heaven. Thank you so much.
Our next virtual caller is Daniel. Daniel, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, this is Daniel Serraldo, 730 10th Street. I'm also a candidate for Miami Beach Commission Group 1. I want to talk about really the unfairness of this targeting of residents, citizens by the Commissioner Suarez. I'm one of those residents that has been targeted, and I'm currently in the process of also looking at potential defamation lawsuits against the commissioner. But what I want to say, because I know there's a lot of residents that are afraid to speak because they're afraid of being attacked by the commissioner, is that we need to find ways for the public to have a great voice, not less of a voice. So when you have folks that spend $600,000 to get elected and then tell other people they can't speak, that is really where democracy ends. So let us stop these witch hunts. Mayor Minor, you're an attorney. I would ask that you also think about the damage to the reputation of citizens before allowing these sort of heinous, nonstop at every meeting attacks by a commissioner whose main public record is he has a 1-star rating for his skincare business, and you can look that up online. Thank you.
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes. State your name and
Hello,
address.
Christina Minkowitz, Belle Isle resident. Look, I don't even know what I want to say with all these notes, I'll be honest with you. So thank you for everyone who let us speak. We took time off work, kids, family, whatever. I'm very emotional. A lot of us have went through a lot living on Belle Isle, but here's the thing. Everyone keeps talking about community not being in secret, not having notification, and it's great to talk about it, guys. So I'm just going to say this. January 24th, 2023, there was a survey. The residents, Belle Isle, Old Board of Belle Isle said, we'll be vigilant. This would adversely affect the quality of life for Belle Isle. Fine. Okay, then we have August 2024. We have a year and a half. Then we had a Zoom. Okay, they informed us of the project. All right, the check was cashed 3 weeks before that. So that's it. That's all I want to say. In light of what we all talked about this morning, I think we all need to have like a come to Jesus, no pun intended, but this is not okay to kind of come where we came from this morning. We're talking about a residents association. Let's just revisit this, and I'll respect the right to revisit this in October, but I really need everyone just to really think about what we're talking about here, okay? Look at the dates, look at the timelines, look at the email stamps, and the rest can be conjecture, but the dates are the dates. I'm a resident, I'm a member of Standard, I love my community. I've been trying to get on the Bureau for some time. I've been emailing them constantly, and I met with Sean Patrick Bryant, after this came out, and I've had nothing but harassment. The overlap with board members on neighborhood associations and board members of condominiums and serving as any type of vote or decision maker. I just think in any place in the country, there can't be an overlap, guys, because then you have conflict of interest. And what happens is I couldn't get people to come here today because you know what they said? I want to renovate my condo and I don't want to get backlash. No one's going to show up if there's overlap. Thank you so much for letting us speak, everybody. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is John Courtney. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you guys. I actually wasn't going to speak today, but I'm sorry that this has become like so personal on the commission, but I'm just so disappointed that we're stifling the conversation with all the resident interest. I've seen the manipulative and unethical behavior of the lobbyist in question in my own neighborhood, and I've been shut out of conversations that directly affect me by those manipulative tactics of a small board and the lobbyist. And it's a real problem in the city, and we should be talking about it. And I'm sorry that it's become personal, but I would hope that the no votes to defer would just recognize the importance of the conversation and let it happen, because it is a very serious problem in our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Chris Glody. I'm a resident of the Palmview neighborhood. I'm also on the Palmview Neighborhood Association Board, but that's not how I'm speaking to you today. I'm going to share, though, a little bit about my experience on that board. In September of 2023, a lawyer came to us and representing somebody that wanted to bulldoze down a full block in our neighborhood and rezone it and build higher density housing. And I said, well, I don't agree with that, but let's see what the residents think. Let's open this up. And we had a lot of, actually, the lawyer was working with the president of our board, and they actively canceled the public discussions and worked together for months to make sure it wasn't shared with the rest of the neighborhood. And I felt this was going on, but really confirming it was difficult until December 15th of 2023, when I was included on an email chain where the lawyer was advising and recommending to our president that they reduce the number of seats on the board to push me, the primary complainer, the primary person advocating for the public discussion, push me off of the board, or alternatively, make the conversations actually smaller with an executive committee. So excluding the rest of the board to get to what I believe was a recommendation from the neighborhood. So it took many months of lots of arguing. Ultimately, our president resigned, and I think Palmview neighborhood now has a standard that is admirable. All of our meetings are 100% open. All of our meeting recordings are posted on our website, along with the agendas and the minutes. So we've come out of this with a commitment to transparency, with a commitment to engagement with our residents, and I hope that that can become more of a standard for the neighborhood associations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller has a screen name of D. Rogers. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Douglas Rogers. I live at 5 Island on Bell Island, and actually I'm a forensic accountant and would be happy to join the board of Bureau and help sort this all out. I feel like there's been a lot of innuendo by Congress or Councilman Suarez thrown at folks, residents of Bell Island, and I feel it's unfounded. Again, I've been a forensic accountant for more than 30 years, and I know some of the folks that are on the board, and they are quite ethical and wonderful people and members of our community who are not set out to rip off and personally benefit from this. They are going to be objective and transparent about how they spend the money. And I feel like Councilman Suarez is just out there tar and feathering them in public, and it's a shameful act. So again, I would be happy to do a forensic accounting investigation of or oversee the money as a member of the board. But I think you need to stop your innuendos and publicly belittling members of our community, Councilman Suarez. It's a shameful act.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next virtual caller is Neil Vasquez. Please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Neil Vasquez. I'm a resident of 5 Island Avenue. I too was not going to speak today, but I just want to say that I was appalled by what I just witnessed on the commission. Commissioner Suarez and I don't agree on much, but we agree on free and open debate and putting residents first. And what I just witnessed with Commissioner Dominguez trying to stifle and silence discussion is absurd and appalling. For those of you who do not know the details and facts, I encourage you to educate yourselves. Commissioner Dominguez is obviously a shill for the real estate interest. She's totally in the pocket of real estate developers. She has sold out our residents on this issue. And I encourage everyone to educate themselves, find out more, and if the item is deferred until October, come back and speak your mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will remind everybody speaking, cannot address the commissioner by name. It's for Robert's rules. Is that just during Sutton correct, or is that throughout the process?
This is really more a matter of maintaining decorum amongst the body. You all should not refer to each other by name, but members of the public can reference names just as long as they maintain decorum.
Our next virtual caller is Mr. Wayne Roberts.
Thank you, sir. I know both parties on the dais, and they both come from good places. But the legislation should be about an effort to ensure that associations have made statements to the city that they have no interest in the property or no payment to the association for their support. That would be going forward, that would be a very strong legislation to avoid any conflict of interest. Laura is more pro-development than David, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's never made $1 off her campaign. She's invested hundreds of thousands of her own money to become a commissioner after her partner passed away. I respect her and I respect David. But I think ultimately, instead of this legislation, there should be some sort of committee set up to make rules that associations can't have any payment without notifying the city, that the board members cannot be a party to the profits or to the discussion of the development. That sort of discussion should make sense. And to shut down associations or paint them as negative is not really what I think David wants to do. And I don't think the legislation currently really balances that out as well as I would hope. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a screen name of iPhone. Please state your name. Unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Seovac, Belle Isle residence. And I'm here on the call regarding the board of Byra not being transparent. As we are talking whole morning about being transparent, I am asking for the Commissioner David Suarez to give his presentation so we all know what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last caller is Cristobal. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Chris. I am a resident of Belle Isle, and I am so happy that we've heard from forensic accountants and people who are very well versed in law and hearing all these details, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the C word, which is community. And the standard is, and community is a word that's been overused, and the standard is an institution that really has a community for us locals here. And what will happen when it closes and it comes back under new management? I've had the pleasure of meeting some of the investors that are a part of the investment group, and there's no way that it's going to be the same hub for arts and culture and creativity like it is right now. So I just plead that our commissioners, when they think of community and what projects they're supporting, think of what the effects are for us residents and how we go on about our day-to-day and our community centers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment period.
Thank you all for calling in and speaking. I just want to give a brief comment. I've worked closely with our neighborhood associations. There are many throughout our city. I know all my colleagues do as well. They hold meetings, residents come, they pass motions to bring to our attention, and we are absolutely a better city because of the advocacy of our residents and our neighborhood associations. So I've had very good experiences. I think it was important to hear from our residents and to hear the concerns. I'll tell you my determination. I am going to allow the presentation because I feel that I'll be stifling something. And I also believe that our commission and our body needs to make a determination. The vote today is to defer. Maybe we change our mind after, maybe we don't. I'm not trying to advocate one way or the other. I voted the way I did. But I think we're ultimately going to have to make a decision whether we hear this item. But I am asking, Commissioner, that we are not going to be attacking anyone on the dais here or anyone else. I assume it'll be factual, and people will make the determinations as they be without making any attacks against anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the
If we
opportunity
voted to
speak.
defer, how is that possible?
Rick, our city attorney mentioned that I have the discretion of allowing presentation. You also had made many points also to Commissioner Dominguez, which in theory could have, I didn't have, if we deferred the item, we didn't have to, but we've been discussing it, and I think also from what I'm hearing and also from people reaching out to me, I think people want to, most people don't know what's going on, I think, for generally, or at least the specifics of what's going on, I think I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm going
Mayor.
to allow it.
PJ, if you could pull up the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question.
Commissioner Fernandez.
If we're going to hear we heard from the public, and we're going to hear the presentation today, then we're going to, if we move forward with a deferral then, we've dedicated a lot of time, people came from their jobs, from their families to come and be here then we just might as well hear the item today, because if not, October, we're going to have to go through a second reading. So it'll be the third time that the item gets heard. It'll be the third time that the public has to come and speak on the item. It'll be a third time that Commissioner Suarez has to do his presentation. And so in that case, if we're going to move forward with the presentation today, we might as well entertain then a reconsideration of the deferral.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I didn't vote. I voted to move forward, so.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So there was an item C7Y, and that was about Belle Isle and the Standard. When the Standard saw that on the agenda, they withdrew their application, making C7Y moot. So what the sponsor has done is, because he wanted to have a presentation about the Standard, he's conflating the two. This is about R5K. I just saw PJ's first page on the slide, and it was about the Standard. That's not the item that we're listening to, because that's moot. That one is done. So if that's a presentation, that's not what we should be listening to. And I stand firm on that.
I'll let the presentation speak for itself, Mr. Mayor.
Can I say one?
Let me just turn to our city attorney for a moment to comment on that.
Well, I have not seen the presentation, so I can't say as to whether it relates to the lobbying item or to
If
the
it's
other.
about R5K, the lobbying
you-
item, that's one thing, but if it's about the item that was on consent, that is moot, because the Standard withdrew their application, that's unacceptable.
This is about R5K.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I mean, as long as it's not just, if it's about the issue and we can reopen the issue and not a specific person, then I think that's fine. But I think that the attacks are divisive, and I don't think they move us forward in a positive way. So as long as this presentation is about the issue and it's about transparency in neighborhood associations, then I'm fine with that. And I think that hearing it today could probably make a better ordinance out of it, because I think there could be a few changes to the current ordinance. The only thing that I would ask the commissioner is these attacks are not necessary here publicly. I think that they ruin us as a body, and I would ask for you to please just focus on the issue. That's the only thing I'm asking.
That's exactly
'Cause
what I plan on
don't-
doing.
So I'll move a reconsideration of the deferral.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez to reconsider the deferral. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So the item is back on, 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate it. PJ, if you could please put it. Thank you. So I want to give everyone a little bit of context of what just happened. A lot of people are probably confused on what you just watched. I'm going to be laying forward a presentation on multiple loopholes that affected our ethics and developers on how they control Miami Beach and how they plan on getting votes from us. So fixing the system, lessons learned from the standard, and this is a path to stronger ethics. Again, this is to protect neighborhoods and not developer interests or their profits. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Standard Hotel was recently purchased by a new set of owners, and they plan to significantly upzone the property. They wanted to add probably a more than, I think, 75% intensity to the footprint of the site currently. And then they wanted to add 6 ultra-luxury high-end condos for a group of people. The developer and the Belle Isle Resident Association, BIRA, entered into a contractual legal contract for $1.2 million for their quote-unquote neighborhood support without transparent resident input, as you've just heard. This $1.2 million agreement was officially announced 1 month after the binding agreement between the developer, and I'll be showing a timeline of events. Contrary to what you've heard, the Ethics Commission did flag undisclosed communications by BIRA board members to members of the City Commission, such as myself. The Belle Isle residents are overwhelmingly opposed to this process and upzoning development. So I think timelines are important. Next slide, please, BJ. Timelines are important, obviously, because it gives a little context onto what has happened. On July 31st, 2024, the Standard and the Neighborhood Association, BIRA, signed an agreement, a $1.2 million agreement, with the first payout of $360,000 on August 14th. On August 27th, almost 2 weeks later, the Standard Lobbyist holds a webinar to inform Belle Isle of the Standard's development plans. That's, again, after the agreement has already been signed. On September 30th, the Standard's Lobbyist files paperwork with the city disclosing the $1.2 million payout to the Neighborhood Association Bureau. Now, October 1st and October 14th, the Design Review Board meeting was held on October 1st, and we had a land use meeting where I brought significant issues to this ethics on October 14th, questioning this $1.2 million deal. 2 weeks after I raised these concerns, BIRA then sends out an official email about the $1.2 million payout to its organization. On October 30th, the agreement was rewritten to make the $1.2 million payment time-based instead of contingent on project approval. Next slide. So what do I mean by contingent? This agreement that Belle Isle and the developer for the Standard entered into agreement was for, again, a $1.2 million payout, and it was contingent upon how we vote on the city. So 30% within 15 days of execution from this agreement, and then 30 days of non-final appealable approval. So that means once we've agreed to approve this project, that means that they're going to get paid another 30% of the $1.2 million. 40% after the issuance of a building permit. So what I'd like to show the next slide, please. This is what they were obligated to support. Hey, excuse me if members of the commission can keep it down. I'm just trying to concentrate here. Thank you. The next, this is important. And this really goes to the heart of the agreement and why I think it's so wrong. This organization with the developer signed a binding agreement for their support. They were contractually obligated to support this project. They were supposed to sign letters of approval. They were supposed to come to every zoning hearing and voice their support. And another issue, of course, was they were never allowed to appeal or encourage people to appeal this project. They were contractually obligated to do so. Next slide. Okay, so everyone's asking.
And Commissioner,
what,
if we could, like, about the ordinance. I don't even,
I'm getting to it. Yeah. What's this money for? This money in the contract says for physical quality of life, security, lifestyle, and cultural improvements to Belle Isle as determined for by the nonprofit establishment. And then the Belle Isle Resident Association sent out an email saying what this $1.2 million could be used for. Some of it would include yoga, fitness, soccer camps, children music festivals. Okay, I could certainly imagine that Belle Isle needs more than yoga events and children events. I think that one question comes to mind is Belle Isle needs seawalls, new seawalls for their capital improvements. So I wanted to lay out what exactly this money, this $1.2 million payout was going to be used for. Next slide. Now, it's also very strange, and I don't know for the life of me, that the person who witnessed this contract was our previous...
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah,
Listen,
back to the ordinance.
I think we should be talking about the merits, but
I think it's important.
Pointing out residents of a neighborhood association.
This is a ex-city attorney. Okay. This is our previous city attorney signing a contract that is contingent upon government approval. I think that's
And I think
that's very important.
In the proper form, no?
I think this is very look, I want to make sure that everyone in the room and the public understands why people are so distraught over development, lobbyists, and politics in our city. And things like this is why people question government. And I'm here to raise the transparency and raise accountability for what we do in Miami Beach.
To that end.
Next slide, please.
Mr. Commissioner.
So, look, if I could just finish,
Would you not entertain having a very public forum to let everybody speak and hash out the proposed ordinance at the neighborhoods committee where residents could come and HOAs and associations who did not know about this could come and share their thoughts? I think we are, to a person on this commission, united in the desire to have full transparency and unimpeachable ethics. I don't think there's any issue with that. But I do think there's a lot of concern. I know I've heard it from residents about their ability to come and speak their minds without risking repercussions from
you sure? I would like to finish my presentation, and we can certainly set up.
Let me just chime in. And when I'm hearing from my colleagues, but I believe as well, I'll give you a little latitude here. But the item was, as Commissioner Dominguez pointed out, you kind of won in the sense you won the first battle in the sense that they removed the item. But this, so you're bringing it up to have full-scale citywide legislation, which I appreciate, and we'll vote on it. But I think you need to kind of let's bring it home and get to the legislation at issue.
Sure. Again, the community, as you all were here, was shut out. On July 31st, the agreement was signed. Residents were only informed about this. Residents of Belle Isle were only informed about this through a developer-sponsored webinar with the $1.2 million no strings attached. And so I go to the next slide. where there's a video of this webinar, where after the contract was signed, this is what we saw in the webinar.
$1 million. Good afternoon. I saw in your presentation there's a $1.2 million given to the Beer Association. What is that for?
Well, technically, it's Nick. Do you know the name of the nonprofit that was created by the Bureau Board? Is that?
Yeah, I'm not recalling the name exactly. It's something along the Belle Isle Improvement Trust, Inc., I believe.
Is there information anywhere where we can read what the use of that fund is and who's managing it?
Well,
yeah, go ahead, Michael.
no, we don't have any. There are no strings attached by us. It would be up to your Buyer Board of Directors. So I would just say at the next monthly meeting, just raise this as a question.
Is this proposed plan a done deal, or are you waiting for resident approval on a referendum on a ballot?
Our approval process is not dependent upon a popular vote by the residents of Belle Isle.
If you go to the next slide, please, PJ. And so before you push play, I held a town hall shortly after I found out about this, where I believe there was 400 participants. And I actually went condo to condo to condo in Belle Isle, asking to speak to the condominium associations and asked if they've ever heard of this settlement agreement with the Belle Isle Resident Association and the developer. And none of them, almost none of them have heard anything about this. And so at the town hall, this is a summary of what we were heard. You play it now, please.
The Belle Isle Residents Association has never represented me or most of my neighbors on Ferry Lane. I've never received any communication from them. I've never been invited to vote for the people who are, representatives on that board. I've never been in the least involved nor invited to be involved in the 15 years that I've lived on Ferry Lane. So to say that they represent the whole community is a stretch in my experience. What I have a problem with is how this whole thing went down. I honestly have never seen these plans. Apparently, a negotiation happened. There was a settlement with a value of $1.27 million. I found out all this last week.
I'd love to hear from the audience. There's almost 300 people on Zoom. There's about 100 people here.
And I would like to know why the lawyer isn't here, because I wonder if there is a crime here by the association.
I don't think there's anybody that lives on Belle Isle that wants to see this happen.
It is time that the community stands up to the developers, that the commissioners and the government come in and say, listen, you just can't come in and ram up what you want here.
I'm the present president, but prior to that, I was on the board. I had no idea of this situation. I resent someone feeling that they could represent my interests without my permission and without even coming to me and asking me what my needs are.
And I was on the Belle Isle Residents Association during
these
these
are all public
negotiations,
meetings
but
that
I
we've all
resigned
seen.
14 minutes before they voted because I couldn't vote for an
Just from a
agreement
time
that they wouldn't get your
perspective, if we
input
can.
on.
This project is a clear example of how broken processes have eroded the trust and robbed us of being able to make a transformative project. This project wasn't about engaging residents or addressing real needs, as we've mentioned. It was about backroom deals and a neighborhood association that used this project to enhance its own power.
The fact that we were left out of the whole thing, and now I find out that not only were we left out of it, the people who are going to be impacted by far more directly with any project that happens at this standard, but all you guys were left out of it too. It's insane. Something is very rotten here on what's being proposed for the redevelopment of the hotel. Many of us are opposed to that.
knowing that the community, with this unprecedented turnout, had not had engagement for a year and a half before a decision was made. Love to see certain things we just weren't asked.
We're finding out tonight that not only was there no transparency, but there was a conscious effort to hide the entire deal. That's a big problem. They made a deal without already asking their members what to do with the money. So they're getting money without knowing where it's going. All of that's bad. But the worst part is saying they represent all of us. That's absolutely not true. They've never approached me.
It's weird to have the lack of transparency.
Okay, Peter, you can.
Let me just.
Put that on the
We
slide.
as a body have made a rule about the 5-minute presentations. You've used up that time, and we haven't even gotten to the. You got to get to the legislation in front of us.
Sure.
I think you've made the point.
Nick, through the mayor, if you can come to the podium. So when I filed, because as it stands, the Ethics Commission can no longer unilaterally open an investigation. The Ethics Commission needs a complaint from a person to open an investigation. That was a state law that changed this year. I'm the one who made the complaint because I found this ethically challenged and wrong. And Nick, if you can please go through the contingency fee before this second reading and how it's going to strengthen and how it relates to what we witnessed with Bureau and the developer.
Sure. So the code that's currently in place prohibits an agreement to pay or the payment or an agreement to receive or the receipt of a contingency fee in connection with certain appearances before the city. So what does that mean? That means the payment of a fee by a third party that is contingent on the outcome of a decision by the city commission or a city board or the administration. What this ordinance does with regard to the contingency fee section.
And so, Nick, I think at the last time we discussed this, I believe it was land use. And that first agreement that they had signed with the developer and the neighborhood association, where the payments were contingent upon our approval. I understand it got sent to the Ethics Commission and they made their findings, but in your opinion, did the contingency fee rule apply?
So the contingency fee restrictions that are in our code now were in effect at the time that this agreement was executed. The question of whether a violation of the code has occurred or not is a question for the Ethics Commission to determine based on now it has to be a complaint. They can't initiate investigations on their own, but the Ethics Commission would look at the individual facts, the parties involved, and determine whether the subject of the complaint has violated the contingency fee prohibition.
Okay, and the challenge that I saw with the Ethics Commission was that they don't charge entities, correct? That's a county ethics issue. Our city code says if you are a person or an entity agreeing to give or not give, agreeing to give or to give any sort of compensation based on how we vote. The Ethics Commission was unable to do that because of the way our code was written. But the intent was either an entity or a person, individual, should not have a compensation based on how we vote. And if you can explain why we're amending this ordinance for ethics between now, between what it was before this agreement and after the agreement, that'd be great.
So the Ethics Commission's position is that they cannot take enforcement action against entities, that they can only take enforcement action against individuals.
So the mere fact that this organization was an entity and they can't charge or investigate entities is left the city commission without any recourse. So if you can explain that one more time.
So one of the changes that this ordinance makes to the contingency fee prohibition is that it includes natural persons when they're acting on behalf of an entity. So, you know, it's an individual who's acting in the capacity of, let's say, the principal of a business or an officer of an organization could be subject to enforcement by the County Ethics Commission under this change.
And again, for those of you who are watching, in plain terms, is you don't want to see a developer or a lobbyist tell his client, well, you know, all I need to do is get 4 or 5 votes and I'll make $1 million. I don't think that's right. I think that's very scary to think, and that's certainly a bad precedent for contingency fees, and that's why we have these laws. Now, we're strengthening these laws so that the Ethics Commission at the county can charge and actually enforce what we want. And that's why I had the Ethics Commission and our city attorney get together and strengthen this particular ordinance so that this sort of shenanigans behind closed doors doesn't happen again. I shouldn't be getting lobbied or communicated by people who are set to make, or entities that are set to make a payout, I vote. And we need to make sure moving forward that if that is going to happen, I just want to know about it. I just want to know. And I think everyone on this commission should know about it. So can you also explain what else this ordinance does to enhance our ethics code?
Yeah, so it also makes amendments to some of the definitions, to in particular the definition of neighborhood association, to make clear that it also includes residential condo or co-op associations, which is something that the county code provides. So this would make us consistent with that. It amends the definition of city employees who you were required to register as a lobbyist before you meet with, to make that consistent with the county code. It amends the disclosure requirements for representatives of neighborhood associations under our code, which is stricter than the county code. Under our code, a representative of a neighborhood association is not a lobbyist, but they are required to submit a separate form to the city clerk's office. This ordinance would make clear that that separate form is called a written disclosure, that it needs to be filed in writing with the city clerk's office. The city clerk will provide a form for it. And that a neighborhood association only becomes a lobbyist and subject to the lobbyist registration requirement if the association itself is going to receive consideration based on the association's support of a measure or agreement to withhold objection to a measure. So if a neighborhood association agrees with a third party, in exchange for monetary or non-monetary consideration, that the association will appear before the city and affirmatively support a project or sit out and not oppose it, then that association will now be treated as a lobbyist.
And I want everyone to understand that, look, this was egregious, obviously. Paying for support and being contractually obligated to support a project when that neighborhood association never went to the residents to begin with and never held public forums to really explain the issue, I think is wrong, obviously. Nick, last question. What did the Ethics Commission did take action, correct? And if you can explain what they took and their findings.
With regard to the Belle Isle
Yes.
the Belle Isle complaints, the Ethics Commission issued letters of instruction to 3 respondents, directing them to register with the city clerk's office as neighborhood associations prior to future appearances.
Okay, and I'll end with this. If this is allowed to continue, every developer and high-powered lobbyist in this city will know they can simply buy their support from a neighborhood association. And I'm sure no one on the commission wants that. No one in our city wants that. I think whenever it comes to compensation, whether it be money or cryptocurrency or free tickets, I think all of this needs to be open in the sunshine. You know, one thing about being elected commissioner, being elected, is that we're subject to the sunshine laws. Everything has to be out in a transparent process. However, behind these closed doors between developers and private organizations, they're not bound by the same sort of transparency that we are. And then that's why I'm bringing this to light, because I think that if there's going to be a contractual obligation, that we just need to know about it. Simple, very straightforward, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I certainly don't see why this would be a cause for concern. It just means more transparency in the process. I can't think of every situation of why this is a good thing, but I can certainly tell you that the more disclosures we have, the more transparency that we have in our process about how we make decisions and who's supporting what is a good thing. And so, look, I'd like to certainly move this item. These concerns were never raised at first reading. They're raised now for some reason. And, you know, I'd like to make a motion to pass this as is on second reading.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So words matter, and defaming and talking about neighborhood associations and volunteers in our community is shameful, because then that prevents neighborhood associations from speaking up, residents from getting involved, and it's just not right. I want to clear the record because some of the stuff that was discussed went in circles, and one of the things I will read is that the Commission on Ethics found that there was no probable cause to conclude that there has been a violation of 2-11-1S of the Miami-Dade County Ethics Code, or Section 2482 of the City of Miami Beach Code, and Section 2485.3 of the City of Miami Beach Code. The respondents were deemed exempt from lobbyist registration as unpaid representatives of neighborhood associations, and there was no evidence that they received or agreed to receive any personal compensation or benefit as a contingency. So that's something that's real important, because it's not right to lie and defame people, especially when they're not here to defend themselves. When this item came up the first time for first reading, I brought up that this wasn't fully baked and that I was going to do my due diligence in between. I did, and I contacted 2 attorneys who said this is not ready. There's a lot of loopholes and loose ends here. I spoke with neighborhood associations like SOFNA and SoBe West, Collins Park and Flamingo Park and BIRA. They knew nothing about this. They were very concerned about the non-monetary issues, and a whole slew. Like, I have like a page and a half here. The policy should incentivize neighborhood associations to engage with the city. And the way it's drafted, it creates additional obstacles to engage. So it's not really transparent. It's shutting people out, and that's wrong. So I would like to move this item, refer it to neighborhoods, so that all the neighborhood associations can be invited and learn more about it, because the ones that I called didn't know anything about it.
Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think we always want to move in a path towards more ethics, more transparency. We also want to move in a path for more community engagement. And I want to make sure that when we pass policies, that do not discourage the civic participation of our residents and our neighborhood associations. I get concerned. I don't like seeing residents' names being placed the way that they have been. These are our residents. They've placed their trust in us, and we might not agree with a lot of things how they happen, but they're our residents, and they deserve our respect as much as we want them to respect us. I would say I get concerned about putting the onerous on well-intended residents that get involved, but that don't know the details of the law or the ordinance. For example, in my briefing, I started asking details about the ordinance. the very people who should know the ins and outs about the ordinance had to go back and look at the ordinance to get those answers. They got me the answers that I needed, but I had to go back to the ordinance. These are people that have worked on this legislation that we're considering today. And I made the comment, imagine that's today when we're actively working on this legislation. Who's going to remember the details of this legislation 6 months from now? And most importantly, forget about us, the people who we serve. Will the people who we serve, the residents whose civic engagement we want to foster, will they even know that this exists? And I used an example. Let's say Mary Smith. Mary Smith moves into a condo. And next to Mary Smith's condo, there's a condo that comes in that is going to do construction. And now that construction offers to, re-landscape the front of Mary Smith's building. She'll have to register as a lobbyist if she comes and speaks about this, but she might not even know that she has that requirement. She might not even know that she is breaking the law when she thinks that she's just coming in to be an active resident, to be a good neighbor. And that's where I think perhaps keeping the intent of the transparency, the owners should perhaps be placed on the developer. Developers hire lobbyists who know the laws. Developers hire highly sophisticated attorneys and pay them a pretty penny to know the ins and the outs. And they have resources that the residents who are being involved and getting involved don't know. And the last thing that I would want to see is a well-meaning resident who is simply advocating for the community to end up with an ethics complaint because they spoke out for their neighborhood. So I personally think that the owners should fall on the developer, that if the developer gave, whether it be a free meal or a contribution to a condo association or to a neighborhood association, the reporting party should be the developer and not the resident who later might end up in the middle of a process and a political controversy when they simply just wanted to get involved and speak up for their neighborhood. If you could entertain that type of amendment, because that way we move forward with the intent, but we protect the very residents whose civic participation we want to continue fostering.
And Commissioner Fernandez, thank you for bringing that up. And I want to clear the record through Nick, and through the mayor, that if, for example, if Mary Smith wanted to come and advocate for whatever item that is being presented, she's free to do that. She doesn't have to disclose anything. But what this does is if you are getting compensated for that, if they are going to get a compensation for their support, and that's what I'm trying to prevent.
But that's my point. If let's say she says, I support your project, I'll use a different example. I support your project, but your project is going to cause so much dust next to my property, to the neighboring property. I want you to make sure that all of the residents in my building get weekly free car washes, because you're going to be causing all of this dust. And so if you don't do that, I'm not going to support your project, because why should we be subjected to your dust? She's advocating for her quality of life. She's advocating for the residents of her building. Why should she have to register as a lobbyist if she comes and speaks here about a project? She shouldn't have to. Well, that should be, the owners should be on the developer. If the developer says, well, yeah, Mary Smith, I'll give you the free car washes for the residents of your building, then the developer should be the one to say, for purposes of transparency, you should know that the developer has agreed to provide Mary Smith with free car washes for the residents of her building.
Okay, we got to keep this moving. Are you amenable or not amenable to
Yeah,
that?
but I'd like Nick to speak to that. So again,
The question's going to become, was the consideration provided for the neighborhood association to support the measure or withhold its objection to the measure? So
again, this is for neighborhood associations. These aren't for just random people living in a single family home in a neighborhood. This is
Condominiums as well.
This is for Correct, it's a condominium association.
Right.
Not just one-off, single individual residents in Miami Beach. This is more to the entity than an individual. Is that
But
correct?
keep in mind, and I bring this up because, like, for example, Bay Road, I think of Bay Road. You could have a condominium association of 4 units, a fourplex. They're not a single-family home, but they're still a condominium association, and they might fight and negotiate with a developer for protections for their property. Why should they be now listed as a lobbyist for fighting for the rights of their condominium association? And so I think, and I'm all for the transparency that's being proposed here, but the onus should be on the developer, not on the resident that is fighting to protect their property.
What if there is no developer? What if there is no developer in the situation?
Whoever's providing the compensation, whoever's providing the benefit should be the one that is required to provide the disclosure, from my perspective.
But if there's no developer and it's just between one neighbor and the next, I mean, what if it's just a property owner? It's not necessarily a developer that wants to upzone their property.
Couldn't we just make it whoever makes the payment has the requirement to make the disclosure?
Right.
That if a lobbyist has agreed to make a payment to a neighborhood association, which includes a condo, for the neighborhood association to support, expressly for the association to support the project, to appear at the city and support the project.
Well, I'm using the language that's already in there, but just consistent with what Commissioner Fernandez is saying, just put the onus on the lobbyist. Same exact requirements, except instead of the neighborhood association being required to do it, it's the lobbyist.
Right.
But what if there is no lobbyist?
There typically is.
What if there's not? I mean, there's situations where it could just be a single property owner, and they're asking, the owner of the property is not registered as a lobbyist, and I guess they would technically have to be, but there could be a situation where there's not a lobbyist and it's not a developer. It could be a property owner.
But if I may, through the mayor, usually when you are a property owner and you're going through a due process with the city, let's say you're submitting an application to the planning department for something to be considered through the Board of Adjustment, you usually are provided with a packet of information that has a number of regulations that that you as an applicant need to abide by those regulations. The applicant has the benefit of that information that the city is giving you and telling you, these are all the things you need to comply with as an applicant. But the resident that's coming to speak at a public hearing doesn't have the benefit of that information. It's the applicant who has been given a packet with all of this information from the planning department. And that's where I think the onus should be on an applicant, whether it be a single property owner or whether it be a developer. They have the benefit of much more information than our average residents who might be I've seen elderly people who I love, fall subject of one of these ethics complaints. I have seen their health deteriorate in front of my eyes because they did not know the law. And we can't expect the residents of the city to know every single piece of code that we put in our ordinances, the way that the planning department does when they provide these packages to an applicant, or the way that lobbyists and developers do when they hire these high-priced attorneys.
Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay. I have a few amendments that I'd like to propose. Let's see. So I'll make a couple comments that some of the neighborhood associations said. The requirements of the neighborhood registration form might make sense for certain circumstances, but for many issues, it's ridiculous because if somebody calls about picking up trash, does that mean they have to lobby? If people are calling in at Sutnick, does that mean on every issue they would have to fill out a form to make sure that they were protected? So that part wasn't clear.
Can we just clarify that?
Yeah, I can respond to that. So
Yeah.
the code currently requires representatives of neighborhood associations to register with the clerk's office. They're exempt from the definition of lobbyists, but they are required to register with the clerk's office. So I think that what this ordinance does with regard to the form is actually to make it clearer, which is the clerk can prescribe a form and it actually states what information has to be provided because we have a registration requirement.
By the way, I'm assuming we're not trying to get a gotcha. If I think our neighborhood associations do good work in general, they do comply. I assume if we see something that's not happening, we advise them to register.
I personally field questions all the time from neighborhood associations. I know the clerk does, and I know the city attorney does too.
Exactly.
And this feels like.
I'm not done, but it's presumed that it's prospective, but they want confirmation in writing that the city attorneys, from the city attorneys, how the mechanics will work.
Commissioner, if I wanted to respond to your second part, which is, does a neighborhood association have to register to report a missed trash pickup or, a broken street light? And the answer to that is no. I mean, neighborhood associations or individual residents, I don't believe that that's considered lobbying to call the city to report something like a pothole or, to call the police on a public safety incident. Or that would not be considered lobbying.
With the situation on BIRA, where the Ethics Commission said the letter of instruction, they noted in the report that the blame here rested on the city for the failure to educate neighborhood associations and residents about the requirement. How are we going to educate residents and neighborhood associations with this?
And I've had a few conversations with the city clerk's office about amending the website, including it in the standard notices on the cover pages for our agendas. Ralph may be able to speak to some other ways that we can get the word out if this passes.
And if I may jump in, we've also talked about doing an email blast to all of the neighborhood associations that are registered and condo associations with the new requirements.
There was also a lot of concern about non-monetary and the implications of using public rooms and things of that nature.
So the non-monetary and monetary, what that refers to is if an association is going to receive compensation from a third party for the express purpose of supporting an application or withholding its objection to an application, then it would need to be disclosed. But just any consideration, non-monetary or monetary, that's not in connection with their support, I don't think would fall within this ordinance. It's really only if the consideration is provided for the association to come and appear and support a project, which is consistent with a rule in the land development regulations, which is that developers are required to disclose if they have settled with a third party in exchange for their support or opposition to a project.
And the written disclosure for residents, the theme that I heard from the associations was that this is cumbersome, and we've already gone over this a little bit, but this is anyone that goes to speak on anything. Anybody speaking would have to fill out the form. So I think there needs to be crystal clear.
Well, can you speak to that, Nick?
So the written disclosure would apply anytime a neighborhood association is doing lobbying activities. So if they're appearing before the city commission or one of our boards or committees or the city manager to lobby, for example, this body to adopt an ordinance or not adopt an ordinance, or to approve a resolution or not approve a resolution. In those instances, a neighborhood association would have to register. And it's not as a lobbyist, it's as, as an exempt from the definition of lobbyist.
So the neighborhood associations I spoke to felt that was cumbersome. And it's something that was a little bit over the top. So maybe taking that part out. Because it would really prevent people from speaking at City Hall on any issue. You can't vote in favor of stuff because then you might get in trouble because somebody on the commission might file an ethics complaint against you because you didn't fill out a form.
I mean, if you're getting $1.2 million to your entity for supporting a project that you didn't inform your residents of, I think we should know about that. This is egregious. I mean, we should know if there's money being involved or non-monetary compensation. I don't see what the issue is. we're going to set the stage or precedent for neighborhood associations to be just another mouthpiece for a developer to get their project done. That's ridiculous. I mean, this is $1.2 million. Have you ever heard of a more ridiculous thing in Miami Beach where a developer goes to a neighborhood association, says, hey, can you please support this project? We're willing to give you $1.2 million in your support. And then to have the audacity for a month later to then inform the residents of their quote-unquote neighborhood that, hey, by the way, we just passed this. There's nothing you can do because we're contractually obligated to support it. And by the way, we've already got $360,000. And we're going to decide how we want to spend the money. I think that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And I think it's offensive to the people here that came here today to say that that's not how things should be. I mean, this is ridiculous.
The neighborhood associations deserve to know about this, and I think it needs to be referred to neighborhoods to get flushed out.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then Commissioner Magazine. And then let's figure out which parts we're going to accept. Let's take the vote.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for focusing on the issue. That was good. To the people of Belle Isle who are here, I remember a couple of years ago, I tried to have the standard declared historic because I've spent so many wonderful days there. And actually, the administration supported me on that. And when I proposed it, I couldn't even get a second to my motion to hear the item. And at the time, I was very confused because I know about the love for the standard in our community. And I knew inherently that nobody in Belle Isle would be happy seeing a big cement building plopped on the standard in those gardens. As a matter of fact, I was there for an event a few weeks ago. And as I was walking down that beautiful pathway toward the bay and the gardens, I thought this will all be destroyed if this is developed. And I have run into the owner of that property several times. And even he said to me, people around the world are telling me not to develop the standard. And I said, well, there you have it right there. That's why you have this tremendous historic project. So I think the problem here is not necessarily the neighborhood associations, but the fact that you have a payer and a payee. Right? And I think that what this legislation needs to do is if you're accepting payment, you have to disclose it. If you are paying anyone, you also have to disclose it. That is really what this should be about. Not, if you're advocating for, your condo association for, whatever, in terms of a development. This is about payment. So I think, Nick, could you go back and amend this and make it about payment disclosures? Because whether it's the property owner or the lobbyist or a third party that's coming in to do something, that is where the problem lies, in my personal opinion. And that's where the problem lies.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Commissioner. However, payment doesn't always come in the form of cash or a check or a wire. It can come in the form of something very simple like Super Bowl tickets or cryptocurrency. And so, that's why we do monetary and non-monetary compensation on this. That's why I've crafted this.
Should we place a value on it, though? Because, for example, I've attended many neighborhood associations where a local restaurant, for example, will donate food to the neighborhood association, and I don't necessarily know that needs to be disclosed. That type of payment, or maybe somebody. So
I'm okay with that. I think that's fair.
Put a payment threshold, and then have a disclosure from both parties, and that should solve this problem. It should remove the onus from associations, from all neighborhood associations, and allow them to advocate freely without the worry about registering as lobbyists. Because in my opinion, that's where the problem lies. How do you feel about that, Commissioner Suarez?
Let Nick, because he seems like he wants to say something.
So the ordinance could be amended to on that specific section, right? The requiring neighborhood associations to register as a lobbyist if they're going to receive consideration. It could be amended not to require them to register as lobbyists, but require that the payment, if there is consideration, that the payment or non-monetary consideration be disclosed. That's a possible amendment.
If the payment is over $1,000, what should the threshold be? What would catering for an event be? I don't necessarily know that should have to be disclosed. I would say if any payment greater than $1,000 is going to be taken, should be disclosed.
Well, what is it for elected officials, Nick?
Commissioner Magazine.
The gift threshold is $100 for disclosure.
Yeah.
Commissioner Magazine.
I would say if we're going to do this, it has to have some sort of threshold. I get concerned about government just being too intrusive in too many people's lives. Look at these agendas. Every single month, we have 200 items about how our government, is going to be more involved in your lives. Have you seen anything up here in the past hour and a half that suggests you want us more involved in your lives? In fact, if I had to talk to our residents, I'd say, start advocating to get us less involved in your lives, less intrusive, less involved. There's nothing up here that suggests we should have more involvement. So to have something where two neighbors in a single-family home have to come and somehow disclose, hey, I bought Bob a case of beer, and he's okay with me going a foot over my fence. That's not the role of government. It's not what I signed up for. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm a small government guy. We shouldn't be involved in that. So if we're going to go forward, there were some serious issues that were brought up here that have come to attention. I think the Sunshine Code, this can address it, but it should be not a gotcha where the heavy hand of government comes down on our residents and actually precludes them from being involved. So some sort of threshold amount. But then also, part of the fault is ours, right? If somebody stands up here and goes, well, I represent X, Y, Z, and we just give total deference, whose fault is that? We enable it, right? Sorry, we got elected for a reason. It's a representative democracy. We value input? Yes, of course. But if we just give complete deference, that's why neighborhood associations are able to get $1 million or whatever it may be to support something, because they know if they go, well, neighborhood XYZ supports it, we go, signed, sealed, and delivered, right? So we need to just not take that at face value, especially evaluating, are there local elections for these neighborhood associations, or are there not, right? Have some nuance to who's up here representing in front of us. So I do think that there are a lot of good things that came out of this. It does kind of show behind the scenes how some of these processes work, but I want to find a fine line of our government not being too heavy-handed to actually discourage free and open debate, involvement, and certainly not getting more and more involved and intrusive in people's lives.
Commissioner Bott.
Nick, can you help illuminate the difference on how this would have gone, this particular proposal would have gone, if the applicant had worked with the city to deliver community benefits, which, based on my observation of living in Miami Beach and being involved for a long time, is very normal. Community benefits are, unless there's a wholesale, redistricting or overlay or whatever, community benefits are a normal process, part of the process. So can you help edify people who are listening how this would have been different had the applicants come directly to the city manager to have this conversation versus going to the residents?
I think that the city commission, when you're considering a legislative application, which is what this is, right? What was pending before the land use committee was a legislative application. The city commission can consider, you have broad discretion whether or not you adopt that legislation. While as a general rule, you can't condition your approval of legislation on a developer giving something up. It's frequent, as you pointed out, Commissioner, that a developer will proffer public benefits to either mitigate the impacts of a proposed development or address issues in the area where the development will be built. So in this particular instance, or in any other, the developer could make a proffer, if it's going to be capital improvements or programming in a park, a developer could make that proffer to the city.
And that's good. That's a good thing. The city's involved.
Excuse me, I wasn't
Commissioner Bond.
So might it make sense to contemplate that any developer that is seeking to proffer benefits for a community, a neighborhood that, in which they are contemplating a project, come through the city rather than through neighborhood associations? Would that help alleviate some of this,
Uncertainty.
some of this concern about how things get done? I mean, sausage making is ugly under the best of circumstances. And so would that be a way to address some of those concerns?
Ultimately, it's up to a developer how they're going to make their pitch. But I think that, as you pointed out, developers will often make those proffers at the outset. What somebody does, what an applicant does, before they decide to present to the city, how they strategize is really up to them. But we can encourage developers to, especially when it relates to public improvements or public programming, we can certainly encourage developers to meet with the city.
Yeah.
Okay, before you go, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Suarez, now let's bring this home. We've heard the comments from everybody here. I think we know where the critical points are.
I do want to share something.
If I could just make one, I
do want to share something important. So the city has done this in the past many times where development agreements are paid. Back when one of the Bureau board members lived on West Avenue, he was a member of WAVNA, and WAVNA was able to secure a public benefit for a project of $600,000. It was supposed to be spent on West Avenue. A new commission came in. What do you think happened? One of the commissioners moved the $600,000 to North Beach, and WAVNA didn't get a penny. So since then, one of the Bureau board members moved to Belle Isle. When this situation came up, they were afraid that the same thing would happen, that the neighborhood would not receive a penny, and that's why they had hired an outside counsel, formed an outside organization, and the money went there instead of the city, because they didn't trust that the commission would keep it in their neighborhood. And private settlement agreements do happen all the time. It's not something new. What neighborhood associations try to do is have it spent in their neighborhood, whether it's for FPL undergrounding or new parks, or a variety of different things. But that's why that happened, not going to the city, because they got the money taken away.
Nick, you were about to say something?
Just a suggestion that the Inspector General made to me, which I think is important, is these rules don't apply to individual residents who are appearing before the city on their own behalf. This only applies to the individual who's appearing, who's designated by the neighborhood association, right? It's not everybody who lives in a neighborhood on a particular issue who has to register. It's the representative.
Just for clarification on that, Nick. So even if you were, hypothetically speaking, on a board where a project was being contemplated, but you are not here to speak on behalf of the board, you are here to speak on your own personal behalf as a resident, you wouldn't be subject to this? It's only if you're a rep. I mean, Nancy Lieben used to do it all the time with MBU, right? She's like, I know MBU is taking these positions, but this is what I'm telling you I think is right, as Nancy Lieben. So in this case, Nancy would not be required to register, but if she had been advocating on behalf of MBU, and I know it's not a perfect example, but had she been advocating on the board, on behalf of MBU, then she would have to register in this modified.
That is a perfect example. If Nancy had appeared in her individual capacity as a resident, she would not have to register now, and she would not have to register tomorrow if this is adopted.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Suarez.
One last thing.
Are you bringing it home for us?
Yeah, one last thing. The Inspector General wrote a report on this. I would like to have him come speak and just give a few thoughts on his findings on this issue. I think it's important that we have, just a little bit of transparency. Joe, if you can make it real quick, and what your thoughts are of the whole process.
Yes. Very quickly, we were just in the background of this thing, and we were asked to look into it. We followed the Ethics Commission investigation, I guess, and I see there's a lot of confusion, I think, among the public and maybe even among commissioners. I mean, the ordinance is completely separate from the merits of the actual development. It's a separate matter. I mean, we don't take any position on the development. That's not our role. We did get involved in the discussion about the ordinance. Clearly, the idea that everybody who might be in the organization has to come and register, that was never my thought that would be a requirement. In fact, in the county ordinance, I think in the city ordinance always, there's always an exemption for anybody that wants to come and speak to the commission on their own behalf. It's as Mr. Kalergis pointed out, it's the designated representative. Overall, we think it's a good idea to have more transparency. I think if we had that transparency, probably we wouldn't be in this situation at this point. So, I mean, I think that, and again, this was not a corruption matter. This was simply a matter of process. That's the thing we looked at, and we thought that process could be improved, and we made those recommendations. So, really, that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
And then I'll just, the mayor said I could
Yes,
speak
Commissioner
next.
Dominguez and Commissioner Fernandez.
Joe, just one quick question. I read the Inspector General report on BIRA, and you guys did not conduct an investigation. And everything was, you worked and assisted, but no investigation was done.
Not by us, no.
Right, thank you.
Quick question. One of the challenges that I have had over the years, and I've tried to address in the past, and I think it might be an opportune time to look at this again, is what is a neighborhood organization? You know, and so the thing is, okay, if an individual is required to register because they are representing a neighborhood association, who is a neighborhood association? What if the money goes to a third party? Then who, and this is why I go back to the point of the owners should not be on the public. Because the money can go anywhere in the public, even to entities that we might not know that exist or to people that might not have anything to do with the association. The owners to report should be on the applicant, on the developer or the interested party that is making the payment for them to disclose, this is the payment I made, this is the person who I made it to. Because otherwise, I mean, who's a neighborhood association?
So it's very short. The definition is an organization of residential homeowners and tenants created to address quality of life issues in a defined neighborhood or community. Sometimes they're incorporated as a nonprofit, sometimes they're not.
I think we've seen a history of that being very ambiguous. And even oftentimes they'll say, okay, well, we're going to create like going back to the example that's been used, a separate entity is created. An entity that is not representing a neighborhood, but the money is going now to that entity. That entity could just be a management account that's responsible for the disbursement of funds to reinvest into an area. A 501c3, a nonprofit that says Friends of the Community Garden. Friends of the Community Garden now is getting this money. Friends of the Community Garden is not a neighborhood association. It's not representing tenants. It's not representing homeowners. Yet someone asked for that money to go to Friends of the Community Garden. And now that doesn't need to get disclosed?
It would under this ordinance. It would need to be disclosed.
But that's not representing tenants or homeowners.
Well, but the ordinance says if the neighborhood association or its designee will receive consideration. So the designee of a neighborhood association would be a third party. It's on page 3 of the ordinance.
I would say I don't feel comfortable putting the onus on the residents. I feel comfortable and I believe transparency is key, is important, and we want transparency. But I don't want to discourage civic participation. I'm 100% on board if we put this onerous on the entity that is choosing to make the payment, not on the resident that simply wants to be civically active.
I agree. And then I think we just have to resolve the threshold. We said $1,000, let's figure that out.
But
It might have to
again-
be bigger because, for example, in 1250, the building next door got new windows. during that project, and that was like $25,000. So I don't know what the right threshold is, but I think we should flesh it out at committee and do something that's
First of all,
fair, I
don't you
know.
think it's important that they do disclose that they're getting new windows for supporting a project?
I think so. I don't see a problem with it, I overall, as long as the onus isn't on,
On the residents.
on the residents.
But the onus is all,
Look,
by the
it's
way,
about
this
payer
is.
and pay.
one at a time,
If
one
it
at a
was up to me, I would just have all payments over I would make it 1,000. I don't see why.
I was
1,000
agreeing,
is-
yeah, and I was agreeing with you.
Just to make things clear, Nick, this is already law. This is already part of our ethics. It's anyone who gives or receives. Is that correct? And what we're doing is we're clarifying that language so that the Ethics Commission can actually enforce this for us.
Well, there are a couple different things. Neighborhood associations right now are required to file this separate registration. We have a contingency fee prohibition in the code now. So I think, and also in the land development regulations, if you have an application before a land use board and you have settled with a third party in exchange for that party's support for a project, you have to disclose it. So what this does is it says a neighborhood association falls within the definition of lobbyist if the association is going to receive consideration in exchange for their support of an item.
Okay, we're 95% there. We have 2 points. We got to bring this to a vote. By the way, if we don't get this to a vote soon, I'm going to make a motion to refer it to a committee. We fleshed out the issues. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
The final thing that I would like to say to all of our neighborhood associations is I would like to thank them for what they do, because as you walk around the city, certain neighborhoods that have better sidewalks or lighting or police presence or better foliage or parks, it's most of the time because of the advocacy of that neighborhood association. I had a neighborhood come to me the other day and they said, we don't get anything up here. And I said, well, you guys need to organize and, be able to present and speak to the commission. So, for the most part, I'm grateful for the neighborhood associations. They make our job a little bit easier because they bring us the improvements that are much needed. So, I don't want to, vilify the neighborhood association. So are we going to vote on this right now, or are we going to send this to committee? What are we going to do? Because I think we should bring it in for a landing.
Yeah, and I'm consistent with what Commissioner Fernandez is saying, to put the onus on the payor, not the residential association. As I said in my opening this item, we have some outstanding neighborhood associations, and people give a lot of their time to make our city better and their neighborhoods better. And let's figure that out, see where the votes are and the threshold.
And if I just may, I want to clarify a point with Nick. We currently have a requirement to disclose settlement agreements that applies only to the developer. It applies also to the parties appearing.
The requirement in the LDRs applies to the developer.
To the applicant, okay. And there was also a question of removing the requirement to register at all if you're not, but we can't do that without a referendum. I want to be clear, we can't take things out of our ethics provisions that would make the code less restrictive.
No, but we could, this change would make a neighborhood association a lobbyist if they're going to receive
No, I'm not
compensation
talking
for
about
support. So
this.
we could take that part out and amend it to say that a lobbyist is required to disclose if a neighborhood association or its designee receives or will receive consideration pursuant to an agreement with a third party, and take out the provision making them a lobbyist. And that's on page 3.
You're not changing, you're saying amending the proposed language, not the existing code.
Correct.
And you're looking at what part, what section?
At the underlined paragraph at the top of page 3 of the ordinance.
Yes, and I was referring to an earlier proposal made about neighborhood associations not being required to register if they're not receiving compensation. That part, the registration requirement that exists today, we cannot touch.
I don't think anyone has proposed that. I think what we're saying is the onus on the disclosure of the funding, that onus not fall on the resident, but on the interested party that is making the payment.
Right. Okay. So that would be striking the first part of that paragraph.
We enhance our ethics ordinance. We don't weaken our ethics ordinance.
Exactly.
Right. So we could strike the first part of the paragraph and say, instead, a lobbyist is required to disclose if a neighborhood association, and then the rest of the paragraph would remain the same.
What about the interested party of the project that's coming before a land use board or the city commission, not just a lobbyist?
Anyone who's appearing before the city on a project on behalf of a third party is a lobbyist.
Okay, so, exactly, but neighborhood associations are exempt from the term lobbyist. So if we do this, neighborhood associations can technically continue doing what they're doing under the auspice of a neighborhood association.
They would still be a neighborhood association, they would not be a lobbyist, that's correct. But the amendment.
I think what you're saying is that an interested party may not be a lobbyist. What Nick is saying, that they automatically have to be registered as a lobbyist if they're coming to appear before either us as a commission or any of our land use boards. By definition, they're a lobbyist. Is that what you're saying?
I thought the question was anyone who's appearing on behalf of the developer, they are lobbyists.
What about?
So they would have to register, they would have to disclose if a neighborhood association is going to receive compensation under Commissioner Fernandez's proposed amendment.
What if it is not a development item? Let's say it's just a piece of legislation that's important to some industry.
It would apply to them too. If a lobbyist is who's appearing before the city has paid a third party to support whatever it is that they're seeking,
If I may make
that would have to be
a
disclosed.
suggestion, I think what would cover both situations is a lobbyist or a principal who is interested in the project, which would include developers or any other party. So that if a principal doesn't have a lobbyist and is appearing, I mean, I suppose they would be a lobbyist?
Yes.
In that situation.
I'd feel more comfortable if we have the language in there, just to make it very clear to the Ethics Commission that is the responsible body for enforcing our ethics laws, because the city of Miami Beach doesn't have an ethics.
I think your language is good, Rick. That covers it.
And I also think that what you're concerned about, which is the contingency fee, we are not changing the language that is currently proposed, which is simply to cover, if there is a contingency fee, which is a different thing altogether, then if you're an individual acting on behalf of an organization, you're still covered.
Okay. So we all comfortable with that? And the threshold? I mean, I think we heard $1,000. I'm okay with that. It's just basically saying you have to
I think
disclose it.
$1,000 is fair.
I think it's fine.
Okay. So we're ready to call a vote?
And this is including the amendment.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
And
That's amended.
it is a public hearing, even though we had comment before. Formally, we reopened the item. I have one individual requesting to speak. If there's anyone requesting to speak, please approach the podium. I have Mary Sandro, who wishes to speak.
Thank you. It's really just a question.
Oh, hold on for one second.
Oh, sorry.
Mary, go ahead, please. Mary, unmute yourself.
Yes, yep, thank you so much. You may have already addressed some of this, yet I wanted to go on record. I really appreciate this forum. Thank you so much. So my question / comment is regarding the intersection of development and also the water quality issues that we have been facing in the ocean, in the canals, in the bay, et cetera. I'm really hoping, there's been some talk that potentially the dredging may not go through.
Mary, are you here to talk on this ordinance, though?
Oh, I guess, I'm sorry. No, I guess,
We're gonna do Sutnick, when we come back from
oh, I'm
lunch.
sorry. I thought it was the Sutnick.
No, no,
piece.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so
Thank you.
sorry.
So-
My bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Granado. Patricia Agnello, 2555.
And start your name.
Patricia Agnello,
Got it.
2555 Collins Avenue. I am not a resident of Belle Isle, but I am an ethics professor and an attorney, and I have a question.
Yes, to.
Can this deal be voided for lack of good faith in bargaining? And what happened to the hundreds of thousands that have been paid out?
We wouldn't be able to speak to a private agreement. We're not a party to the agreement. The city's not a party, so I couldn't speak to a private agreement between the developer and the association.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
we're gonna go next to Sara de los Reyes on item R5K.
Good afternoon. I've been listening to the whole conversation, and they are correct. The items should be disclosed in the developer with the association, and it should provide a public benefit to the neighborhood. And that is very important, and that's something that we push very hard in Santa Harbor Neighborhood Association because we take no funds whatsoever. We deal with the city and we work with the city in order to make sure that things are disclosed. Thank you very much, and I'm glad that this came up.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Sarah.
Blanca Villarello, Octagon Towers, 1881 Washington Avenue. I have been president of one of my associations, a member of the other one. So this has been very confusing because you went from neighborhood associations to condo associations to single homes. So I don't think single homes need a permit to, if the developer comes and talks to them, they have to come and request permits. If a condo association, if a developer comes and wants to buy my building and they want to talk to our association, it's our decision, and then we will have to come here and go through the permits. But when we come to a neighborhood associations, those are the organizations that are lobbyable, that they are susceptible to be lobbying because they are representing many communities and many areas, and some ones might want the big building and the other one. So I do think that if it's a neighborhood association, yes, they should be considered as lobbyists because they are lobbying when something big is coming into town. But that's my experience of what I've seen, and I think that's where the issue is, in the neighborhood associations, not in the condo, not in the single homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker via Zoom is Douglas Rogers.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm against this legislation, and particularly Commissioner Suarez. I mean, you have no evidence that anyone here has done anything untoward and wrong and used this money inappropriately. You are just dragging citizens that are trying to speak out for us on Bell Island. I mean, you also in your presentation, you said that we're all against it. I live on Bell Island. I live at 5 Island. I can show you my ID. I support this. And you're just trying to squelch citizen groups from putting input. And I'm appalled at that. I mean, this piece of legislation just tries to silence citizen groups, and people like you are using this example of what happened on Bell Island to just further your agenda, your hidden agenda that you have not disclosed either. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name and address.
Hi, Brian Ehrlich, 5 Island Avenue. The standard began as the Delito Spa in the 1950s, a gem of mid-century landmark architecture. And it has since shaped the character of Belle Isle. You know, it's said that architecture is frozen poetry, and you see that poetry when you enter the standard. You see it through the breeze block. You see it through the beautiful gardens outside. You see it through the horizontal profile, a low horizontal profile that keeps the building grounded in a human scale. That is why the betrayal of this project cuts so deep. It's not just about density and scale or condos. It's about whether we honor our landmarks and our neighborhoods, or whether we reduce them to transactions. Instead of authentic engagement, money changed hands, a contract tied to city support, and payouts were contingent upon approvals. And no election has occurred at this particular neighborhood association. And I'm very, very aware that there are some incredible neighborhood associations that are working in the city, but there was no election here. I've spoken to more than 400 Belle Isle residents about this project, and 98% of them are not in favor of it. This project is out of line with density and scale. It's not about whether we honor our residents, and it does not honor the character of our neighborhood, the neighborhood that I live in. It has not respected Belle Isle. I am very happy that you guys are looking at, the commission is looking at strengthening our ordinances on lobbyist transparency, but the bottom line is that the commission represents us, the residents. It doesn't represent out-of-state developers. It doesn't represent unelected neighborhood associations. It represents us. And Miami Beach is strongest when our processes are transparent. Thank you.
Our next caller is Keith. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Keith Marks, 50 South Point, president of SOFNA. I had concerns with the ordinance that you have now addressed. And I talked to David about it. I know that several other associations had concerns. And it specifically had to do with the issue of threshold, which you have now moved to 1,000. We certainly don't take money from developers. And if somebody wanted to talk to us and they ended up buying our lunch, we didn't think that that's going to influence our decision one way or another. And I've never had $1,000 lunch. So I think transparency is good. I don't. 90% of, maybe more, of our associations lobby for a project or against a project, not based on developers' promises to the association, but whether it's good or not for the community. So putting that guardrail on there and saying you took over $1,000, you must register as a lobbyist if you're going to write the commission or speak to the commission is a good idea. I'm glad you thrashed it out. It has nothing to do with any specific commissioner. It is just good government. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone else who's requesting to speak has spoken already. So I'm going to ask you to limit it to 1 minute since you already had your 2 minutes. So.
Okay. Oh, I saw 5 minutes just now. Okay. Christina Mikovits, Belle Isle. Thank you all for the spirited debate. This is not about any one person or any one decision. I got into politics because of this issue, because I wanted a voice. I've also been on the receiving end and just battered and beaten up over this issue amongst individual condo issues. You guys need to know the decisions that are made in these boards, they affect the condos on the island. I will be emailing everybody, but I think a great thing to do is start with the management offices of these property management companies that are maybe not sharing this information. Transparency. Look at the Pharma Act. I work in medicine. There's transparency in reporting, thresholds. There can be an onus without having government involved, but truthfully, we've all been looking for government to get involved on this, and we needed help, and we didn't have it. And it's not pointing a finger. It's just pointing a finger at a process and a system. I encourage you to just look at email, timelines, date stamps, and just let's help make the association get a little bit more clarification and better. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel. Daniel, same. You spoke on this already. I'm requesting that you keep it to 1 minute, please.
Thank you, commissioners. It's really rich to hear the sponsor talk about transparency and compensation when this commission actually hired an attorney to fight the state law that requires all of elected officials to share their compensation, the amount, and where it comes from. So, it's very easy to throw rocks, but I want to say that transparency starts at home. And this commission has a lot of work to do. It needs to stop making enemies of our wonderful residents on Belle Isle. I see now one of my opponents, Brian Ehrlich, was featured in Commissioner Suarez's video. I know the commissioner has donated to Brian's campaign, and now Brian is attacking Belle Isle residents. I would ask you all to look at everyone's record, including Brian's on the Board of Adjustment and Historic Preservation, where he approved many oversized, out-of-scale buildings. Please stop the witch hunt.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Daniel. Go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
I would like clarification on the amendments and to fully understand the $1,000 limit. I'm also concerned that whenever funds are received, that it's clear who the funds are given to and be utilized by, because the Vistas condominium will be the most impacted. I can literally throw a rock and hit the Vistas. So we're going to be the most impacted. And the Vistas have not received 1 cent, nor do we expect to receive 1 cent of that $1.2 million payout.
Thank you so much. Your name was, I'm sorry?
Faye Horton.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name. You have 2 minutes.
Wanda Jamin, 305 Crespi Boulevard. I'm talking about this ordinance, and I believe that all neighborhood associations should be listed as lobbyists, because the process to decipher which one is and which is not, I personally know some that are also in planning boards and land use boards, and then again, they are also running neighborhood associations. So I think it will make it easier to just classify them as lobbyists, because we all know that there are some neighborhood associations that the members are also in planning boards and land use boards, and then they use that influence to advise the dais on decisions, and especially over development and whatever else. And I think this is a big conflict of interest. Not doing this, I think it will put more stress on the officials to determine which are the associations that are not lobbying and which are the ones that are lobbying. So I would respectfully ask the dais that the neighborhood associations will be put as a lobbyist, because I know for certain there are some associations that have people in committees that give you recommendations, and then they vote on recommendations, and then they vote on projects too. So, and they act as both lobbyists and neighborhood associations. So, thank you very much for listening, but I think that to make it easier for the city, easier for the residents, we're worried about everything that's going on. We have to have transparency, which we don't in many cases, not from many people.
Thank you
And
so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The next caller is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you spoke on this item already, so I'm going to give you 1 minute. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My only concern, I really like that we've revised the agreement or the legislation to make the sponsor responsible for the statement on contributions to any parties, third parties. My question really is, because I'm concerned with the funding for like organizations like MBU and MDPL at $1,000 limit. Ultimately, they need the funding to keep their organization alive. And I would want to, are they included? And if so, wouldn't it make more sense to make it at least $10,000 so that it doesn't impact funding for MBU, MDPL, et cetera, the larger organizations? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify for the record, as a former board member and director and president of MBU, we do not take money from anybody, or we are, they are funded. I can't speak to what's going on now, but I don't believe it's changed. They are funded by membership dues, which are between $35 and I think $500, and that's it. So just wanted to point that out and clarify that record. There's nothing happening with donations to MBU from lobbyists.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can, this wouldn't prohibit the contribution. It just would simply say, if an entity is making a contribution over $1,000 to some other entity, it just has to be disclosed. So it would still allow a contribution to a good cause, let's say. It just discloses it for matters of transparency. And I don't have an issue with that.
Let's call the vote. 2 more speakers. Sam Merck, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sam Murkowski and I live at 5 Island. And I just want to make the distinction between residents of the island and Bureau, which was a self-appointed group. And I have not met one neighbor that had ever even heard of Bureau before any of this, much less voted for them. So I want that to be very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last caller is Jessica. Jessica, go ahead, please. Jessica, unmute yourself, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Jessica, please unmute yourself. Mayor, this concludes Sutton.
Okay, let's call the vote. Good legislation. Thank you. And let's call the vote.
So it is, it was motioned by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez as amended. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes, happy with the amendments, absolutely.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, as amended.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I saw Nick go to the podium, and I just.
No, we're calling the vote.
It seemed like he had a
No, no, no,
word
we're
on
calling
his
the
mouth.
vote.
Okay,
Calling the
but, okay, I'm voting yes, but it seemed like Nick had a thought.
What is it, Nick?
I was going to read the amendment. No. For the record, I think I need to.
We understand
I
the
need to read the
amendment.
amendment.
Let me take the vote. I'm almost done.
Mayor, can I read the amendment?
What, just, can you, why?
It's second reading. Where it's
So you're
second reading.
saying legally you need to read the amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do you need to disclose?
Okay, so the amendment would be to replace the paragraph at the top of page 3 with the following. A lobbyist shall be required to disclose in writing to the city clerk if the lobbyist provides or has agreed to provide, directly or indirectly, consideration, whether monetary or non-monetary, valued at $1,000 or more, to a neighborhood association or its designee for purposes of supporting or withholding its objection with regard to a matter before the city commission or any city board or committee.
Seconded as amended.
And the threshold, right, Nick?
I said the 1,000.
Got it.
Okay.
So
With that, I vote yes.
Do we have to start over or can you?
if I could,
Yes, just do it, make sure it's
okay, so
legally correct.
Commissioner Suarez, as amended with
Yes.
the statements made by Nick. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes, as amended.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries as amended. That was item R5K.
I had a suggestion from one of my colleagues. I think it was a good one. People may have been coming here for Sutnick. Let's do that since people have been waiting at least 30 minutes. Usually we don't have too many callers or speakers in the afternoon. We'll see how it goes and then we'll take a lunch break.
Okay, so I'm going to call Mary. Mary, you were here for Sutnick before, so come on in. Mary, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
If you're here for Sutnick, get ready to speak so we can all
All right, hey,
break for
thank you
lunch.
so much.
Mary, speak up a little bit. We can't hear you.
Okay, how's that? Any better?
Perfect.
All right, hey, thank you so much, Mary Sandro. I'm at 7135 Collins Avenue, so North Beach. Very concerned about the intersection of two things, overdevelopment or development in general, and water quality. So, you know, these beaches, oceans, canals, bays, et cetera, you know, there was a study done, it recommended dredging here in the canal. I may need to, you know, be updated. There's word that that may be scrapped now because it may be disruptive supposedly or something. One of the things I'd like to, I guess, request of everyone, because I know how hard you work, and honestly, I really love everybody. I mean, I've had so many good experiences with all the commissioners and the mayor and Blake. I want to give him a shout out. I'd really love to see us lead on this issue. This is, to me, a crisis. Yesterday, Mayor, you know, I was on your virtual town hall, and you mentioned this has been brewing for a while. When things brew for a while, they really need, you know, some serious, like right now, what are we going to do? And the dredging, maybe it is going to be disruptive. Yet, just like a wound, if it's infected, you have to clean it. You know, and that is disruptive, and it's very painful to get out the infection. But then real healing begins. And so in terms of, you know, letting Mother Nature do its thing, I mean, I don't know if anybody remembers COVID, but I remember the miracles we saw. Like, I don't know, did anybody else agree? The sky was bluer, the water was clearer, the animals came back, the fish, the birds, the butterflies. I mean, you can go on and on and on, the air. So I think that we can make this a little bit easier, faster than we're making it out to be if there's some will to really lead here. I love the hat, you know, the brown zone and all the things that people are bringing up. So what I'd really like is to see some, you know, looking at 31 million for pavers, but
Thank
we're
you so
going to
much,
cut.
Ms. Sandro.
I just want to clarify to Mary
Thank you,
that
thank you so much.
the dredging is not being cut out. The dredging is still part of the plan, is still on the table. It's not being considered to be chopped off from the plan. We're looking at other technologies that could be potentially implemented quicker, at a quicker time frame than the dredging, but the dredging is still part of our long-term plan for Parkview Island. Is that correct?
Correct. We're
And-
still evaluating the dredging while we're moving forward with many of the other things that are faster.
And the funding, I think it's $2 million for the dredging is still.
2.5.
We still have that in the budget.
Correct.
Okay, and simultaneously, we're looking at other new technologies that could potentially yield a faster, quicker solution if we're able to implement it.
We are looking at any and all different options because we understand the urgency and the need to find answers.
I would like to see both done, the dredging and the nano bubbler or whatever it is, because you know that you have a cap of sediment that has high enterococcal levels. Every single time it rains, we're just mixing it all up again into a soup. So I agree that the dredging needs to get done, and I'll be fully supportive of that. And that's what the University of Miami told us, and that's the protocol we should follow.
And we're going to hear on this item this afternoon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ava Frankel. I'm currently running for Commissioner of Miami Beach. I have a really quick question for all of you. What is our #1 pedestrian shopping and culture street in Miami Beach? Quick.
Lincoln Road.
Lincoln Road? That's the only answer. 8 blocks of uninterrupted pedestrian walking. And those businesses, sadly, are not doing well. And it's because of our rules, and it's really sad. So I was talking to some of the businesses, and I spoke to Lincoln Road Bid last week, and I learned that the restaurants on Lincoln Road are not allowed to have live music, only from a playlist, not a DJ, not a jazz band. And those restaurants, Lincoln Road is supposed to be the place in Miami Beach where people go for culture. I went to Mila the other night. It was great. And I was thinking it would be so nice to walk out of Mila and walk to some of the restaurants on Lincoln Road, but nobody goes there. Additionally, I learned that those restaurants are paying $32 per square foot of outdoor space, sitting area. And those restaurants have no security. There's no permanent police foot presence on Lincoln Road. Why? They're paying over $1 million to our city every single year for outdoor sitting. And I've personally had an experience where I had to call the police. And one of the girls that I was with last night, who I met on TikTok, she told me that she had an experience and she had to call the police as well because there was some homeless lady whipping her belt around and harassing people, and the police took 15 minutes to get there. I think that if restaurants are paying already so high in rent, and on top of it, they're paying extra to Miami Beach for their outdoor sitting, it should be a safe place for people to go. So I would love to know what you guys think.
And if I could just.
Thank you.
Generally, this is not a Q&A, but we do have items on the agenda relating to this today. So I'll let Commissioner Fernandez has an item literally right on what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, literally last week at Land Use, we discussed an item that this entire city commission voted to refer to the Land Use Committee to see how uncertain of our major commercial corridors where we're seeing our businesses needing support, allowing them to have limited live entertainment through a change of policy that we're going to hopefully test for 1 year. Right now, they can do it through a conditional use process, and we're going to test if during this 1 year 1 year period we can allow live entertainment on areas like Lincoln Road that are more buffered away from the residential areas, so that we can help this corridor thrive.
Thank you.
I mean, we don't have state income tax, so we need our businesses to thrive.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello again, Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crespi Boulevard. Regarding the, what do you want to call up a Lincoln Road, or more lively and more music and more anything, it's not important at this point. This day must make it a priority. I already got a little bit of news from Commissioner Fernandez, thank you, that they're doing some initiative to finally fix this water issue. I think that the officials, the city in its totality has been negligent towards the residents. Most of them do not know what is going on with our waters, especially the senior communities, which everyone that is either a candidate or incumbent are looking for those votes, including myself. I am a senior. So we all need a lot of things in Miami Beach, but I do believe that life, health, and safety of our residents should be the top priority. I don't want to hear about 20 millions in Lincoln Road or doing this and this. This is not going to bring us anything. This is going to be worldwide. Everybody's going to know about Miami Beach waters being contaminated. We have a water quality issue. And what we want to do, updo Lincoln Road and updo everything else if they're not going to be coming here? It doesn't make any sense. I asked you guys to please, and thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, again, for taking the initiative. I asked him for a time frame. He says, you know, a couple of months here and there, but it must be done. If this dais doesn't do it, I'm being full disclosure. I'm going to call the federal government, I'm going to call the state government, and they're going to have to come here, Durham, whoever it is, to take care of this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, please, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street, and I am organizing People Opposed to Ocean Pollution. That's poop. We want clean water from the tap, from the bay, and in the ocean. We want the city to disclose in a professional and complete manner the location, condition, and age and repair records for all of our infrastructure components, including the tap water system, the sewage, the stormwater system, so that we know what kind of risks we're taking by living here. What are the risks? Are we going to have another exploding sewage pump? I don't want to live near that. I might want to move away. Commissioner Bott moved away from Parkview Island, and she's totally working on this, so it's not an issue, but we want to possibly move away from your city because of pollution. So we also want the city to voluntarily submit to oversight from County Durham, state DEP, and federal EPA. I've also brought this interesting little hat that does a dance, if I can find the button. So, can't touch the water, so can't touch this.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm participating with dance. Is that out of order? Okay. Are you going to arrest me? You asked me to. It's a dance. I'm communicating my. I want to work with the city, and I want to make it fun. That's it. Based on your comments, I'm going to finish. You've cut me off. Thank you. Have a great day.
Next, please.
Hi, Sharon Weiss, 233 81st Street. I called in this morning. I'm here now again just to reiterate how important this matter is. I was outside most of the morning in my poop emoji costume, sweating away, and watching the proceedings on the closed circuit TV. I don't doubt that lobbying is important. You guys took like over an hour and a half to talk about the lobbying issue when it was a unanimous vote. Like everyone agreed and you took an hour and a half. With all due respect, the house is on fire and you guys are arguing about what color to paint the walls. Please, we're begging you, focus on this. Focus. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Monique Pardo-Pope, Miami Beach Commissioner candidate for Group 1 and resident 4570 North Jefferson Avenue. I am here today on C7AD, the Charlie Kirk Resolution. I stand before you today with a very heavy heart, still grieving the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk. As a Christian, as a mother, as an attorney, I am sickened not only by the loss of his life, but by what it represents. Political violence is never the answer. Charlie was not silenced because his ideas were weak, but because his critics could not out-debate him. When they could not win with words, they turned to violence. That is evil, and we must never bow to it. This tragedy underscores a reality that we cannot ignore. Our country is being torn apart by political division. Too many have forgotten that the strength of America has always been found in the marketplace of ideas, where debate, not destruction, decides the day. If we cannot defend freedom of speech for those we disagree with, then none of us will ever be free. My faith is not a footnote to my public service. It is the foundation of it. And it compels me to say this very, very clearly. No one should ever live in fear of persecution, intimidation, or violence for simply standing firm in their convictions. I encourage our constituents to live in courage by defending truth without fear and by preserving the freedoms our Constitution guarantees. Evil may strike, but it will never win, not as long as we remain faithful, united, and unafraid in a united, boldly speaking. I will fight to ensure that freedom of speech, faith, and conscience are never compromised in our community. Because when we preserve those freedoms, we preserve the very soul of our society and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I think you may have heard from me this morning. I'm now here in person. My name is Abby Gudinski-Snyder, and I am a second-generation Miami Beach native, and I currently live in Miami, Florida, and I'm here to discuss the ordinance regarding parking signage and disclosures. I came here via Uber this morning to make sure that my car was safe, to save myself potentially $400 plus. Luckily, in my situation, my car was recovered within 5 minutes of a tow, but that's not the case for everybody else. The longer that somebody's car stays in the tow yard, the more expensive that process is to get your car back, especially very uncomfortable process for the handicapped individuals. So I'm here today to hopefully you guys all support us having proper branded signage disclosure that is very, very visible, because right now the current signage is, like I like to call it, giraffe height, over 7 feet tall. So when you drive in a vehicle, you can't even see the signage. Right now, foliage is allowed to block signage. So for the consumer, we don't really know what is a private lot or a public lot, and we become victims. You know, Miami is a place that is welcoming. We want people to come here, and $400 plus is gonna just scare them away. So thank you so much for your support, and I really hope we can make this a possibility. I never post on social media. The one time I posted, I went viral. So I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for the 700 comments in my comment section where they want transparency, they want integrity, they want consistency from the city of Miami Beach. And that comes through signage requirements, and full visibility for all. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There is no one on Zoom left and no one in the audience.
Take a lunch break. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. 2:15, is that good? 2:30, okay, I hear 2:30 from, is the consensus.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back for the afternoon session today. We did since we ran late, we did the Sutnick, the open forum, before we broke for lunch. Before I call R9AD, which is the water quality, we're waiting for some folks. Let's call one of the pulled items from the consent agenda C7G.
C7G is Amendment 1 to Fifth and Alton approve Padel Courts redesignate parking space as a garage.
Pulled by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to express concerns about this proposal because we're losing a significant amount of parking, and that's something that I feel that in this part of the city, we simply can't afford right now. This garage, Fifth and Alton, I almost feel it's like what I would call and what we know as an interceptor garage. It serves such a great purpose as people are coming into our city and trying to get to their jobs. Could be where we can intercept those cars, get them to park, and then get people to their jobs. And there's one thing that I've heard from our businesses is that, and part of the reason why they're suffering, they can't retain their workforce because parking for them is so expensive that it doesn't make sense for the workforce to work in Miami Beach. And so they're leaving. If we have extra parking spaces, if there are extra parking spaces in this garage that can be turned into more courts for sports activity, well, why not instead put those parking spaces to use for the men and the women that are the backbone of the economy of our city, that support our businesses, and that they're leaving our city because they can't afford parking. And so I feel like this plan involves repurposing 62 parking spaces to accommodate a private sports facility. I much rather see those 62 parking spaces. If my vote is going to approve that, I much rather see that go to serve the needs of our economy, to serve the needs of our small businesses, and help the employees that make Miami Beach run, park affordably, so that our businesses don't lose their employees.
So, Will McDonald, Parking Department, I'll speak to that. So, we currently right now offer monthly parking at a reduced rate. There was an initiative that Commissioner Magazine sponsored that we specifically focused on South of Fifth employees, but our team went out there for more than 3 months, going to businesses, hand delivering vouchers, trying to pull in individuals into this garage at a reduced rate, and we received 0 inquiries over the 3-month period. So while I say that this garage right now in its current state is extremely underutilized, so even if we had an influx of 150 people that instantly tomorrow said, I want to be able to use this facility to monthly park for my business, even with these courts, this garage would easily be able to absorb that and still maintain space for the retail clients that are coming there, to the Publix, to the Marshalls, the wine, Best Buy, things of that nature. So this will not have a material impact on the availability for the community.
Just knowing, and I appreciate everything that you're saying. I've heard from so many businesses on Washington Avenue, so many businesses on Ocean Drive, that this is one of their biggest challenges with their workforce. Until I hear that narrative change from our businesses at this key garage that is at the entrance of our city, that is in one of the areas where I believe we have a parking deficit. Let me ask you something. What's happening with the garage at 7th and Collins? Weren't at one point we concerned that we were going to lose that garage?
So that lease period has a sunset date. I want to say it's first quarter 2026. at which point they would have to buy us out of the lease, and then they would have to repurpose those spaces. We've not been contacted to be told that they were gonna buy us out, but
But we
that-
don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. How many parking spaces are there?
I believe there's about 600.
600. 600 parking spaces that today in South Beach, where it's one of our busiest areas and where we have a lack for parking, where we may lose in the future, potentially, we don't know yet, 600 parking spaces. And here, we're considering repurposing 62 into non-parking uses. And so I can't support this item. I have concerns about this item. I think that there is a need for these parking spaces to support the economy and the workers of our economy.
Commissioner Magazine.
Well, I'm asking a rhetorical question I know the answer to, but are we losing city spaces? The answer is no.
Yes and no. Yes and no. So we are, though the garage operates as one entity, we are obviously a minority stakeholder in this, but the garage operates as an entity where there is a revenue split, there are, the expenses are split. So when you pull into that garage, nobody asks why you are there. It is a public use garage, it will stay a public use garage. I absolutely understand the concerns of the commission as far as reducing the amount of parking inventory in the city. As the parking director, I love parking inventory. But in this one particular space, if anyone on the commission knows any business owners that are having a hard time finding monthly parking for their employees at a reduced rate, have them reach out to me, because we will link them up with Edens and we will get them a space.
So we did this for months. I hosted in-person meetings for every restaurant south of Fifth. We had all the managers. I live right above that. I overlook that balcony. I've overlooked that for 10 years. I've seen people on the roof during one occasion, and that's when, during COVID, when people would do the wheelies and the spin outs and things like that. Absent that, the entire roof has never, ever had a single car parked on it or activated. It's unsightly, and this is a great health and wellness activation. Yes, I'm a fan of paddle, but this is a great activation for that area. But point being, how many parking spaces in the garage in total? 1,000.
1,085.
1,085. And how many do we?
We own 500.
Yep.
And they have 585.
And even after this, the amount of spaces we own does not change.
Does not change.
So when I ask if we're losing parking as the city, the answer is not yes and no. The answer is no, right? We are maintaining every single spot that we have. We are just moving where we have our spots to an actual, what I was told is a better, more prime location. Correct?
Correct, anytime, so we're losing spaces that are dedicated to the roof to actually covered parking, so obviously covered parking is more coveted than open parking.
Yeah.
That is
So,
correct.
How I see this is going to be an activation the entire community uses. And what is the general utilization of that garage? In the 50s or 60s, right? Or perhaps less?
Yeah, I would say it depends, obviously, you have an influx on the weekends when you have your high retail events, but on a day-to-day basis, 50% would be generous.
So, I mean, we have hundreds of spots to work with, literally hundreds of spots. So I do think that this is great for the community. I have a different urban planning view. I think if we want to get away from traffic and things like that, it's through incentives. And listen, it is hard politically because everybody loves parking. They love to just drive up, but that is the urban planning way of the future is, we need to put our money where our mouth is when it comes to emissions, climate change and things like that. But from my standpoint, the city is not giving up any spots. This is literally to approve moving our spots. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's a swap of spaces. So the spaces that the city owns on the rooftop, which is the 7th floor, is going to be swapped with Eden spaces on the 6th floor.
So,
and it's important also to know, Commissioner, based on what you were just saying, that that top level was used for donuts for many years, and the community around was.
Driving donuts, not.
Yeah, not eating donuts. So Eden's actually roped off access to that top level, which has 136 spaces. And the impact to the garage was not felt. It's a garage that loses, I think, about $300,000 a year. This is an opportunity to bring community in with one of our assets, and to make use of an incredible area that has been underutilized. And I think it's going to be.
I just think this will be a great sports and recreation area for that surrounding community, the kids from South Point Elementary, West Avenue. It'll be a great amenity, and I'd be right there with you if we're, if it had a lot of parking demand, but there is just not. And point being, the city doesn't lose a single spot, right? So I don't want to get into the business of dictating to a private entity what they can do and not do with their private property.
Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Suarez, and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
During my agenda briefing, I want to make sure that I heard the numbers correctly. It's 31 spaces from the roof that will go to a lower floor. So it's just
Correct. They are
redeeming
swapping
the location.
31 spaces that belong to the city on the top level down to the lower level.
And I agree with Commissioner Magazine. I think this is a good urban planning vision, something that would be popular for the community. I'm excited about it.
In total, the top level, that 7th floor, is 136 spaces, so 62.
200.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Gisela Torres from the City Attorney's Office. The top space has about 280 spaces, and this project will take up about 136. It's underutilized, so it's not going to be affecting the garage use. However, we want it to be factually correct because this information came out after the memo went out.
And the 31 spaces that are city-owned, the revenue
going
share
down.
doesn't change.
That's correct. The numbers don't change. It's just a matter of protecting the city from tax liability so that the folio for the developer remains units that are taxable and the folio for the city will be non-taxable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to just offer my support for Commissioner Magazine. We do a lot of talk about being a fitness-oriented city. This ties directly into that. I mean, if we're not losing any sort of revenue from this from a city perspective, and you guys have just said that you rope off the rooftop to prevent, wheelies and car donuts, what a great use where, across the street, there's South Point Elementary, and to the north is Flamingo Park. And so what a great way to really bring the community together and have a fitness-oriented space that people can walk to.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Were any of the retailers or current tenants concerned? I mean, I know it's Eden's property, but is Publix okay? I just don't want to see a time where, because we took those spaces away and because people are going to paddle, that there's some sort of an issue.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Alexander Campbell. I work with Edens. And to answer your question, yes, we have been working with the tenants, specifically Publix, and are finalizing a waiver with them right now to permit this on the rooftop. So they're in support of it.
Okay, I'm not against it. I think that area could probably use an activation. I think it's going to bring a lot of jobs. I think it potentially has a restaurant, right? It has I think food and
I think
beverage
a concession,
embedded in it.
like a 2,000 square foot concession.
2,000 square foot structure.
So I think it will get people to go to that or walk to that area that normally might not. So I don't really see it being a problem. I was concerned, Commissioner Fernandez, because I thought, if it's a huge facility and then you have 100 people parking to run that facility between employees and attendees, then you're losing an additional 100 spaces. I mean, how many spaces do you think, how many paddle courts? Padel or
10
paddle?
padel courts.
10 courts. Okay, so
Depends
it's
how
not.
highbrow you want to be.
So let's say that they take up an additional 30 or 40 spaces. There's still enough spaces for all of the businesses that are there, correct?
There will be. It's a 4 to 1,000 ratio, but for the purposes of this amendment, this would not allow them to increase the courts. It's still restricted to the 45,000 square feet or so that take up about 50% of the rooftop of the garage.
I'm okay with it. Commissioner Magazine, you're becoming the rooftop padel guru.
No, this wasn't
this is your
my
second
item.
one.
No, this wasn't my item. I just.
I love the idea of activating rooftops where we have nothing and, putting something there.
And if I didn't realize the area was roped off, that was not explained to me in my briefing, that the area is closed. So if that's the case, then, you know, we have parking spaces there that we can't use now because it's roped off, and they're giving us now those parking spaces in other floors where they can be more accessible to the public, then that makes sense. I am cautious of the fact that, you know, I'm concerned that this could create competition to what we're trying to do on Lincoln Road as an economic engine and to inject energy. But again, this is not our property, so for as long as we're getting better parking spaces that are not closed off to the public, and then in that case, I'm supportive of it. So
I
I'll
also
move
would
the item.
tell you that it really is unsightly looking when you look down on it from one of the towers nearby. It's really unattractive, so this might even improve people's views.
Yeah, big time. And what I'll ask from you and your team, I'm sure the panel operators will push for it, is just a continued help in the perimeter of that Publix area. You've done a lot of work in the past couple of years. It's night and day compared to what it was. But I think what you see from us up here is a demand for excellence. So helping out with some of the vagrancy and cleanliness, pressure washing, and things like that. When do you think Commissioner Fernandez is going to be teeing off the first serve there?
So we still got to go through the permitting process, and then probably hopefully early 2026. This is the
Early
Valet operator over here.
2026?
Really depends how fast we can get the permitting going.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's really unusual.
Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Bott.
I'm super excited about this as we try to move towards a blue zones, living well longer kind of a city. I think the more opportunities residents have to engage in healthy pursuits, whether it's in the heart of South Beach or Lincoln Road or up in North Beach, all of the above, the more the merrier. I think a rising tide floats all boats. I will I'll ask the operator to make sure that, I don't know what the hours of operation will be, but if they're presumably going to go till 10 or something like that, that the sound of play is mitigated. So, you know, when you get above certain levels, sound travels more easily, and we don't want to have neighbors in adjoining and in residential towers losing their minds hearing.
The only two towers that would.
To the podium.
Is the I.
You can come up.
The only two towers that it would affect would be the Icon or 5 Park. And I got letters from both that they're so excited to have access to the courts, and they have the unsightliness of the parking that they're going to look at a beautiful facility.
No, and that's great, and I'm glad you had their support before you got to this point, but once it becomes a viable concern, let's just keep an eye on the noise so that if it is louder than intended or if it travels differently than we anticipated, that nobody's surprised when somebody comes back to you to ask to mitigate it.
I got you.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record? Your name.
Ian Bihar.
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Thank you, guys.
Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. All in favor of C7G, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. C7G.
R9AD, the water quality is an addendum item. I assume no objections to calling this before 5 o'clock? Okay, let's call R9AD.
R9AD, discuss take action, Land Use Sustainability Committee motion, North Beach infrastructure and water quality sampling.
Commissioner Fernandez. Sponsored by Commissioner Bott and Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, I mean, this is not my item. This is the commission. We all together engaged in Operation Clean Water because we all understand the urgency of restoring the water quality in the Parkview Canal. It's not just me, it's all of us. And we had thorough discussion during land use. I think one of the things that came up during land use that I will repeat today, how critically important it is to get the surety, to make sure that we know with every certainty possible whether or not there is an issue with the sanitary sewer pump station 23. And it's why we made a motion asking for there to be an independent third-party review to just make sure that whether there is any leaking or not at this pump station because of its proximity to the Parkview Canal. It is literally a waterfront pump station. And while we have studies that tell us that it's not coming from there, to the layperson, it's just common sense. If you have an issue of this type of bacteria, well, it only makes sense that it be emanating from this sanitary sewer pump station that happens to be right next to the contaminated waters. And so, as I mentioned at committee, and I'll mention again today, if there is an issue with a pump station, let's sound the alarm. It's not about pointing fingers. It is not about asking why didn't we figure it out before. It's about moving forward and solving the issue. That's why we want a third-party review as being proposed here, different from the previous companies to see the conditions of Pump Station 23. The other issue that we're addressing here is that for 5 years, we've had this issue with the water quality up at the Parkview Canal. But we have only maintained monthly testings of the water, which is just the normal testings we do throughout the city. We need to be on top of that water quality. We need to know what's the impact of storms. When it rains, does the levels of the bacteria go up when it rains? Does it go down during the dry periods? We need to have that more regular data, not just for us, for our purposes of trying to, find solutions, but also for the benefit of the public. The public deserves the transparency of knowing what is happening with the water quality, and they deserve for us to be out there on a weekly basis, more frequently than what we're doing now, doing that water quality sampling. And then the other thing that I believe that is very important that this is looking at, in addition to the dredging, which we are committed to advancing on, is looking at nanobubble technology. Technology that's been used in other parts of the state of Florida, and that in fact has been used globally, but has never been used in Miami-Dade County to address the issue of bacteria. And in essence, putting it in the most layman's way possible, it's a pump. It's a pump that sucks the water out of the canal. It processes it to dissolve gas, and inject oxygen into it to kill the bacteria, to put the water back into the canal, and to make the water flow and to hopefully make it healthy again. Amy, our Chief Resiliency Officer, if we move forward with technology like this, first and foremost, has Durham told us that they're willing to enable us the opportunity to consider this technology?
Yes, Commissioner. Amy Knowles, Chief Resilience Officer. We did meet with the permitting team at Durham, and they provided us a pathway. The good thing is a lot of the tests that we did for dredging that would be required are the same type of tests that are also needed for this. And we would submit a Class 2 permit. We'd have to go to other regulatory agencies as well. This is a new technology, but it's not foreign. It's used in aquariums. It's used in all sorts of different settings across the world. And it's really speeding up those natural processes. And they're just little tiny bubbles that are about 2/1000ths of the size of a piece of salt, actually.
And it helps clean the water by promoting the breakdown of microbe contaminants.
Right, so it helps with all sorts of issues. There's even cities in California that have used it to address the ash after wildfires, if you will. There's a city that used it to handle a big spill in hand sanitizer. So it's helpful in all sorts of situations.
And if we were to use this technology, if Durham were to permit it, and again, the technology has been used successfully in other parts of Florida, from the point of implementation of the technology, how quickly could one expect to start seeing water quality results?
So the firm expects we would see initial results in 1 to 2 months and much more substantial results in 3 to 4 months. It's going to be a bit of testing it out based on the amount of water in the canal. They expect to be turning the water over weekly, and there's going to be a lot of very careful monitoring. A water quality plan has to be submitted as part of that as well, as part of the permit requirements.
Are there any environmental impacts to any of the other resources in the Parkview Canal?
Essentially, there's not a lot of benthic resources in the canal to start with, so there's no impacts. There's just a small tube that will be going through the mangroves, and the machinery itself will be housed in the public works area, so it'll be very safe, it'll be secure, and it's also pretty quiet at about 60 decibels.
And Mr. Manager, how long do we feel the permitting processes for this could take?
Being the first time going through the permitting process, I don't know that I would want to be quoted on a number, but I think we're hopeful that in 3 to 6 months, we could have a permit, if not sooner.
Yes, and that is the proposal that we received, from one of our consultants, that they were shooting for 6 months to get the permitting done. But that does depend on the state agencies as well.
And have we completed any of the necessary, so we know that Durham is going to obviously require certain studies and certain type of paperwork. Has our consultant completed any of this paperwork already?
Well, what they've done are the studies that are going to be required. We will have to go ahead and enact a procurement with them to get them going on the actual permitting process.
But we have the studies.
But we have the studies, which is the bulk of the time.
Okay, all right. Clearly, these actions are intended to enhance the water quality. And I think, again, this has been a priority of this unified commission to address these issues. This is short-term, quick solutions that, if at this point, it feels like it would be at Durham's speed if we give the green light at this commission, because from there, it seems from what you're telling us and from the experience of this type of technology that it could be a quick return on the improvements on water quality.
That's correct. That's exactly what we're hearing and our research shows.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes. Commissioner Valet, Commissioner Wilson, and Gonzalez.
So, Commissioner Fernandez, thank you for leading the charge on this. It's, as everybody knows, an issue that's near and dear to my heart. There's a lot of misinformation out in the community that is detrimental to our collective efforts, and I find that to be really frustrating. If you watched Land Use Committee last week and the ones prior, there is no lack of heat and passion among the electeds and staff to get this problem resolved, and you guys hear it from us on a regular basis. But somehow, still in the community, there seems to be this notion that we're, just twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the thing to get better on its own, which is not the case. I will differentiate that from where we were 5 years ago when I raised the alarm to the staff at the time who told us it was a non-issue. And I think that was a real disservice to the community. But since Commissioner Fernandez was elected, there has been a huge amount of pressure brought to bear on staff to get this going. I think, if I recall correctly, there's $18 million or so going to water quality issues in North Beach. There's not just Parkview Island water, but water in general in North Beach. Prior to my arrival on the commission, there had never been an aqua infrastructure holistic study done of all of North Beach. Some colleagues thought that it was a waste, but, North Beach is where the bulk of the development is happening in the next 5 to 7 years. We've already seen one big building go up, and happily, if the results come back and say, hey, we actually had all this information correct, well, that's great, but I don't suspect that's actually what's going to happen. And so, to that end, one of the items, and I'm bringing it up here because it's part of this whole information or lack thereof of the Parkview Island water quality issue, but the efforts that this administration, this commission is undertaking, and the money that's being put behind it, is to have you guys issue a letter to commission, which then will get disseminated out to the community, which identifies, even in more detail than you are doing with the Parkview Island water issue, which is a new innovation, a new evolution of communicating, which is very useful for those who receive it. Not everybody receives it, and so I forward it out to everybody who has ever asked me a question about that. But doing it in LTC and then communicating it out to the public about the overall water quality in the city, in what our sampling efforts are, helping people understand that, no pun intended, but it's a fluid circumstance, right? If you've got lousy testing on the beach at 73rd Street, that might clear up, but then it moves down to 53rd Street, depending on what's going on with the currents and the weather. And, this isn't something that we can like dust up and put in a trash bag and get rid of. This is a flowing, fluid, interconnected set of issues, and there are a lot of causes that are contributing to it. So I am highlighting this so that residents who are listening, those who are here, those who are listening, those who might hear about it after the fact, know to look out for this communication. The Parkview Island communication goes out every 2 weeks, I think, to residents. And then there's going to be this letter to commission and the resident communication within the next week or two after this meeting. Look for that information. It is thorough, it is robust, it is comprehensive. And I really hope that the mischaracterization of what has been going on in the last 2 years can be used to more purposeful outcomes. I think that major frustration was warranted when we on Parkview Island were told it's your dogs. It was not Isla de los Perros. We didn't have 8,000 dogs living on Parkview Island. So, that we are currently collectively dealing with the missteps of folks 5 years ago, right? So, but the fact is we have that out in the community. So I want to make sure that we are undoing the missteps and communicating respectfully and thoroughly and continually with the community, because, for some people, the last they heard was it's your dogs, and they sort of checked out of the process. So I just wanted to highlight that for everybody who's paying attention to this, and I'm eager to see that when you have bandwidth to get it going.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. And I really appreciated getting the update when I had my briefing and getting the explanation on the dredging that will be happening in addition to the nano bubbles, which I really appreciate. And apologies if you've already said this, but I'll mention it again so that the community is aware. So we're having issues in Parkview, but during my briefing, I also expressed concerns on what I saw posted on social media, which was our beaches were having issues as well. And the answer was they're not looking at the data from a lab with protocols, or can you expand on that and where to look for the data, which was the Department of Health, Healthy Beaches?
Sure, and thank you for bringing that up. There are several different sources and purposes of water quality sampling. Our beaches have excellent water quality. We have only had one water quality advisory this year to date, and we rely on the Department of Health Healthy Beaches program. So they do statewide testing of beaches. They follow very specific protocols. So we went from 6 alerts in 2022 down to 4 in 2023. And to 3 in 24 and just 1 this year. So I think that's important because they are out there every week. They're doing sampling in a very specific manner. And those are the alerts when you see the flags that are flying, at the beach, or we issue an alert. That's what that is for. So that is one type of sampling. And that limit is set because there's a flushing on the beaches that really helps with any kind of pollution and just water circulation. And so there's a very strict standard that we are also, as a city, trying to apply to a canal. And canals in Biscayne Bay, unfortunately, have much more degraded water quality in general than the beach. And that is just a function of water, it is a function of circulation systems, and it is unfortunate, but it's something that it's not only, Miami-Dade County, it's Monroe, it's Broward, it's all over Florida. So we're trying really hard to improve a canal, and we're working really hard on it, and we've seen impressive improvements for Parkview, but it is still hard to get it to that beach quality bathing standard.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I love this item. I love the idea of turning Parkview into an aquarium, per se, with the nano bubble. I think that's good. Once we do that, we can, any place else we realize that we have an issue. In respect to the testing, it's not that I don't know enough, but I do question some of what you just said, only because of the fact that speaking to volunteer water quality testers who are testing these certain areas all the time, they're telling me something very different, especially where 73rd Street is concerned. And a lot of people, they've actually gone out there and looked, and there's some sort of pipe or something. But I don't know. That's why I wanted the UM to study it. But I do think that more testing more often is the solution. I would encourage a third party that has, like, nonprofit, not to, look, we're already paying Surfrider the $10,000, and Surfrider did not ask me to say anything at all. I haven't even spoken to them about this, nor am I promoting it in any way. But for very cheaply, you have a volunteer group of Miami Beach residents that are really good at testing water quality, that have a lot of experience testing our water quality, and I think that their data, if you see it's so precise, the way that they're recording it and the manner, I would encourage you, Commissioner Fernandez, to go and look at their lab. I would like a third party to do the samplings in these certain areas, especially where we know where the pollution is. Certification, no certification. The only reason they don't have the certification right now is because they need a lab with a sink in it that we were supposed to provide them at that. What is the house? What are we calling that house on 76th Street? We call it the Betsy Perez house, but okay, in perpetuity, we'll call it the Betsy Perez house. They were supposed to get that space. They've been waiting to get that space for a year, but I find them to be incredibly, but when you see their operation, they're reliable, they're independent, they're not motivated by anything except for showing us what's really happening with our water, so I would like to consider working with them.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll just say I'm very familiar with the process that Miami-Dade County employs for testing. They've been doing it for more than 40 years. I trust their independence. You see it in the Biscayne Bay Task Force report where they've highlighted, the very serious water quality concerns from nutrient pollution in the Biscayne Bay Aquatic Preserve. Miami-Dade County has been very transparent in using their scientific resources to bring to light the seriousness of contamination and water quality issues. And so I want to make sure that it is indeed a third party with the right protocols. I think Miami-Dade County has shown that they follow all the proper state and national standards for water quality testing. They've been doing it throughout the region for 40 years, I think.
Yes, Commissioner, and actually that's the same contract we utilize for our water quality testing throughout the city. So we actually piggyback on the county, so it's the same third party that is a nationally certified lab with nationally certified testing protocols. So we already utilize that.
And I know that I trust your results because I know that when I worked at the county and, we worked on the Biscayne Bay Task Force and on those recommendations from the Biscayne Bay Task Force, these were independent. These were truly scientific results that were not politically skewed, where there were transparent reportings, and if there was a problem with the water quality, they would sound the alarm and they would, raise a red flag and say there is an issue with the water quality. And so I trust the independence of Miami-Dade County.
Well, wait, let me just respond to that. I completely trust the results that they give. I just think that one of the reasons why we never have the alerts is because they're not testing enough, and they're not testing enough sites often enough. It's not a question of their data being unreliable. I don't think so. I think whatever they post and whatever they test is completely 100% reliable. I think it's a question of where are they testing, how often are they testing, and you're saying that they test the beach weekly, but how many sites along the beach are they testing weekly? And I think that's the question, because you have one independent organization saying, hey, we're finding bad water all the time at 73rd Street, and you said we only had one alert, so there has to be some discrepancy somewhere, and I'd like to figure out what that is.
And we're trying to see if that contract that we have with Miami-Dade County can be accessed for weekly testing. This item is focused on the Parkview Canal, and we're looking at the 5 locations in the Parkview Canal to see if we can expand this contract that we have with Miami-Dade County to go from monthly testing to towards weekly testing. The beaches, that's a whole different issue because now you're talking about a wider thing. But our environmental emergency for the past 5 years with the elevated levels of enterococcus oxide exceeding the 70 MPNs for healthy swimming has been Parkview Canal. Those residents abutting that canal, their quality of life is suffering. They can't access the water. That is the focus of this emergency. This is why we're looking at expanding this contract with the 5 locations for weekly testing as opposed to the monthly testing. I don't want to commingle that with the beaches because
No, I
here we are
understand.
hyper-focused on the serious issue that we have at this location.
Has it ever tested at a normal level in the past year? It hasn't. right?
Parkview?
Yeah.
I believe it has, and it's actually had, we were just looking at some numbers. It's had dramatic improvements over the last 5 years. Again, we have a very, very high standard in trying to get it to beach bathing standards for a canal. So we've seen on average, the improvement is about, I think it's 92% in the last 5 years in the average annual levels for Parkview. And when we look at the median levels, it's a 72% improvement in the average median values. So we've seen a huge improvement in 5 years. We're just
But that does not undo the
where we
fact, there are improvements, but the canal still has fecal indicator bacteria
Correct.
concentrations that exceed the healthy 70 MPN by multiples. And so we've seen improvements, but we still have a serious problem, which is why we want to proceed with all of these items that we collectively sent out of the Land Use Committee.
And if I may, through the mayor, I just want to remind everybody that by the end of this month, we will be done with the lining at Biscayne Beach Elementary, the laterals, where we were seeing enterococci levels that were in the tens of thousands next to the outfall adjacent to the elementary school. That, to me, is one that is very indicative of potentially wastewater discharge. Most of these levels in the 100 MPN range are much more indicative of just more naturally occurring enterococci that may not be specifically related to a wastewater discharge.
Amy, if you could just address the beach testing, the beach water, and what the results have shown this year and also past years.
Sure. And we actually put them on a slide for you so you can see per year. And this information is also available online at the FDOH, but it just very specifically shows for this year. PJ wants to bring that up. Thank you. You can see the different locations and the dates each year that we have seen advisories from FDOH. So this is the authority. They are an accredited lab. They're using, staff that is trained to do proper sampling procedures. But we've gone from 6 in 2022, and amazingly, we're at 1 for this year, which is very positive. And this is a statewide agency, and they were really developed this program to address concerns about beaches and to advise people. So this is our source. They go out every single Monday. If they have a hit where it's above 70, they go out again the next day and they sample again. Often, there's not another alert because it was just enterococci that maybe someone took their dog to the beach and the water flushed in and flushed out. Maybe it has to do with some sort of water circulation standard. Something happens, but unless they get 2 in a row, they don't call an alert. So we've really only had a few of these in the last few years.
Thank you, Amy. Commissioner Bott.
So looking at that slide, it was really interesting to note that every year except for this one, 73rd Street, and for 2 years, 79th Street, were hotspots. So I want to make sure that we are looking as we clean up successfully Parkview Island. Hopefully that would have a beneficial effect on 73rd Street and 79th Street, but particularly 73rd Street. And as we start excavating 72nd Street for the complex, the community complex, we're going to need to be mitigating, to the nth degree, to the highest platinum level of mitigation, because it's already such a fragile and precarious ecosystem, as we're seeing that, we can't sort of rein it back into control. Our benchmark is, off the charts. So once we resolve this, it's not going to be a done deal, right? It's going to be something we need to be looking at very clearly, because historically, for too many years, and I don't know what the data that shows before that slide, so does it go back 10 years that 73rd Street has always been a hotspot? Is it the last, 50 years? I don't know how long they've been testing, but there is something amiss in the system if, for years and years, 73rd Street is always the source of problems. So I don't want to conflate the issues, but I just want to sort of seed this notion that we need to really keep an eye on it as we fix Parkview, identify, ameliorate the school playground, do the aqua infrastructure study, do the 72nd Street complex. Like, I don't want us to undo the good work that will be completed eventually, hopefully in our lifetimes.
Hopefully.
And just to set ourselves back.
And to your point, and through the mayor, if I may, when we talk about 73rd Street, we got to realize 73rd Street, for those that don't know, that's the area by where Parkview Canal is at.
That's why I'm raising it.
And, it's one of these urban waterways that we know is susceptible to, and I just totally mispronounced that word, susceptible, to pollution. Clearly, we know one of the big issues with it, besides infrastructure issues, besides possibly the pump, is when this was dredged, it was dredged at an angle. It's an angled canal within the Tantum waterway, which makes flushing of the canal nearly impossible for it to naturally happen, which makes it impossible for the pollutants to be diluted naturally, which is why all of these efforts that we're looking at is so important. The angle, the shape of the canal, I think can point to the fact, why is it that we have recurrently been having this issue? Why? Because the shape of it does not allow for the flow of the water, for the flushing of the pollutants. Hopefully, technology like the nanotechnology, in addition to the dredging is an issue. We do have pollution that's there that needs to be cleaned up, and the heat combined with that pollution allows for just a multiplication of the bacteria. But the technology can help flush this, can help improve this water quality.
Commissioner Bott.
This is, what you said just sparked a question. So when you look at the map of Parkview Island and look at the canal, it's a man-made situation. 1956, all the townhouses were built. And there is literally at least one right angle that I can think of. There might be two. After we sort this out, or maybe concurrently, is there an opportunity to change the angle, like soften the angle so there's a continuous flow and there's not this right angle of who knows what gets caught in there? If we're already, messing around with dredging and stuff, would that help? Could it help? Is it a possibility to reshape the canal to improve flow? I don't expect you to answer here now because it's, I'm sure there's science behind that, but something to contemplate.
We can look into that. Obviously, there's a few permitting challenges that go with expanding, as well as, there's private property owners that probably have some questions about what it would look like if we were to dredge into their land. So we just need to make sure that we would contemplate all of those.
Yeah, I think if I'm thinking about it correctly, it might actually impact city-owned land. Like, that might be one of the corners that you could, let's just look at it and see if it's a thing that, even if it's, regardless of whether or not it's possible, if it were, could it help? And if it could help, how would it be possible?
All right, I move the item.
Second.
Let's call the vote. So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. R9AD, it was a discussion item, so the motion is to do what, though?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
You have a question directed to you.
It was a discussion item. What is the motion? Is it to?
Oh. So the motion would be to move forward with authorizing the city manager to conduct an independent third-party review of the sanitary sewer pump at Station 23, authorize and fund weekly water testing in the Parkview Canal, expedite the comprehensive infrastructure study for North Beach, and to move forward very quickly with the nano bubbles. I know that we had the pre-application meeting with the county, and we had the on-site meetings, but, move forward with whatever applications we need in order to implement the technology. And continue working for the dredging. None of this substitutes the dredging.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Mott, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. I
Anyone
would like
opposed?
to co-sponsor, if possible.
Okay, so give me 1 sec. So it's approved 7-0. I have a co-sponsor by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and I thought I had heard someone else.
I did as well.
Commissioner Magazine.
And
I will as well. I have a feeling we'll have most, if not all of us.
Okay, so the entire commission?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, so.
Let's do it.
This is an after-the-fact resolution, so property management or environmental, after-the-fact reso.
All right.
It's called R5T.
R5T is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 106 of the city code entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 3 entitled Off-Street Parking Lots and Facilities by amending section 106-118 entitled Private Property, Used for Motor Vehicle Parking Signage Required Penalties by amending, supplementing, and enhancing the signage requirements applicable to owners and operators of private property when such property is open to the public and paid motor vehicle parking, and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5T.
Who else I'd like to co-sponsor?
Commissioner Fernandez. All right, should we do the whole commission again? Everybody on board?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I think you got it passed.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that I brought forward to reduce the confusion and prevent residents and visitors from mistakenly thinking they're parking in a city-owned lot only to end up towed or fined. And I'm bringing this ordinance in response to complaints and concerns that Abby Snyder-Gadinsky brought to us earlier. We had meetings with her and our internal team. You all may recall about a year ago, we adopted signage requiring there be clear notices outside of private parking lots that they're entering a non-city operated parking lot. Unfortunately, that's not enough. Unfortunately, people are driving past those signs. As Abby mentioned, those signs, and I quote, are giraffe height. If you're in your car, there's no way you're gonna see a sign all the way up there that you're entering a private lot. And the reason why they're so high is because the county, and I think it's the state standards, Will, is it Miami-Dade County that requires it, or is it the state that requires them to be so high?
Miami-Dade, sir.
Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade requires us to place these signs about, 7 feet high?
Yes, Commissioner, 7 feet.
And so it makes it impossible as people are driving into these lots to see these signs that we've placed because they're pretty much high. What this item does is that it requires for there to be a decal posted at each one of the payment signs, letting people know, giving them a warning that this is a private parking lot. Is that correct, Will?
That is correct. I'll bring up Alberto because I know he worked with the city attorney's office more closely with this.
That is correct, so there will be a sticker in every pay-by-phone sign that they have in the parking lot.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to place on the record about this item?
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor. The way that you're doing the mobile app notification when people are parking in tow zones, in loading zones, is there a way to do that for the private parking lots so that people know when they go to enter into their app? It's one thing to have a sticker there, it can peel off, nobody might notice, but once you go to put in your app, you could have a little pop-up that says, this is not a city-owned parking lot, please note accordingly.
Because there are the same vendors that we use, we can always ask them if they're able to do it, but again, this is a private parking lot, so we can't ask them to do something in a private lot. But we can always ask the vendors if the property owners are amicable to doing that.
Well, couldn't we go to the property owners? I mean, they're in our city doing business, so why wouldn't we be able to engage with them directly?
Commissioner, I love the thought process. The challenge here is, and I'll speak in broad terms, some of the some of the automated pay apps don't have that capability. So we've even, with our two vendors that we have here on the beach, there are certain things that we wanted to do where one vendor had the technological capabilities to do it, and the other one unfortunately did not. And while they are two of, I would say, the three largest vendors out there, private lots are able to use any vendor, and when I say that the amount of vendors that perform this type of service are immeasurable, because really it's a very basic technological function. I'm going to go out on a limb and say most of the vendors wouldn't have that capability to put up special verbiage that says, hey, this is not a City of Miami parking facility.
Can we go through the exercise of reaching out to people, though? Because even if we only get 10 or 15% of the lots, that's 10 or 15% of prospective parkers who don't have a nervous breakdown because they thought they were in a city lot and find out the hard way they weren't.
We absolutely can, Commissioner. One of the things I'll actually do is reverse that exercise and speak internally with the two that we have to see what capabilities we have to put this is an official City of Miami Beach, parking facility, or so that way we say, if you are looking to park on Miami Beach within the City of Miami Beach right of way, look for this on your, on your mobile app, and this will assure you that you're parking with a City of Miami Beach parking facility rather than a private operator.
Yeah, it'd be great to go in both directions.
Absolutely.
We good, Commissioner Fernandez?
I move the item.
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. Do I see anyone in the audience? I think we're good. If no further discussion, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Second reading public hearing is October 29th. I'm going to list the entire commission as co-sponsoring this item.
Okay.
Yay.
Back to back.
Thank you, guys.
Nice. And thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you, Abby.
Let's call R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 2 entitled Public Places, by amending Division 2 entitled Bicycling, Skateboarding, Roller Skating, Inline Skating, Motorized Means of Transportation, Electric Bicycling, Mopeds, Motorcycles, Motorized Bicycles, and Motorized Scooters, by creating Section 70-73 to be entitled Safe Operation of Personal Delivery Devices and Mobile Carriers, to impose additional local safety requirements consistent with state law and providing for repealer severability qualification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5J.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So this is an ordinance regulating the delivery robots that you have seen around town. It's been really interesting learning about the companies and how they function. There are currently 3 robot companies working on Miami Beach. It is not just Serve. There's the pink bot with the little heart eyes, and then there's another red robot, and I forgot the name of that robot. But one of the most important things that we discovered is that really they are taking up our real estate, kind of like any sidewalk cafe. And sometimes they're idling for long amounts of time. And just to give you an idea, the way that the robots work is they get picked up every evening at a certain location. They get taken to be charged and reserviced and then brought back in the morning. And so we did our best with what we had to work with. I believe we compromised on the speed, Commissioner Bott, because I know that that was a concern for you. In the future, we might consider raising the price. Right now, it's $100 per device, but depending on how many there are and how much real estate they eventually end up taking up, we might change that in the future if not preempted. Was there a limit on how much we could charge per bot?
I believe that we've done something that is consistent with what we are allowed to do, because it's not based on the number of devices that the vendor has, but rather how many devices are being used at one particular time.
So, and not all bots and not all bot companies are created equal. Some, of course, are operating and following the rules, some are not. But what this does state is that no bot can idle for longer than 3 consecutive minutes. And I don't know if you've observed around town, I do see bots that are staying way longer than 3 minutes, but this does give us a tool at the same time to move the bots along. So this is groundbreaking legislation. We're the first city in the state of Florida to pass anything whatsoever regulating the robots. Yes?
Yes, no, between first and second reading, as a result of discussions that were had, the idling time was increased from 3 to 30 minutes. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I don't think we allowed for 30 minutes, because what I have right here is 3 minutes.
Are you looking at the supplemental?
There was a
As
supplemental?
it was issued via supplemental with the changes here.
How do you guys feel about allowing bots to idle for 30 minutes at a time on? How did that? So we switched from 6 to 8 miles, but I don't think that okay.
6-month period to get into compliance.
Okay. Oh, how do you feel about allowing the idling for 30 minutes?
30.
We had 3 minutes. I think we can find something in between 30 minutes. That seems like a long time.
Commissioner Bott?
I have, there's only so much we can do on this. I don't like these. I think they are really problematic in cities like ours where we have very narrow and cluttered and broken sidewalks in too many places. I understand that they need to idle to get their next pickup orders or whatever, but 30 minutes of these devices just hanging around, if your team of bots is idling for 30 minutes at a time, then you have too many bots in our city. You have too many devices that are not being used for their intended purpose. So if 3 minutes is too short, okay, let's double it and give them till 6 minutes. But to 30 minutes, no, that's absolutely crazy, because if your device that you pay good money for is not being used because there's no demand for it, then get it off the street.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that this was 30 minutes until I looked at it right now. Should we do, you want to just, it's so random, 6 minutes? 5 minutes?
I just said 6 because I was doubling it. I mean, I'd be just as happy to keep it at 3.
Rick, can you give us some clarification here?
Sure. I mean, the one thing I would caution is that the preemption by the state allows us to do certain things relating to safety. The shorter the window for the idling, the potential for this to be challenged. So I believe that the 30 minutes was an attempt to make sure that this ordinance would be.
I think that, so it's really odd what happens. At nighttime, around 10 p.m., all the bots come to one place so that they can get picked up. So slowly across the city, they all gather. And I think that's why they wanted the 30 minutes, so that all the bots can gather together at one time so they can be picked up.
So if that's what, well, let's find that out through the mayor, if I may.
Please.
So if there is a need to, I mean, it sounds like a terrible space sci-fi movie, but if the bots are gathering at night to report back to their overlords every evening, God help us. And so at one point during the 24-hour period, they need more than whatever it is, 5 or 10 minutes to get to the gathering point and get picked up, then that is one thing, and I think we should craft our legislation accordingly. So let me, if you don't mind. So if they need that time, at that time of day, for one function, which is to get gathered up and put on their little bus and get taken back to their cubbies, then we can talk about it for that function. But for a regular course of business, I don't want these things just littering our sidewalks if they're not actually being used.
So I think it should be, during the day, a bot cannot idle for more than 5 minutes at any given location, but at night for pickup, once per day, they can gather at their pickup location. And I can't remember, is Rob here right now or is he on vacation?
He's gone, he's out.
So I think that will take care of it, because that was the one request that they had, that they needed the bots to get serviced at night. And we can always amend this moving forward, because it is gonna change, and this is, a first attempt at regulation. So bots may gather One location. And when they come in to register their companies, they have to specify which location they are going to do their pickup. We want to register the location. They can only idle for the 30 minutes at their pickup location at night. All other times, 5 minutes.
Okay, so let me repeat, make sure that I have what the proposed amendment is. During the daytime, the maximum idle time will be 5 minutes. In the evening, when the bots are getting ready to go back to
Go
their
home.
Lord Master, then they could idle for up to 30 minutes at a location to be identified by the vendor when the vendor applies for its permit.
Yes.
I have a question through the
Yes.
mayor. Does this require for these robots to beep?
Yes.
Yes.
To beep? Okay, but we're talking about robots that are mainly going into dense areas. Dense areas where we know noise travels. And when that noise travels, our residents are going to be reaching out to us and they're going to be telling us that beeping noise, whoever thought to have all of these robots beeping throughout our neighborhood. And so I just want us to be careful about putting this requirement because I do feel that that could have an unintended consequence on the quality of life of our residents. And then later on, once this is passed, the only way to change it is by going through a whole ordinance and public hearing process that takes months to get done.
Well, it's a periodic audible sound, just to let people know that they're there. And actually, I think it was required by the state of Florida that they emit a beep.
It's an ADA thing, I would imagine.
Yes,
But
yes.
to your point, Commissioner Fernandez,
can't
maybe not
see.
a beep, but some kind of other warning sound, and maybe we could consult with our committee, our city committee on disability, to determine other sounds that might provide the same function without it being an actual beeping noise.
Like what? Like what kind of, like a
Like,
swoosh?
No, like, you know, like when
Hello?
phones are developed, they test 8 million different sounds for the sound of the keys, right? So it's something that you can hear and recognize, but it's not,
So
you know,
just-
like a jarring sound.
I would just put audible noise to be approved.
I would go to the committee and get some feedback from people who need this sound. You know, when you cross a street with the button, there is a beeping noise, so that people who can't see the light change can hear it. In this country, it sounds one way. In other countries, it sounds lots of different ways. So there are lots of different ways to do this that perhaps would not be as problematic to people trying to go to sleep at night as a traditional beep. Just because we don't have the answer sitting here on the dais doesn't mean that there isn't a better answer out there. And I'm just asking that we find what the better answer is.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I mean, is any of the representatives who represent these companies here to speak?
Well, the robot.
on Zoom.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No one on Zoom?
There is, but not a representative.
Not a
There are
representative?
no bots here to speak for themselves?
I'll tell you what, I can defer this until the next meeting on the 29th, because I want to get it right. And in the interim, I will find out what noise the bots will emit, and we can make those changes also.
Sure.
And because I don't think, I do want to get it right, there's going to be a lot of bots around the city. And they're going to be rainbow bots, just so that you know. But it's not that's kind of like an airbrushed pastel rainbow. I was trying to get pink turquoise bots, but actually there's a pink bot, and then there's another bot company that has all red bots, and then Serve is normally beige and green, but they're going to do a special bot for us. And actually, if you request, like, for example, a rainbow bot during Pride Month, like real rainbow bot, you could get that too. And we, or not.
We don't need gay bots. And
Okay.
We don't need pink bots.
Anyway, I mean, but you could do anything, like, if you wanted a special bot for a special occasion, you could probably request it from the owners of the company. So let's send it to neighborhoods, I guess, and just defer. We'll defer it.
Open and continue.
Open and continue till, I want to hear it in October, the second reading.
Okay, so
Yes.
we're, by acclamation, may we open and continue this item to October 29th? Okay, so we'll do it at the same time as it's published now at 9:50, October 29, 9:50 a.m. So done.
Okay, R5G.
R5G is an orders of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 50 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Fire Prevention and Protection by amending section 50-10, established permitting fees to recover costs associated with compliance of the minimum radio strength for fire department communications in all new existing buildings as required by section 633.202, subsection 18, Florida statutes, and further amending section 1-15 entitled Fee Schedule by amending Appendix A thereof to provide for the permitting fees and costs associated with compliance of the minimum radio strength for fire department communications in all new existing buildings, and providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. R5G is a second reading public hearing.
Chief, well, first I wanted to thank you last week on 9/11. You and your team and our city put together an incredibly meaningful 9/11 ceremony at the fire station, and just wanted to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
So tell me about this item. I'm the sponsor, but
Yeah. Good afternoon, Fire Chief Dignabello. So the bidirectional amplification statute was proposed in 2016. And basically, it's what allows us to communicate with our dispatchers and police officers or command structure system while we're inside a building. Currently, because of the building materials, it's becoming very difficult for communication to be transmitted outside these structures. So the law passed, and the workload of ensuring that new constructions are in compliance is very overwhelming for the one person that is overseeing the application process, as well as ensuring that the building owners of the new buildings, existing buildings, are in compliance with the state Florida statute.
you were very convincing.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5G.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Call R5B and R5C.
Yes, sir. R5B. In orders of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the small-scale amendment process of Section 163.3187 Florida statutes by amending the Resilient Land Use and Development Element Goal RLU 1 entitled Land Use Objective RLU 1.1 entitled Establishment of Future Land Use Categories and Policy RLU 1.1.17 entitled Public Facilities Governmental Use PF by modifying and expanding uses allowed and amending the future land use map by changing the future land use designation for a parcel of land located at 7605 Collins Avenue, which is comprised of less than 10 acres, from the current designation of single-family residential RS to public facility to government uses PF, and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. That is item R5B. It is a first reading public hearing. R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning district reference in section 7.2.1.2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled District Map pursuant to section 2.5.1 entitled Change of Zoning District Boundaries, Rezoning, by changing the zoning district classification for a parcel of land located at 7605 Collins Avenue, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current zoning classification of RS4 single-family residential to GU government use, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. R5C is a first reading public hearing. R5C is a 5/7 vote.
So I'll let Tom talk about the technicalities, but basically, for those who are tuning in December of 2023 or January 2024, this commission did some land banking and acquired this parcel that was a private house in the middle of our park up in North Beach at Altos Del Mar Park. In order for it to be used in any useful way, rather than sitting vacant or being sold or used as a home, we need zoning law changes to let us do something productive with it. Lest there be any concern, this is a government use only, which limits the kinds of things that can happen there. There won't be a nightclub, there won't be a restaurant, there won't be, anything that could be disruptive. What the primary use, or the primary meaning first, not necessarily the entirety of the use, is to allow Surfrider, which is a not-for-profit organization that you've heard a lot about, because I do water quality testing around Miami Beach in South Florida, to move out of their shared office lab space that they have here a few blocks from City Hall, and into a slightly larger space that will allow them to get certified, because they'll have bathroom facilities that allow them to get a certain kind of certification that enables them to do different kinds of testing and have their results be used in more comprehensive ways. That is the first thing that's going to happen in this facility. I think there's discussion still about what's going to happen beyond that, but that's why we're bringing it, and it has to be voted on twice. Today is the first reading, then we'll come back in October for the second reading, and basically as soon as we hit yes on the second reading, Surfrider can go in and set up shop and get themselves certified and go to town. So Tom, if you want to talk more technically about what this is, feel free.
Sure, it's actually a pretty simple couple of amendments. As the commission is aware and as indicated by Commissioner Bott, the city purchased this property by resolution in March of 2024. When the city acquired the property, it actually automatically rezoned from RS4 to GU. R5B basically formalizes that by modifying the zoning atlas. However, the purchase of the property did not amend the future land use designation, and that's probably the biggest part of this. The future land use designation is changing from RS, which is very limited in terms of the uses that you can do, to government facility, government use public facility, or public facility government uses. And there's also a corresponding text amendment to the comprehensive plan that would allow for that broader array of uses that Commissioner Bott alluded to, and this includes things like arts and cultural organizations, environmental and science-related uses, and community centers. And so with that, the administration recommends that the commission approve both of these at first reading and set second reading for October 29th.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Tom, there's also been discussions of turning to a marine science center for the community. Does this help that?
Yes, this would. We specifically did a text amendment to expand the array of uses that would be permitted on the property, and science centers like that would be permitted.
Okay. And Eric, Mr. City Manager, so we've already purchased this building, is that correct?
Correct.
And if we want to change the use of it from the building department to any other department, explain to the public how we would have to, I guess, move around our finances to support that.
So this is, it's really just the inner workings of government. The building department is an enterprise fund that has certain parameters that the dollars that are collected by that fund can be used for, and it all relates to providing enforcement and permitting under the state building code. So if we were to want to use this property for another purpose, we would just have to do an intergovernmental fund transfer from one of our other accounts.
And so we would have to technically purchase that from the building department?
Correct.
Okay. But in terms of tax dollars, it's just going from one government entity to the other?
One pocket to the other pocket.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And building upon Commissioner Suarez's good point, we already authorized the city administration to do this. Is that correct? I thought we passed legislation authorizing,
To take it up as part of the end of the year closeout that we
Right.
will undertake in November.
because we anticipate there being a surplus at the end of the year, so that we can go ahead and make that interdepartmental transfer between funds.
Correct. It just hasn't happened yet.
So what are we gonna do with the funds from the building department, I guess, because they're gonna have an extra $6.5 million in their pocket, from one pocket to the other, so the other pocket that's getting the money, what are they gonna do with it?
So we've already had some preliminary conversations with the building department. We would like to find a location for them to be able to expand their services in North Beach, to be closer to the folks in that part of the city that might need those permitting services. Right now, we're renting space in one of the commercial buildings up there. We'd like to potentially get away from renting that space and own something.
Would it also be possible to just give it back to the taxpayers? The $6.5 million, instead of having to find something to purchase? I mean, can we give it back?
So those are building permit fees. So you would be giving those permit fees back to whoever paid those permit fees.
Excuse me, I'm a little confused. So the building department is going to receive a check from the city for $6 million and change. That's $6 million and change. You're telling me that we can spend it on maybe purchasing another property instead of renting. I'm simply asking, can that be maybe given back to the general fund and then as a rebate back to the Miami Beach residents?
So I would welcome the city attorney to weigh in, but my understanding is you cannot commingle enterprise funds and general fund dollars.
That is correct. And to clarify further what the manager said, the funds would have to be redistributed to persons, developers who paid permitting fees in a pro rata fashion. And I think I see the building director there who could probably provide even more detail because he knows the building code better than I do, but I believe it would be a pro rata refund to anybody who has paid for a building permit, which could include a single-family residence, but it could also include a major development such as some of the ones that have been approved in recent years.
I'd like to hear from the building director.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commission. Yes, that is correct. It would be prorated, and then little by little, we'd have to figure out through the statute, 553.80, who participated and who would get those refunds back. Obviously, the single-family homes and the smaller jobs will get a smaller piece of the pie than the larger developers, so that money would end up going back if that was the route to take. And again, the statute dictates that that money collected is for enforcement of the building code, facilities for enforcement of the building code, systems for enforcement of the building code, and training for enforcement of the building code. That is the strict parameter that is thrust upon us through the statute from the state.
Okay, so this is a state mandate. We cannot, so the enterprise fund cannot give back to the general fund.
Well, if that were the case, we wouldn't even have to do this intergovernment transfer. That's the whole point.
Okay, well, before there's any decision being made, I think it's upon the commission to decide how we spend that $6.5 million.
For sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so when that time comes, I'd appreciate, Eric, you put it on the agenda for us to discuss. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good? Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. This is both on R5C and R5B. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott, absent. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Both items R5C and R5B are approved. Second reading public hearing for both is October 29th.
R5S.
R5S is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 74 of the city code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Peddlers and Solicitors of Article 1, entitled In General, by creating section 74-2 to establish permit and business tax receipt requirements for home solicitation, to establish hours of solicitation, conduct standards, and permit display requirements, to create a city-maintained no solicitation list that solicitors must check, comply with, to provide for enforcement, penalties, and revocation, and providing for repealer servability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5S.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the city attorney's office for helping put this together. This was really came about being responsive to residents that have public safety concerns, especially in some of our high-value areas. There are an abnormal amount of solicitors that go door to door. And while some certainly could be attributed to normal commercial activities, there's a lot of fear out there, and I think some of it warranted, that some could be used as almost a guise or disguise for essentially scoping out some very high-value homes, especially this really ramped up during the summertime when people are away. Any type of commercial enterprise would have been familiar with these areas, would likely be occupied by people that likely weren't going to be around for the summertime. So sending people door to door during that specific time of year certainly raised a red flag. And from some of the areas that really complained, they have seen an uptick in home burglaries, auto thefts, and things like this. This doesn't prevent soliciting. This establishes parameters around it, such as having to register, have a BTR, and want to be clear that this absolutely does not impede on anything protected under the First Amendment, such as political speech, anything, I believe, religious as well. But legal, if you wanted to go and weigh in. Sure. If I misspoke on anything, but essentially this is looking to protect the private properties and interests of our residents, commercial entities. This is going to be the ones that are primarily have to comply with this registration and establishing some hours that even if you are registered, where soliciting would or would not be permitted. And again, like I said, there are some things that have gone to the Supreme Court and been protected under the First Amendment, and this is in no way to target those. So, Mr. City Attorney, turn it over to you.
Yeah, of course. So we've taken the definition for home solicitation and sale from the Florida statutes, and the Florida statute already requires anybody who's engaging in home solicitation sales to register with the clerk of the court. So there is a state-issued permit that is issued at the county level. What our ordinance does is it requires a business tax receipt to be obtained, and in order to do so, the individual must show that he or she or his business has a validly issued permit from the clerk of the court. In addition, the ordinance limits the days and hours of solicitation to Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We've included some standards of conduct such that solicitors must refrain from deceptive, aggressive, or coercive conduct. They need to leave any premises upon request, and they cannot enter any property that has a no solicitation sign or of a resident who has provided his or her name to the city's no solicitation list. That's another important feature that we've added. Residents can call in and request to have their name and address added to the no solicitation list. And anybody who's going to engage in home solicitation sales in the city would have to comply with the wishes. We've of course included enforcement and penalty provisions, $1,000 per day for a first offense, $5,000 for second or subsequent, and then the maximum is $15,000 for violations determined by a special magistrate to be irreparable or irreversible in nature, and further repeated violations could result in a revocation of the BTR.
Mayor.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, Commissioner Suarez.
My only concern about this is that this is how realtors farm their territory, and I don't want people getting $1,000 fine. Are they gonna get a warning first, or how are we gonna notify people? I think you need to notify every single realtor, or at least the MLS, realtors, so that people aren't getting fined? Do they get a warning first before they get fined?
Well, that would be
Like,
up
if I
to you
somebody
all.
calls,
Yeah.
they solicited my house, okay, you get a warning, don't do it again. I think that's how it has to work.
I'd be fine.
Okay, so I would just amend it to make sure that they get a warning before they get the $1,000 fine.
So we will amend it so that it's a warning for a first offense, $1,000 per day for a second offense, and 5,000 per day for a third or subsequent offense, with the 15,000 max when a special magistrate determines there's irreparable or irreversible harm.
And let's say, for example, just a regular realtor wanted to go and knock on the door, you have to get the Miami Beach BTR. Would that be done by the broker or the realtor? Because I'm just trying to think of people who would solicit door to door, you know, apart from the pesticide guy that we've all had knocking on our doors, in Mid-Beach.
Security services, pesticides, that's the one that really raised some people's flags. I don't know if we have PD that's here. They could speak on that, but especially up in like the North Bay Road area, they've gotten a lot of different calls for solicitation.
So who would get the violation? Would the real estate broker get the violation or the realtor? Because technically they're working for the broker, so now you're gonna have somebody out there knocking. I mean, I guess they're gonna get the solicitation, but I do think there's gonna be pushback on this. My only question is, was there any public outreach done so people know?
No, but this could be part of that, right? 2 readings on this?
Between first and second, and I would reach out to every brokerage in town, let them know, let pesticide companies know. I don't know how we're gonna let people know. I guess anybody who's operating a business in the city of Miami Beach should know. And then do the warning.
Yeah, Rick, maybe Commissioner Suarez, then maybe you can touch on what we think the notice would be. You know, we can't just implement this without having it.
And I want to make sure that in no way or form would this affect sort of door knocking for campaigning.
No, it absolutely expressly excludes that.
Okay, great.
Or religious entities like
Yeah.
Jehovah
And it
Witnesses.
expressly excludes that as well, yes. Anything protected by the First Amendment is not touched by this. And in terms of outreach, I think maybe we could coordinate with the manager's office to figure out what the best means of reaching all potentially affected parties. You know, it could be, you know, doing a mailing or a blast to BTR holders, but there may be other lists that we have that we can develop to engage in some education. I also think that the addition of the warning is also a great suggestion, and that would at least allow for an initial warning if somebody wasn't aware, we didn't reach them for whatever reason. To your question, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, about who would, I think generally speaking, it's the business that would have to get the BTR. So if it's a real estate brokerage, the business itself, I don't believe that we require individuals, but I'm speaking out of line. I think, you know, if we had somebody from finance or Manny here who could explain whether the BTRs are issued only to the broker or to every single individual.
They're definitely not. I mean, I'm an associate and I don't have a BTR, so it's my broker who has the BTR.
So then it's the broker. So then the same would apply here.
Which actually would make it easier, right? So then just Douglas Elliman would have to go out and get a BTR, and that would be an umbrella policy as opposed to each
Yeah,
individual.
every person would need a copy of it so that they could present it if requested.
But what if they already have a BTR? So they already have a BTR, but it has to be a solicitation BTR in addition? I just don't, like, putting extra layers on our businesses is, look, I don't know how many of them are gonna be going out and, you know, knocking on doors, but the question is, can you embed this, for example, into their regular BTR so that we don't give another layer of bureaucracy to businesses? Because I feel like they already say, God, it's so hard to operate in Miami Beach, and now, you know, what is, like, you know, now we're giving them another fee, another license.
Yeah, I believe maybe what could be done is at the time that the BTRs are renewed each year, and I don't know if that's already occurred for this fiscal year, we could include a notice advising that if you're engaged in home solicitation sales, and we could provide the definition of that, then you just need to let the finance department know that you are engaging in those sales and show proof that you have the court, the clerk of county courts certificate. So there's already a requirement that if you're engaging in solicitation sales, you need to have a permit from the county. So we're just adding some additional rules in the city.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this item, Commissioner Magazine. I had received some calls recently about this. One particular day, got a call from a number of residents. I guess they were going down the line of houses, and when they asked for information about the business card, a flyer, there was zero. They mentioned they had an Instagram account that had been created literally an hour or two earlier with 0 followers. I think anybody who gets a knock on the door about that would be concerned, and they were. So, did you make the motion?
I cannot.
Commissioner Bott, I think, moved it. Commissioner Fernandez, second.
So a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. This is to approve as amended. May I call the roll?
Let's call it.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 29th. That was item R5S, approved as amended. And for the record, on item R5B and R5C, Commissioner Bott is a yes.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 62 of the City Code entitled Human Relations by amending Article 2 entitled Discrimination by amending Division 3 entitled Regulations by creating Section 62-93 thereof entitled Service Animals by adopting regulations pertaining to service animals, providing for severability, codification, and an effective date. R5U is a first reading.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So Marjorie York and the Animal Welfare Committee have talked about this in the past. And this item was to ensure that our city buildings had notification that service animals were welcome in exact compliance with what the state law is.
I second the item.
So a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Dominguez?
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 29th. That was item R5U.
R5V.
R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of this Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 6 entitled Procurement by amending Division 3 entitled Contract Procedures by creating Section 2-375.2 entitled Certification of Compliance with Anti-Discrimination and Anti-Boycott Requirements to regulate city grants and sponsorship in accordance with state and local policy and providing for repeater severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5V.
Please add me as a sponsor. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at the last hearing, we made some last-minute amendments that, upon further review, I'm not comfortable with. I wanted to set it back to a first reading and have a separate ordinance as a catch-all for everyone else, but specifically for Miami Beach and Judaism in Miami Beach. I think it's appropriate at this time to have an ordinance stand on its own. Equivocating anti-Semitism with crime and discrimination faced by other communities is really morally unacceptable. We've had attacks here in Miami Beach on local Jewish businesses multiple times. We've had bomb threats. We've had elderly Jews leaving synagogues being accosted and verbally attacked simply for being Jewish. We've had multiple incidences within synagogues and disruptions simply for being Jewish and speaking your mind. We have even had local residents wishing that Zionist hospitals be bombed and Jewish cities nuclearized by dirty bombs. Our own Jewish schools here in Miami Beach have had to increase their private security almost tenfold, simply because there's just a growing threat of bodily harm to Jews and frankly Jewish students. This is a unique issue to Jews in Miami Beach that are clearly under threat within our own city, and this is a unique problem that needs a unique solution. So, that being said, I brought it back to first reading. I hope I have more than one sponsor on this, and I think this is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez, and I've joined on as a sponsor. The boycott, divestment, and sanctions, the BDS movement, is basically, and I mentioned this last time, it's economic warfare. So there's a war being fought, unfortunately, on the battlefield, but this is directed at Jewish businesses, Israeli businesses throughout the world, basically shunning that they should not do business with them. And we've seen incidences, it's almost unheard of, and you would think, you can't believe these things happen, but it's happening in other parts of the world as well, where, for example, France, there are certain Israeli filmmakers, artists are literally banned from participating. No other group is banned, but simply for being Jewish, they are banned. And this base, and your legislation, Commissioner Suarez, and that's why I'm adding as a sponsor, basically says that if you're engaged in that and part of that economic warfare, you just can't we're not going to utilize Miami Beach taxpayer funds to help you do that and participate in hate and anti-Semitism. Simple as that.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
So what's the difference between the two policies? Because I see we have two very similar policies, R5V and then R5W.
I'm gonna let the city attorney get into the legal nuances.
Sure. As you may recall, and as Commissioner Suarez just explained at the last meeting, the one that we are considering now was brought, and there was discussion to amend it to incorporate all of the other categories of protected classes. Commissioner Suarez thought about it some more, and he wanted to bring another item that addresses all of the other classes that would have been added. So it's the same, it's pretty much verbatim, except that the one that we're considering now is specific to anti-Semitism, and the other ordinance, which we have not yet gone to, addresses all other protected categories under the city's code of ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
Let's call the vote.
I need a motion and a
I'll
second.
make the motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Magazine. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and I see no one in the audience. Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for October 29th. That was item R5V.
R5W.
R5W is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the city code of the city of Miami Beach entitled administration by amending article 6 entitled procurement, by amending division 3 entitled contract procedures, by creating section 2-375.3 entitled certification of compliance with anti-discrimination provisions of the city's human rights ordinance to regulate city grant and sponsorship in accordance with local policy and providing for repealer servability qualification and an effective date. This is R5W. It is a first reading.
I'd like to be added as a sponsor to this item as well. Commissioner Suarez.
We covered basically all the points in the last, excuse me, in the last ordinance. Same things apply here, so to save time, I'm gonna make a motion to move the item.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing, and I have one individual requesting to speak. Katrina Seraldo, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Katrina. I was not aware of the rules. I thought maybe for the first reading we weren't allowed to make comments, so I meant to comment on the last resolution. But essentially, I'm born and raised here in Miami Beach, and I think that this, anti-boycott, divest, and sanctions movement is trying to speak up for the human rights of Palestinians, and Mayor Minor, you just mentioned that, this is economic warfare. You might be aware that these same tactics were used to fight apartheid in South Africa, that was demeaning, dehumanizing, and killing Black South Africans. So this is a very tried and true strategy and movement. And so I just want to point out that certainly anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred are unacceptable. And in Miami Beach, we are for the liberation and human rights of all people. So separating this out is an interesting strategy to say that, certain types of discrimination and hatred are more tolerable somehow than others. But I want Miami Beach to be a place where all people feel welcome and safe. I don't think that, asking people to, specifically avoid participation in boycott, divest, and sanction actions is reasonable or is what the people of Miami Beach necessarily want. You guys have spent a lot of time today actually addressing Miami Beach issues, which I am thankful for, but this kind of, and I've spoken to you, several of you, in person about our investment in Israeli bonds.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Okay.
May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is October 29th, R5W.
R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida by amending chapter 1 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled General Provisions by amending section 1-15 entitled Fee Schedule by amending appendix A thereof to 1, exclude the fiscal year 2026 Consumer Price Index CPI adjustment on October 1, 2025 for all Miami Beach residence rates, and 2, add the monthly garage residential rates, and providing for repeater servability codification and an effective date. R5H is a second reading public hearing.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a simple item that provides a pause on the scheduled parking price adjustment on residential parking for the upcoming year. It also formalizes in our code the monthly garage residential rates, and it advances the transition of our garages to being fully cashless, which also results in a cost savings to the city. So I think this just continues our efforts that we've been doing to provide cost relief to our residents and also being more efficient in our operations. And with that, I move the item.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. This was second reading. The item is approved. That was item R5H.
R7S.
Sorry, S we did. I'm sorry, R7S, I'm sorry. Accept recommendation, enhanced multimodal transportation plan, Art Week 2025. R7S.
Okay.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. Is the Transportation Department here? So the Transportation Committee had deliberated over several meetings on different ideas and plans. It was very thorough, and they sent in their recommendations to each of us quite some time ago. And Jose, if you'd like to give some information on their feedback and see if it's something that we can start working on.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. As Commissioner Dominguez pointed out, at the last Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, we presented what we're calling an enhanced an enhanced Art Week plan for 2025. The plan essentially consists of putting more water taxi vessels in service in order to bring down the passenger wait times. For Art Week 2024, we deployed several water taxi vessels. It was very popular, widely used. The only constructive criticism that we received is that there were too few vehicles in service. Even though the headways were 15 minutes with 4 vessels, the lines were sometimes hundreds of passengers long. So what we're proposing as the enhanced plan would put more vessels in service, as well as the shuttle services that we had last year. We would continue to provide free shuttle services for, we have 2 different loops. We have a Miami Beach loop, which connects all the art fairs within our city, and then we have an outer loop that goes across the Julia Tuttle Causeway on the bus lanes, connecting art fairs in the design district to the art fairs here in Miami Beach. In order to deploy the enhanced Art Week plan, we do need additional funding. And you will see the request as part of the budget, the fiscal year 26 budget. We prepared a enhancement request, and the enhancement request is being recommended in about $258,000, but we need an additional $130,000 in order to provide the enhanced plan. If the funding is not identified, then for Art Week 2025, we would provide the same level of service that we provided in 2024.
Vice Mayor Magazine, is this one of the items that we'll be discussing today after 5? It's recommended by the city, or maybe city manager can chime in.
So, I can add just we were in negotiations with Art Basel for extending their contract. We still are hopeful that we will reach an agreement with them, and that new contract that we were potentially going to be entering into would have a contribution from Art Basel towards transportation during Art Week. We were hopeful that once Art Basel signed on to that, we would be able to reach out to the other art fairs and hopefully bridge that $130,000 gap. Unfortunately, we are not there yet, and so I think that this is an appropriate conversation to have during the budget process at 5.
And Art Basel for 2025 is set to go.
Yes.
And so this is for this year's, not for future ones. So it's going to happen regardless. I would recommend that we move forward with and find funding for the gap of 133, because this year's is not in question. And we always try to mitigate traffic, find creative solutions, do things that are going to help.
100% agree with you that we're always trying to do things a little bit better. We were certainly looking to save a few dollars because of the budget challenges that we had this year. And so we were asking our partners to chip in. Because we haven't reached the conclusion of those negotiations, we may have to find a stopgap measure for this year.
Can we still reach out to the art fairs on the other side that would be benefiting from this transportation?
So I know that we have in the past gotten some participation from Miami-Dade County and City of Miami on some of these shuttle routes. Have we reached out to them for this year?
We've reached out to Miami-Dade County to provide the shuttle loop that goes across the causeway to connect Miami to Miami-Dade County. Miami to Miami Beach. We have a meeting coming up with their director over there to discuss ways of partnering. But last year, they did not provide actual funding for the
What about
service.
grants or things that we might be able to ask from the Florida Inland Navigation? From Spencer Crowley and his team, do they contribute for something like this? I know that for the boat parade, they contributed a little money.
Did they? My understanding from dealing with them in the past was that they preferred to contribute to capital expenditures, but we can reach out to them. The only thing I would mention is that typically they're accepting applications around the first of the fiscal year for the following fiscal year. So it's usually a year later when you get
So
the
they saw
dollars.
my boat parade item on the agenda and they reached out to me and said, hey, we'll give money. This would be different than applying for something for capital improvement or something of that nature.
Okay.
So I would still reach out.
We'll reach out to
Yeah.
Spencer. Thank you.
And through the vice chair, I hope you have a good negotiation skills there, okay? Because I think it's only fair that they contribute to, to an event that they're hosting. I mean, we're hosting, and they're ultimately profiting from. So, looking forward to hearing your contract negotiation outcome.
Jose, have we spoken with any of the, new robo-taxi services? I know at some of the big events and conventions, Zooks has rolled out their robo-taxi out in Las Vegas and doing it for free to promote their product and world-class. What better place to showcase that than Art Basel that's truly on the global stage? Have we gotten innovative with any things like that? And perhaps if not, think it's too late, or can we still try and see if any types of the new technology would be possible and want to use this as a showcase or platform? Obviously, things that are established, things like Zoox, from Amazon and Waymo and things of that nature.
Right, Commissioner, we have not, but we'd be happy to. For prior art years, we have reached out to some of the companies that provide autonomous shuttles. However, there was still a cost involved with that, and so it didn't come to fruition.
Okay.
But we'd be happy to
Yeah,
reach out
check
to robo-
Zoox, just
to
because I know they did
robo-taxis.
some sort of partnership with Vegas. Sorry, Commissioner Fernandez.
Wait, can
and
I
then
just say one
Commissioner
thing?
Rosen-Gonzalez.
Oh.
Similar to the issue of Art Week.
And you're right here, sorry.
Carry it on. It's your item.
No, I promise I don't want this.
On the issue of Art Week, I want to make sure, not related to this item, but related to transportation, that we are in touch with Miami-Dade County regarding the opening of the Venetian Bridge. As I know in the past, we've had issues that they start opening the bridge, I believe at 7 p.m. And we've realized at 7 p.m., there is still a lot of Art Week traffic along Alta Road, along the causeways. It's kind of like feels like it's kind of like peak hour for Art Week. So I just want to make sure that we don't have to do what we've had to do in the past, which is in the middle of the chaos, when traffic is at its worst, having to call Miami-Dade County with an urgency because they're opening the bridge and traffic now comes to a standstill and ambulances can't get by and it creates a public safety situation. So just want to make sure that we're engaging in those conversations with Miami-Dade County, with DTPW early on. I know that sometimes the Coast Guard has to get involved. A couple of years ago, I think we had to reach out to Senator Rubio and Senator Scott's offices to have them intervene. So I just want to make sure, I don't want us to find ourselves stuck with a traffic nightmare where the bridge is opening at 7 p.m. And if we need to ask them to reopen the bridges later for marine traffic, that we start asking for that early on.
Absolutely, Commissioner, and happy to report that we've been working with the Coast Guard, and I've got good news. They approved a temporary deviation of the bridge schedule for the East Venetian Bridge, and this year, we're actually starting the restrictions earlier. We're starting them from Monday, December 1st, through Sunday, December 7th. So the restrictions are going to be in place from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. During the weekdays, and then on Saturday and Sunday, the restrictions will be in place from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay.
Excuse me, what good is if it's just one bridge? I mean, there's a Venetian East and there's a Venetian West.
So the Coast Guard requires there to be navigation abilities on one of the two bridges, either the East Bridge or the West Bridge, but both would
Doesn't
not
really-
be able to,
I understand.
to be on lockdown.
Jose, I completely understand where you're coming from, but that doesn't really solve the problem if, one bridge opens and one bridge doesn't. I mean, we're just what? There's nothing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, you might as well just open up both bridges then.
Oh, no, please, no.
Well, it doesn't matter because they both go up at the same time, right? And
They're-
so
Right, they're on the same schedule, but at least the.
would it be possible to maybe move it every 90 minutes? I mean, for both bridges, that's a little bit more practical, and try to maybe solve the problem or hour.
You mean, well, during certain hours, the East Bridge will not open at all.
And we want to keep
So-
that on the
and-
East Bridge. We want to make sure that that does not open. And now between 3 and 8 p.m. Thank you, you got it to 8 p.m. because in the past it would start opening at 7.
Correct.
And the traffic nightmare it would cause is horrible. But to Commissioner Suarez's point, which is a very good point, if we keep the East Bridge on lockdown, the traffic is still going to back up
the West
into our island if the West Bridge is open. And to his point, if that one could at least be every 90 minutes, we're not saying a complete lockdown, but every 90 minutes, it helps address the concern. Unless I must imagine there's override if there's an emergency and it's, Marine Patrol or there's a fire or there's an accident, I'm sure there's override for it. But if it's just enjoyment, a charter, it shouldn't be opening in the middle of this hectic traffic just for something non-emergency.
We'll go back to the Coast Guard. They've been very reticent to acquiesce to the bridge lockdowns. The good news is the West Bridge is significantly taller than the East Bridge, and so there'll be more boat traffic that can go under that bridge without it having to go up.
Okay.
And also, although yes, it will cause backups into the city, at least there won't be a bridge open between our residents trying to get home from wherever they may be on Miami Beach, although they will still have traffic.
Have we asked the city of Miami to participate with us in asking the Coast Guard about that bridge opening on the west side? Because I believe that's their jurisdiction.
Correct, not the city of Miami. We've been working directly with Miami-Dade County. For the West Bridge, we would probably need to bring in the city of Miami into the fold.
And I think we should probably do that, because again, they suffer from the traffic as much as we do. During Art Balso and Mr. Manager, I get what you're saying, it's a higher bridge, so the frequency of the openings is probably not as much. But still, even if it opens just once, opening once at the wrong time could have catastrophic effect, domino effect into our islands.
And there's going to be a lot of party charter boats that are, that don't fit under that West Bridge. I mean, the West Bridge is not that much taller. I think it's maybe 10 feet. But in terms of boat size with towers and antennas, really, it's nominal compared to the traffic that's going to be a result from, like I said, Art Week party charters.
Commissioner Dominguez, we good?
Yes, so move this item forward. We'll discuss it at 5, or can we find the funding gap? Are there places or things that we can move around? Is there a sponsor that we can speak to? Sometimes on the trolleys there are sponsorships. Maybe one of those sponsorships can be to fund the cost of the taxis.
We're having conversations with the art fairs for potential contributions or advertisements and to try to offset some of the operational cost, but still having those conversations.
Okay. So I think we should probably leave it on the agenda. We'll discuss it during the budget process. And if not, then at the next commission meeting, which would be the next fiscal year, look for funding.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let's call R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Public Property by amending Article 3 entitled Use of Public Property by amending Division 1 entitled Generally by creating Section 82-74 thereof entitled Plastic-Related or Metallized Decorations Prohibited at Public Marinas, Marine Facilities, Parks, and Beaches in order to deter harmful littering and protect marine and coastal wildlife and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5I.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsor with Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and today we're considering on second reading this ordinance that I've sponsored together, as you mentioned, with Commissioner Suarez, with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, to prohibit plastic-related and metallized decorations at our public marinas, at our marine facilities, our parks and beaches. This ordinance builds upon our prior action banning balloons, and I think Commissioner Suarez, you sponsored that with Commissioner Magazine, one of your first actions as a city commissioner. And it reflects our consistent commitment to protect our marine and coastal environment. And while some items such as glitter and confetti, the sequins and the streamers may seem harmless, they are deceptively disruptive, not to us, but clearly to our marine life. They scatter easily, they linger as microplastics, and too often they end up being ingested by sea turtles and birds and fish, threatening fragile ecosystems that ultimately we want to protect as well. I just want to highlight clearly, this item is not about discouraging celebration, but it is about ensuring that we encourage a type of celebration that maintains responsibility for our natural resources. And I think you all may recall the public testimony that Sophie Ringel did at the first reading. She brought this big bag of these plastic petals that were just thrown out on the beach for a wedding or an engagement, and then they never get picked up. And this is not a one-off thing. This happens all the time. People come here, they want to have a special occasion, and they don't realize that they are polluting our coastal community and they're threatening our natural resources when there are other alternatives, reusable decor, natural fibers, and other compostable materials that are readily available. So this is a responsible piece of legislation, I believe, that protects us from microplastics, and I'm proud to move this item for adoption.
Second.
I have a question for the sponsor.
Yes.
Would you consider amending it to include Ocean Drive, which is, across the street from Lomas Park and the ocean? Because a lot of the storefronts on Lomas Drive on Ocean Drive use those fake flowers.
I don't have an issue with, I don't know if it becomes an issue with the title.
I think we might also be preempted if we have plastic in there. I mean, I would be in favor of it. I'm just saying, legally speaking, can we prohibit plastic from a private?
I'm in favor of the amendment. If we can do it, I'm in favor.
I think we may have an issue with the title, because the title did not address private property. It was only public facilities.
But are we allowed to preempt plastic
I believe
on
for
private property?
something like this, let me do the research, but I believe we may be able to, but let me do the research on that.
Perhaps to the sponsor, we pass this, and then and you can bring another item for it, which I'll
The three of us
happily
can do it
co-sponsor.
together. Yeah.
With Commissioner Bott and Fernandez.
Yeah, the three of us can do it together. I don't want to be too onerous on the buildings, because I think it's a little bit different. These decorations, while we may not like them, and they might be tacky, frankly speaking, they're not my style, they're not ending up on the beach. They're not ending up being consumed by the marine life. They're usually affixed to a pergola, they're affixed to canopies and that type of stuff. But if they are becoming pollutants, I'm happy to consider legislation on that.
So, we have a motion and a second.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
He mumbles.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5I.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. R5L.
R5L is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 90 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Solid Waste by amending Article 4, entitled Private Waste Contractors by amending Division 4, entitled Specialty Contractors by amending Section 90-278 thereof, entitled Fees and Requirements, Penalties for Non-Payment, to make certain clarifications regarding the penalties payable for failure to pay collection fees and providing for repeater servability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5L.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, this is just a very minor Scrivener's error. It's a second reading. I move the item.
Second.
Call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5L.
R7H.
Mr. Mayor, can I just do a quick point of personal privilege before I forget? I meant to do it earlier on, and it's very quick, I promise.
I don't think I'd stop you even if I want. No, of course. Go ahead.
You can't stop me, no. I just very quickly, the most important person in any one of these meetings besides the residents is the cameraman who is operating these cameras here, and that's Aaron, and it's his birthday today. And so I want to make sure he gets all of our right angles, that we don't look chubby on camera. So I'm doing all of us a favor here. So I just want to take a moment and just wish Aaron a very happy birthday, because he sits through all of these meetings and through all of our bantering.
Happy birthday. Thank you. That was well worth it. Yeah, I didn't know what you were going to say, so. R7H.
R7H is implement one-year pilot program for one-way valet parking services at Van Shell. R7H.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, co-sponsor with Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and Bott.
Okay, so this was heard at the Neighborhoods Committee. I'd like to congratulate Will once again for this one-way valet drop-off. It's economic development. It solves the parking problem in North Beach, and it prepares us for the construction of the 72nd Street garage with a solution that I believe everybody is on board with. So if nobody has any questions, I will move the item.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez on R7H. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7H is approved 7-0.
R5N.
R5N is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 2, entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures by amending section 2.2.4, entitled Public Hearing to modify public notice requirements for land use board applications and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5N.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Tom. If you want to take it away.
Sure. This is a pretty straightforward amendment to Chapter 2 of the LDRs, and what it does is it sets forth actual notice requirements for canceled or rescheduled land use board meetings. Currently, we have some rules that we follow regarding carrying these items over. This basically codifies those procedures and sets up the requirement for a 5-day courtesy notice online for any items that were either not heard or if the meeting was canceled.
I move the item.
Let's call the vote.
I heard a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for October 29th.
R50.
R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending chapter 1 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled General Provisions, article 2, entitled Definitions, Section 1.2.1, entitled General Definitions, by adding a definition for habitual offender, by amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 4 entitled Amendments to Comprehensive Plan, and to the text of the Land Development Regulations by amending Section 2.4.1 entitled Generally to Establish Procedures to Address Outstanding Violations, Fines, Fees, or Other Open Bills for applications to amend the Land Development Regulations or the Comprehensive Plan, and providing for codification, repeal, servability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R50.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the idea here is very simple. If you want to request a zoning change, if you want to benefit from zoning incentives, you should be in compliance with the existing rules and with the existing code of the city of Miami Beach first. This adds a new layer of accountability to our LDRs by requiring applicants to resolve any outstanding violations, fines, unpaid fees before their zoning or comprehensive plan amendments can be considered. It also introduces a new definition of who is an habitual offender, someone with 3 or more adjudicated violations in the past 3 years related to zoning, relating to building, relating to life safety codes. If you're not respecting our city, if you're a negligent property owner, if you're not adhering to the regulations we've put in place for our city, then you should not be benefiting from extra zoning incentives that have been approved by our city commission. This is a fair and consistent approach that encourages compliance, it discourages bad actors, and it ensures that our zoning incentives are earned and that they are secured for responsible property owners. Because what we never want is for someone to purposefully abandon their property, accumulate violations for the purpose of coming in and then saying, I need these incentives. That we cannot do. We cannot reward bad property owners, and this is a step in the right direction to ensure that only the most responsible, the most respectful property owners benefit from our zoning regulations. And with that, I move my item. Mr. Director, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to add.
You covered it all.
And, Mr. Attorney, with this ordinance, for how long of a period do they need to be in compliance as not being an habitual offender in order to be able to benefit from zoning incentives?
So they could have no open violations, no open bills due to the city at the time they submit their application for an amendment to the code. So everything would have to be resolved.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Suarez.
Nick, does zoning violations include CUP violations? So somebody had noise violations repeatedly?
Yes, if a violation of a CUP is a violation of the LDRs.
And they cannot have had more than 3 or more adjudicated violations in the past 3 years, is that correct?
If they did, they would be considered an habitual offender.
And when they are considered an habitual offender, then they could not benefit from these zoning incentives and changes.
That's something I can work with you on between first and second reading.
To the Vice Mayor, what happens if they sell the property to another entity and that entity technically doesn't have, does it run with the property or? Well, another thing is, let's say this developer owns multiple properties. On one hand, he has a property in North Beach, and it's becoming blighted, but he has another property in South Beach that he wants to develop. Does this law go into effect?
So the issues would run with the property, not with the owner. So if you had open violations on a property, and the property changes hands, all of those violations would have to be resolved before you could submit a private application to amend the code.
But what if you're what if you're labeled a habitual offender?
Well, so that goes to Commissioner Fernandez's question, and that kind of an amendment to our code right now would be implicated by Senate Bill 180.
So are we even able to pass this through?
You can pass this because this is saying that prior to submitting anything, any private application to amend the code, moving forward, that you have to resolve any outstanding city code violations, which right now we don't have that provision in the code.
I think if the sponsor is willing, we need to make this stronger, because, I mean, there is a well-known developer who just did exactly that. And the Morellos at the Deauville site. I mean, that site was left years blighted on purpose. And if they own another property, I don't think that they should benefit from any sort of upzoning changes if they are blighting another property. And the last thing we need is a landlord who has multiple properties in Miami Beach, blighting one to get favors or upzones on another. So I think it should run with the principal owners to make it stronger.
I could not agree more with you, Commissioner Suarez. The idea was to establish a minimum waiting period after all those fines and violations had been resolved before a transmittal hearing could occur to the planning board on the requested zoning changes. And I think if you're a bad property owner at one property, it's usually a behavior pattern that you'll probably be a bad property owner at another property. So this should extend across the board.
We can work with the sponsor on addressing other properties that are under the same ownership, but we could not impose a waiting period is a moratorium, and that would be impacted by Senate Bill 180.
So then what teeth does this have?
Well, this would address the situation you mentioned, Commissioner, which is a developer that had outstanding code violations would not have been able to even submit that initial private application to amend the code until all of those violations and all of those fines were paid. So this does address that particular situation you mentioned.
Right, and then, and it's a good step. It's a good step forward, but what I don't want to happen, well, that's exactly what happened at the Deauville, right? Once they realize that they want to have an upzoning incentive,
Don't rush to pay everything.
they just go ahead, they went ahead and they paid the fines. And then we had to be saddled with, years of neglect of a property. So I certainly welcome between first and second reading to see how we can make this stronger, to really change the behavior of these landlords and these developers.
And I want to make it clear, the original intent of this ordinance was for it to create that moratorium, not just pay the fines. Because sometimes the fines, we all know that just becomes the cost of doing business. But having to hold on to the property and not being able to fully maximize on the property because you violated the code, that is the real penalty on the property owner. That is what would truly discourage them. And so when we initiated this item, it was exactly that intent that Commissioner Suarez is mentioning, but you're saying that because of the state law, Senate Bill 180, we can't impose, in essence, that moratorium now.
That's correct, Commissioner. The original draft that we had prepared for you included the moratorium provision. Unfortunately, it had to be revised after Senate Bill 180 was signed into law.
And if this legislative session, Senate Bill 180 gets amended, we can bring this back?
You could bring back an amendment to do just that.
I'd love to be a sponsor.
Well, let me ask you this. Can't we adopt this with that language in there already, so that whenever SB 180 gets amended or whenever it expires, we don't have to start anew with a new piece of legislation? It's already in the books that upon the expiration of SB 180 or any such amendment, that moratorium go into play.
Unfortunately, the legislature drafted 180, so it prohibits you as a body from proposing or enacting an ordinance that is more restrictive. So I would not. Unfortunately, you can't do that right now, but you could bring one back if the legislature amends the law.
Okay.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. With that, I move my item.
Second.
Although it is a public hearing, no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez, who is also listed as a co-sponsor. Vice Mayor Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for October 29th. That was item R50.
R9Z.
R9Z is discuss, take action, sidewalk repair program updates.
Yeah, I put on this item, I've gotten a lot of inquiries about upgrading our sidewalks. We've heard it at recent forums as well. I think it's worth discussing, and I know we've had some extensive conversations about it, Eric. I know there's a lot of work being done, and I thought it behooves us to let the public know what we're doing to address our sidewalks.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. I have a very short presentation that just might help give some graphic representation of what I talk about. If you pull up that presentation, please. Next slide. So we have about 200 miles of sidewalk that we maintain. We've talked about colors. We have the Miami Beach red, the traditional gray sidewalk, and we have about 5,000 ADA ramps throughout the city that we maintain. The main instigator behind the sidewalk maintenance program is ADA compliance. We want to make sure that our sidewalks can be traversed in a wheelchair, people can walk without tripping, so that's really what we're focusing on. Sidewalks are part of our asset management program, which includes all of our assets. In 2017, we did our first sidewalk assessment with Jacobs, and then 5 years later, we did an update to that assessment in 2022, and we will be due for another assessment in 2027 at a 5-year increment. Next slide, please. So these are ranked on a sidewalk condition index, similar to a pavement condition index that we do for the streets. And then we have a network priority index. That basically prioritizes where the sidewalk is going. Routes to school might qualify as more important than other routes. And then we weight that a 60 to 40% weight for the priority ranking score. So here's the graph, the table between 2017 and 2022. You can see a significant improvement in the average rating, average condition, a decrease from 22 miles of poor sidewalk to a half a mile, and a decrease in the moderate from 54 miles to 1.6 miles. So that's a great improvement over that 5-year period, and that is due to the amount of funding that Commission has granted the department to make those improvements and replacements. The GO bond funding, the first tranche in 2019 was $3.5 million, and again in 2023, another $3.5 million. In addition, there's been miscellaneous funding through the general fund to do sidewalks. The pie chart there gives a demonstration of the areas where the sidewalks were replaced. It's pretty evenly distributed between the north, mid, and South Beach areas. You can see South Beach has a little more money, but there are a lot more sidewalks in that area. And this just talks about the funding. We do have about $1.5 million left from the 2023 tranche. And then this is going to be too small to see, but it is basically a chart of different areas that we've done the sidewalks in. And that's all I have. No public comment there.
Now, thank you so much. What's currently being done to address and improve our sidewalks?
Current
Right
projects that we have?
No, not specific projects. Just to give me an overview. I think, I was talking to Eric, and maybe I'll turn to Eric as well. We did, I know, a sidewalk assessment recently. If you can just talk about that, either one of you.
Yep, that was done in 2022. That will be done again in 2027. Like I said, we still have about $1.5 million from the GO bond to make additional improvements prior to that reassessment in 2027.
Is that actively being done?
Yes, we are actively doing sidewalk projects. I don't have the exact locations with me right now.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, could you go back to the slide where you show the improvements over since the last time you did the
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
the graph that had the little red pluses and minuses on it? So based on that, there's 2.1 miles of poor or moderate distress sidewalks in the city?
Currently, there's 1/2 mile
of poor plus moderate distress is another.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying, yes, 2.1 combined.
I mean, I'd love to learn how that's quantified, because just in, from 65th Street to 75th Street, North Beach, on Collins and parts west, I would suggest that those sidewalks are in pretty rough shape.
And I've reviewed some of that from that walkthrough, and a lot of that is utility cuts that have probably been done since this assessment, which are actively being requested to be replaced and repaired. Cracking does not necessarily make it a poor or a moderate sidewalk. It's more the height of the trip hazard that's going to classify it as being poor.
So we've had, cracking, there is cracking and there's cracking, right? There's cracking that's just a little bit of a, unsightly, but, I have a friend who broke her foot on a cracked sidewalk. Funny thing, that. And so 2022, 3 years ago, we've got another assessment coming in 27, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
These are streets that are literally adjacent to the ocean, so they take the biggest brunt of things. There's dispute between whether it's a city-owned responsibility or a county-owned responsibility or a state-owned responsibility, depending on where the sidewalk is. The whole red versus not red discussion plays into this because it wears differently. I think more needs to be done proactively to address these issues. It goes back to, when three of us were running as neophyte candidates, somebody who's in the race with us kept saying that he wanted Miami Beach to be held to a Disney World standard. He wasn't talking about the politics. He was talking about the cleanliness. And it's unrealistic to do that in an actual living, breathing city, but the impact that the state of the sidewalks has on the perception of how well cared for the city is, it may not be an accurate statement, but it's the perception. The first two images that you showed of those beautiful, pristine sidewalks, I'm like, where in the hell in the city are those? And I'm sure it didn't last very long because they get used hard. But, you go to other smaller cities or other cities with different priorities and the sidewalks look different. We've made great strides as a commission. We've bought gun cleaning machines, and we got power washing crews out doing their thing. And we're talking in all kinds of different areas about how to make the sidewalks look better and be more easily maintainable. The fact that utility cuts come in and don't get cleaned up or don't get finished, or, well, they're going to come back and finish this next week, turns into 6 months down the road. Like, all of this plays into it. And I think there needs to be like a comprehensive policy of how we're going to deal with this, more than, doing a review every 7 years or whatever it ends up being, every 5 years, because it's pretty bad. And one of the items that hopefully we'll get to after 5 is this request to do a comprehensive review, block by block in North Beach, including, but not limited to, the state of the sidewalks. Because, I've sent you pictures, I've sent poor Hernan gets pictures for me. Tom Curator, when he was in code, gets pictures for me constantly, not to mention the stuff that I send to the app to get fixed, of things that have been cut, things that have been cracked, things that have been abandoned, things that are tripping hazards, things that, somebody could break their ankle because they could just step into the hole that's there. I feel like we really need to do something more comprehensive and do a sooner than 2027 inventory to address where we are and how we can mitigate some of these issues.
It might make sense to move the assessment up, given that we've spent so much money upgrading the sidewalks in the last few years. It might actually make sense to then move that up to, well, we're already looking at FY26 budget, but if we can fit it in there, we've done so much so we can update all of that information. And we see that a lot with the pavement assessment. When we've had a lot of utility projects happen, we want to put that new data in and see where that takes the PCI. Same situation here. We might want to reassess and just see where everything is at this point, because 2022 was a long time ago based on how much work we've done.
And I think it also needs to be done in a way that you can say, in this neighborhood, all the sidewalks are great. In this neighborhood, it's disastrous and we need to focus holistically to get this neighborhood up to snuff. And also, we need to hold the utilities and private developers responsible for coming in and cleaning their stuff up immediately and not waiting, not giving them 6 weeks, but like fix it now, and if you finish it now, and if you have to go back in, you go back in. But even as stuff as minor as the spray paint that marks where things are going to go is supposed to wash off within a certain amount of time, and it's there forever, it feels like.
Yeah, those last two items are two of the largest challenges. Getting utility companies to do restoration on their cuts and the utility markings, and basically having the ability to follow up and actually get them to take care of those and mitigate those issues.
But don't we close out their permits? I mean, don't we review their stuff before we say, okay, you're good here?
Yes.
And so what is that process currently, and what should it be, and how can we make it better?
Yep, I'll have to look into that, see how we can improve that process to make sure that anybody that has a permit, they're getting restored, but there might be outliers that maybe we don't know about. Might be FDOT, might be county roads. So I'm going to look into how we can work with the other agencies to make sure these things.
And it might be private developers. I mean, there's one building that went up in North Beach that took away parking spots, took away a bike lane, took away sidewalks, and some of those are being replaced and some of them aren't. And, it's like the developer's like, oops, so sorry. So, I mean, if we can hold this over until next commission meetings in, 6 weeks or whatever it ends up being, the 29th, would you be able to come back with an update on specifically those issues?
Yes, certainly can.
Would that be okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. And the good news, John, you and your wife and kids moved to North Beach, so you'll be around to check it out.
And we walk a lot around there, so.
What part?
76 in Collins.
Nice.
Yep. So we love it there, but yes, I do see the sidewalks all around that area.
Well,
so.
any day you want to go for a walk in North Beach, I can show you some of my favorite derelict corners.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Sorry to rat you out there. No problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a little bit of color, we do have challenges sometimes with utility companies that want to do a bunch of work all at the same time and not do the restoration except in bunches. And so historically, what we've done is we've limited the number of open permits that will allow for a utility company at any given time, so that they've got to come back through and close out permits so that they can open new ones. That way, we're pushing them to close out permits, because otherwise there's really no incentive.
It's crazy. There's, I take my dogs out for walks every day, and there's one path that we go regularly that utility company came in and dug up the poles because I think they're replacing them. I'm not even sure what they're doing up there, but there's markings all over the place. The poles have been dug up, so there are open holes in the ground that are big enough, in the dirt, big enough that you could bury a small family in there. And they're surrounded with little barricades, which is great, but, things happen to barricades. They get moved, people trip, whatever. And I thought, okay, well, they must be doing this imminently. It must be very soon, because that seems like a terribly unsafe situation. We have a lot of flooding there. I can't imagine that's good for anybody. It's been at least 6 weeks, if not longer. I mean, it's crazy. Like, if you're doing something that drastic, if you're spray painting, that's one thing. If you're doing the thing where you're digging up the holes, like, I would expect you to be back next week with the poles going into the holes. It's private property owners wouldn't do it this way. I don't understand why it's okay for utility companies to do it this way.
Commissioner, I've actually talked to city manager, Public Works for some time about this. Happy to kind of co-sponsor an item. In front of my street on West Avenue, FPL has destroyed it. It looks like a third world country. And they go, well, we closed our permit out. We repaved over the part that we destroyed. I'm talking, they've repaved half of a lane. Well, we've resurfaced the lanes. There's stuff, it wouldn't be acceptable anywhere. And it will not be acceptable in Miami Beach. What they did, FPL, in front of South Point Elementary School, it looked like a third world country where we have children coming and scooting on their scooters, and we have differences in the street. In front of a public elementary school, this deep, somebody could have gotten killed, right? And our taxpayers just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars repaving West Avenue from 5th to 8th Street. They came, they dug it up, they destroyed, and they said, we did our duty. This company makes $10 billion in revenue per year, $4.5 billion of net profit per year, and they can't repave our roads that they destroyed. It's a disgrace.
Can I just say one thing? A
Councilor
lot
Rose
of the
Gonzalez.
markings, thank you. A lot of the markings that you see happen to be Crown Castle, which is federal, and they have a federal and state preemption. It's a double preemption for 5G poles. So when you see those markings on the sidewalks, and we had a big to-do about this, do you remember? We're preempted completely. There's nothing that we can do about it, and that's why you see a lot of those markings. It might not be FP&L. I think a lot of it happens to be 5G and Crown Castle.
Oh, no, I get that.
And-
I'm talking about where FPL literally dug up our street that we had just paved 2 years ago and comes back on the street. I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm fully aware that we're dealing with that issue as well, but I'm talking very specifically, coming in FPL uniforms, and digging up the street and then partially repaving it. In a turn lane, they partially repaved half of a turn lane. Hey, who would do that? If that was in front of the president of FPL's house, do you think they ever would have left it like that? Absolutely not. Okay, the little splatters of tar go on for blocks. It's a disgrace. And I'm going to bring an item. I drive past it. I say, I'm embarrassed as a resident. And I go, who can I call? And I say, you know what, me. So I'm going to do something about it.
Ralph, I'd like to co-sponsor this item. And this is a tangential, but just because I keep thinking about it when I drive over them and I keep forgetting to ask you, what is going on with the fire station on 69th and Collins, where all those big giant metal plates are that have been there for weeks?
So I believe that is the sewer main project. John, you want to talk about?
Yes, that's a force main project coming out of one of our pump stations. We're currently working with the contractor. He has to do a renewal of a permit with Durham. And we're also trying to revise his MOT plan to have minimum number of closures for that project. However, the force main is in the southbound right lane, so there will be some overnight closures, but we're really trying to figure out how we can minimize those closures. So we have a meeting next week with the contractor to go over his plan.
And what's going on with the plates that are there? I mean, those things, there's a lot of wiggle in them, and there's a lot of traffic going over them, and, is there something safer that can happen there?
No, it actually, everything has been backfilled at this point. That was the reason for the closure being left during the day. The situation was not safe, so we actually had the contractor backfill with dirt. So the holes are filled, those plates are just covering the compacted dirt right now.
Okay.
And, they'll be that way for a little while until he resumes progress.
How is it that somebody who is in the middle of a project is in a situation where they have to renew a permit, you said?
We don't know. We're trying to get to the bottom of that, but there was some oversight in renewal of the permit, so he had to reapply for that renewal after it expired.
I mean, it's bad enough when a personal, a contractor that is working on somebody's home suddenly can't do anything because their insurance is lapsed. I'm like, how's that even possible? Because you need insurance to operate here. That's why you can't log in and close out your permits. But if it's a city vendor, does that vendor then get a ding against them so we don't use them again until they get their act together? Or how do we, as part of your due diligence coming back next month on the sidewalks, can you talk about that part of the process too? Because even though it's not literally on a sidewalk, it's still the same kind of a vendor doing the same kind of work. And I think all this stuff plays into it. It's a point along the continuum of frustrations.
Certainly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
If I could raise one more issue, a resident recently brought up to me, kind of tangentially related to sidewalks, is we have sometimes, let's say, a pilot program, we have these signs, no left turns, or little stop signs, but then they get put on the side of the sidewalks, but unfortunately they kind of end up cluttering because they're only used a few hours out of the day. Is there something else we can do? Just not a great look. I've had some residents mention it to me.
If I could piggyback on that, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Another item that will be coming, and what is my biggest pet peeve? These digital, what are they?
Variable message signs.
Variable message signs, garbage, absolute garbage. They make our city look so low class, right? I saw one that was in the middle of Alton Road where tens of thousands of people enter and exit our city. It was turned to the side in the median for weeks and months on end. I had one in front of West Avenue for years, and nobody knew whose it was. It was just there, right? So we use these, we put them out in case we have to display some sort of message that there's traffic up ahead. The bang is not worth the buck. I'm going to bring an item to reduce it to the absolute bare minimum because they do not make our city look like the city. Certainly wouldn't see it in Disney World. I promise you that.
Okay. So for the record, R9Z is being continued to October 29th with Commissioner Bott and Dominguez as co-sponsors.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let's do some budget items. We're required to do that. Yeah. R7C.
R7C is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative ad valorem millage of 5.8702 mils for fiscal year 2026 for general operating purposes, which is 6 5/10% more than the rollback rate of 5.5114 mils, and 2, the debt service millage rate of 0.2779 mils, subject to a second public hearing to consider the millage rate for fiscal year 2026 on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. This is a public hearing, R7C.
They're sitting here.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to do, if okay, we're going to do a PowerPoint presentation first, and then we'll take each individual item as its own individual vote.
Big thing today, the PowerPoints.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. So we'll bring that up. So just before I let Tamika get started, this continues. We're kind of at the tail end of a very long budget process that started for staff back in December and started with the commission at the May retreat. And a lot of the heavy lift really was at the June and July commission meetings. Budget workshops where we really hashed out a lot of the individual details. So what we're going to go through here in this hearing is really kind of give us a recap of where we landed when we closed out July and some changes that happened in August. And at the very end kind of slide there, we will discuss where we landed with everything with an additional surplus. So just to give a little bit of a hint there is the items, there are 8 items that the commission has asked to find additional funding, and we were able to locate that. So we're going to go through that. So we're going to hope to keep all our questions and if there's any changes or adjustments really towards that end, and then we'll tackle it that way. But I'll let Tamika get started.
Asking.
Okay.
Asking is a better answer.
Tamika, if you want to get started.
All right, so good afternoon, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director, and we can go to the next slide. So just wanted to start off by saying during the summer recess, our office went ahead and prepared the overall operating budget book and 2 volumes of a capital book. So those should have been delivered to you September 2nd. So I hope you all had a chance to read those books. They're quite hefty.
Which
And
perhaps will be the last year, given one of the efficiencies that I saw. They cost $30,000 to deliver those.
What? So that's one of our recommendations, to stop printing those books, and we also print them for the departments as well, but they are available online, and so anybody in the public who wants to see the books, they're available online. Next slide. So we wanted to look at the overall combined budget, and this slide shows the history. We actually dropped off 2015 because the slide doesn't have space, but in 2 consecutive years, back in 15 and 16, we did go over $1 billion in our overall budget. This year, we are hitting that over $1 billion mark. I want to point out, though, that the major increase in the budget is on the capital side, which is the green bar that you see there. Our capital budget is going up by 87% over last year. We have taken into consideration your feedback, both at the budget retreat that we had back in May and the 2 FERC meetings that we had. We're trying to focus on renewal and replacement of our capital assets and funding our actual projects that we have that have gaps and any new projects that we could fund. Our overall operating budget is increasing by 4.5%. The general fund is going up by 6%, and we have a slide that details that more.
So what we just show here is, we had discussed, I think, back at the retreat, but just to give another update on this, this is the full-time position trend over about the past decade, and that just shows that the commission's interest in public safety. So we see that the position headcount has increased almost exclusively in the public safety arena, which we consider police, fire, code, park rangers, homeless services, and the municipal prosecution team, I know, which was just discussed a little bit earlier today. The non-public safety positions only increased approximately 32 headcount over that time frame, of which 10 are in the building department, and we know we've discussed a lot of that, and 10 are mostly grant funded through the housing. So that just shows, again, that there's been really kind of a hold on adding positions that are non-public safety, and that those funds are really going towards that public safety area.
So this goes to the slide I just mentioned, which is a overall general fund budget increase. So we are going up by 27 million, 6%. But we wanted to break down where that 6% came from. So some of it is inflation, the cost of doing business, and one of the major impacts is the collective bargaining agreements, mainly the ones that were approved last year. We added 15 positions for the A+ stay that was approved in the collective bargaining agreement, and this year we're seeing the full year impact. Other than that cost of inflation, it's 12 million, which is 2.6%. So had we not had the impact of the collective bargaining agreement, we would have been at 2.6% in the operating increase. That's actually in line with the CPI that we're using in the budget for this year. We did have enhancements, $4.3 million, as discussed between the last couple of meetings that we had with the Finance Committee. Off that 4.3, approximately 3 million is for public safety, primarily police and fire. We did have reductions in the budget process. We did do our cuts before we brought the budget to the commission, and then subsequently we recommended efficiencies, and efficiencies were also recommended to us at the last meeting. Those have been baked in. That includes the elimination of 7 positions. We reallocated costs from the general fund to other enterprise funds, and then we did some right sizing of our operating budget that would not have any public facing impacts. And then we had one mid-year appropriation in FY25 that has an impact on next year's budget. And then you'll see a huge increase, $4.6 million in capital funding. So again, this is what got us to having such an increase in the capital budget for FY26. So this chart just builds on our goal of funding as many capital projects as possible. So we actually have a goal of funding 5% of the overall general fund budget for capital. And this is dollars that we're taking from the general fund budget, transferring to renewal and replacement, pay-go, information and technology funds to fund our capital projects. And as you can see, back in 22, our goal was to fund 17.7 million. We funded 5.2, which was 1.5%. Last year, we funded 3.3%, and based on the budget that we're proposing, we'd be at 4.1. So we're well on our way to meeting that goal, hopefully by next year. Many times at the end of the fiscal year, we do have some surplus, and our recommendation is always to transfer that to capital to actually meet that goal. So this actually shows our property value. Our property value is increased by 6.9%. You should be familiar with this slide. It's good news, it's positive. But I always want to remind that we are increasing, but we are increasing at a decreasing rate. So we recommend being judicious on adding any recurring enhancements to the budget because we do see possibly slowdowns coming in the next couple of years. And this chart shows our proposed millage rate. Compared to last year, we're proposing a flat millage rate of 6.1481. We did make a recommendation during the budget process to transfer the debt service millage reduction that we're experiencing in FY26 over to capital renewal replacement and pay-go. Again, this recommendation is what made it possible for us to increase our capital funding. So that was accepted by the Finance Committee, and we built in a $900,000 increase in our transfers to capital based on that switch. But overall, we're recommending a flat millage rate.
So what we have here is a history going back to 2011, so about 15 years of the city's various millage rates. And the important thing to really show here is that our combined millage is around 5.5% less than it was in 2011, and our operating millage is 7.3% less than it was in 2011. And you can see there we've had a very steady, over the past 5 or so years, operating millage, but the increases have really been related to capital. So that's that light blue and even the green related to the general obligation bond.
So when we met back in July at the second Finance Committee meeting, we had presented a balanced budget. So we did have a surplus when we got the July 1 values, and we did recommend, as I mentioned before, some reductions, some one-time enhancements, some recurring enhancements. That revenue refinement that you see there of $4.5 million is when we ended the audit of the FY24 budget, we had some excess reserves over and above our 100% funding of our general fund reserves. And we recommend that we bring those dollars into the budget and appropriate them primarily for capital projects. And that was accepted as well. And then we did have some revenue refinements, which basically that 2.39 is what we did to transfer more over to the capital projects. So we had a balanced budget, and then these are the updates since we met with you all in July. So we started with a balanced budget. We did get some recommended reductions in the budget, and then we had some recurring enhancements. We did have some revenue refinements and then expenditure refinements. So I'm going to go through the details of the next slides that explain these numbers, but we are presenting a balanced budget as required by law.
What we have here is a few recurring expenditure reductions and efficiencies. One was eliminating the general fund portion of the employee wellness program, and we'll talk a little bit about more of that at the end. There was a reduction of $120,000 for eliminating additional commissioner aid, which was requested by Commissioner Bott, which ends up being a transfer to the sanitation fund to handle some additional pressure washing programs in a specific area of the city on Lincoln Road. And then the rejection of the reduction efficiency recommended by the administration related to reducing the senior program. So that was put back into the budget. And then recurring expenditure enhancements. These are some of the elements that, again, were added in July. So we have $129,000 for the extension of the wraparound tree lighting on 71st. There again, this is the sanitation fund transfer going over to deal with the dedicated pressure washing on Lincoln Road from Washington to Collins, and the finalizing of the recommended 26 living wage, and that comes to $261.
Right, so this is actually where we got some revenues. So on the resort tax side, we did have some savings, which we'll go through in the next couple of slides. But as a result of the savings in the resort tax fund was able to transfer more dollars to the general fund. So the resort tax fund really could be transferring up to $196 million to the general fund for the services we provide to the fund. Right now, the budget has $41 million. So whenever there is excess dollars in the resort tax fund, we transfer it to the general fund to assist with all our expenditures. And then we did do some allocations of our admin fees at the end of the budget process, and that brought in an additional $159,000, and that primarily comes from other funds to the general fund. So that gave us $457,000 more in revenues. On the expenditure side, we actually had increased expenditures. When internal service funds get balanced, their costs get allocated to all the funds. So the general fund picked up $148,000, and that 361 that you see there is our balancing number. So as it is right now in the budget, we bake that in to increase or set aside for the general fund reserves. So the general fund reserve requirement goes up each year with the budget because it is a 3-month reserve based on the adopted budget. So what we did is set aside that 361. As Jason mentioned, we do have some excess funds, and this is one of the excess funds that would be possibly on the block to fund some additional projects. So we'll go to the resort tax balancing. Again, when we met back in July, we proposed a balanced budget. Next slide. And here we have some updates of what happened since then. So again, we had some recurring efficiencies, and we'll go through the details of these slides. Some adjustments to the expenditures, recurring enhancements, revenue refinements, and again, we're presenting a balanced budget. So this $5,000 reduction is the resort taxes portion of the reduction to the wellness program that was approved by the FERC in July. that freed up dollars in the resort tax fund. On the FIFA side, we're recognizing $1 million of savings, and I'll be careful to explain this. So we initially had recommended a funding of 1.5 million. That 1.5 was changed to 1.25. And then the commission requested, well, through the agreement, that we fund 750,000 in FY25. So we did do a budget amendment on September 3rd to fund that portion. So between the 250 that we reduced the allocation by and the 750 that was already appropriated in 25, we are reducing the 26 appropriation by $1 million. And then we had the Seafood Festival, which we had recommended for funding in the 26 budget, but the FERC actually asked us to unfund that. So that actually released more funds in the resort tax fund.
But we're keeping it now because I think Commissioner Fernandez, who initially had a complaint, has now met with the people from the Seafood Festival.
I believe probably that will come up for discussion when we get to the end, so we have a slide of possible options.
Okay.
But as it stands right now, if no motion is made, it is not included in the budget right now.
So do we have to make a motion? You want us to make
I
a
would
motion
suggest
after?
at the end, yeah, because we have a list of other projects. And then this is a reduction of the 750 from the revenues. We do not need to recognize that 750. It's already been appropriated in the FY25 budget. And then there are also expenditures on their side for the internal service allocation and then transfer of dollars to the general fund.
Okay, so we're going to go through now kind of what I mentioned with some additional recommendations. I'm going to go through this slide. I'm going to have one or two more slides, and then I'm going to come back to this one, which is where really the open discussion will be. So after all of those numbers kind of shook out as we went through the 361,000, plus we received notification of a Children's Trust grant that actually comes into the general fund partially that picked up 234,000 one-time money. That leaves us with $595,000 to allocate. Now, as remember, I had mentioned that there were a number of elements that were not funded, as there wasn't funding available back in July. And the commission had requested to do our best, if any dollars did kind of shake out, to see if we could fund those. Two additional items were approved by commission on September 3rd, directing us to see if we can get those also in the budget. And then we have two elements of ours. So let me go through them individually and what the recommendation is. The first one was, and just as an element, all of these elements we're recommending, other than the wellness item, to be considered one time so that we can have a lower current service level for next year. We can discuss these items again. But first is a transfer of $100,000 to the transportation fund, which were for maintenance of the green bicycle lanes. As we talked about, we have some issues in transportation. We are requesting to add back partial funding on the contributions to the wellness program in the general fund of only $77,000 for a more slimmed down and more efficient program. The $75,000 for the Miami Swim Week contribution. These next two are elements in the September 3rd meeting, $70,000 additional for Unidad Senior Meals Program, which would increase it from $280 to $350. A Doors to Freedom public art production and installation was requested to find funding of, and that was of $50,000. Two transportation-related ones that were also one-time Jewish Community Services Senior Transportation Program and dedicated mid-sized bus service to enhance transportation to senior centers. And then $25,000 for League Against Cancer and $25,000 for Clean Miami Beach. That would total $502,000. And the remaining balance of $93,000, there's a recommendation to partially fund enhancement number 31, which is the July 4th semi-quincentennial.
I have a question. We went over the wellness program that was being slimmed down. I know that that's something that the employees were very upset about. What do we need to do to get it back? My understanding is that we had an app that was way overpriced, and if we take out the app but could keep the classes, that's what I propose the commission considers.
And I completely agree with that. I know the employees absolutely love this.
They love it.
They love it. And this is the type of stuff that is also keeping them healthy, which is preventative. So I am all for.
Great for the morale, for stress, yeah.
I'm all for.
So yes, that is the administration's recommendation.
So the slimmed down version is taking out the app but keeping the classes the same?
I would ask HR maybe to get into some of the specifics, but my understanding is, yes, we've heard some of those same things. We believe that the important elements will be saved, and we will work to move those forward for the city.
Good afternoon, Marla Alpizar, HR Director. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Our wellness program is multifaceted. I want to let you know that it is quite well utilized and engaged. Engagement is very high for our employees. Of our 51%, I'm sorry, let me back up. Of our eligible employees, 51% are using the wellness app. What does the wellness app do? It helps to provide a metric of data that drives wellness activities, wellness content in order to improve each individual employee's health in the way that they choose to engage with the app. Of our employees, 51% of the eligible are enrolled in the app, which is 739 employees. 524 of these employees are what are considered highly engaged employees. 70% of our employees involved in the wellness program are highly engaged. What do they get for that? They receive the benefit of our of the activities they're engaged in to improve their health. We have been seeing.
In the interest of time, I want to ask the specific question. So it sounds like you're not recommending to remove the app. I was told that the app was $300,000, and that was the bulk of the cost.
No, ma'am.
And it was going to affect the number of exercise classes that the employees could have.
The $300,000 is not the cost of the app. The cost of the app, the personified contract, was a subscription fee and an on-site coach. That has been renegotiated, and the two numbers for that were 74 and 61. We have renegotiated that contract with Personified to an $88,000 number to be able to continue to use that app to help our employees engage in wellness. Please understand that one of the main incentives for high engagement is what is called the high deductible health plans HSA funding. So if you're highly engaged, you get double at the end of the year the HSA funding in order to be able to use that to support your health insurance costs and your health costs.
What's being removed?
So we were trying to keep almost all of the components of the health, wellness program. What do I mean by that? We're trying to keep the app. We're trying to keep everything that is driving engagement, including a reduced amount of incentives. We're keeping the health insurance high deductible bonus if you are a high
But what's being
enroller.
taken away in the interest of time? What's being taken away? What are the employees so upset about?
So one of the things that I understand that the employees are upset about is we have determined that one of the things that we would like to do with the scaled back program is to I don't want to use the word bid because it's not a bid, re-quote and re-engage with determining what is the best and most efficient way of providing activities such as health classes and biometrics and corporate run and all the things that we do that are activities, the classes being one of them. We want to make sure that we're getting the most engaged choice of activities that meet the most number of people. Please understand that the current classes have a regular attendance of about 25 employees that do love these classes. And we're not saying that we wouldn't continue the classes, but we would want to make sure that we do maximize the engagement in the classes beyond just 25 people for the cost.
How much money is being reduced from their program?
If I can, just from a budgetary perspective, which for this is the budget hearing, is from the general fund perspective, it would go from $190,000 to $77,000. So for a $77,000 general fund contribution, we feel confident that we can deliver most of this program and just a kind of a reimagined or rebid process.
Can we bring it up to 125? That's a drastic drop. No wonder the employees are upset.
Well, I think the concern was their concern was that the entire program, all of the elements were being eliminated. We believe with this $77,000 general fund contribution. It's really 165 across all funds, plus some external funds that we get, that a majority of this program can be done. We're just looking at it from a cost efficiency perspective about some things might be rebid out and things along those lines. Some things are being renegotiated. Most of those elements would still be delivered.
And from the feedback I've received from the employees, they value the classes more than what they value the app.
Yeah, we
And
would
so
have
I
those
just,
classes.
this is feedback that I've been getting from the people that use the classes.
There are
in
only
this-
25 employees using that class, whereas I have 100,
An average
excuse me,
of
I have
12, Marla.
739
I'm sorry, Marla.
employees fully engaged in the
Marla,
program.
I'm sorry, average of 12 per class.
I'm understanding there's 25 unique people that may come on occasion, but there's
On any
25
given-
people.
So it might not
25.
always be the same 25 people.
Well,
she's saying there's
usually there's
25 people.
12 there on any given class on average of the 25.
So you're telling me that only 25 people use the classes?
The classes are not the most engaged part of, that's not the core of the wellness program. The core of the wellness program is a way for us to keep our health costs at a manageable and our health costs are not growing at the rate of the market. We're keeping our health costs down through our wellness program because our employees are engaged in wellness activities. They might be doing diet on their app. They might be joining a challenge to get their weight down.
So you're telling me that the mere fact that the app is being used actually lowers the rate?
We are seeing evidence in our health program, and we have some other data from Personify, which manages our full wellness program, that shows that our metrics are very good because of our engagement.
But I'm asking, the mere fact that we have 100 and something employees using the app, when you go to your insurance broker, do you say, because they're using this app, we're getting a discount?
So the way that our 739 are using the app, and our insurance broker provides some wellness dollars as a part of their contract. That's very standard for a health insurance company to support a wellness program through contractual dollars, and Cigna does that for us.
So they're paying us?
Yes.
Okay, so is this like a matching grant that we're paying?
It's not really considered a matching grant, it's contractual. They just,
Dollar for dollar, what is it?
it's 200,000
So they provide 200,000?
in services and in kind, yes.
Okay.
So
And then we would be giving 77,000 under this
It would be
proposal?
165,000 across all funds, but from the general fund, which is the main topic here, it would be 77,000 from the
Okay,
general funds.
and listen, colleagues, I'd like to move forward. I mean, I'm okay. Either way, I think we should start, I want to get to the residents and talk less about the city.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and for this program, right, and none of this personal, I'm sure you're great, we just met earlier this morning. I'm sure there are 10 employees that like it per class, but we're paying $67,000 per year. $67,000 per year for 6 classes per week. It's insane, right? That comes out to $250 per class. We're paying somebody, not to teach residents, not to teach our kids. We can't pave our streets in some areas. I can't go to the elementary school and say, our residents' kids can play there after hours because we can't pave those courts for 4 more years in our capital budget. But we have $250 per class to pay for aesthetics in the garage. That's insane. That is resident taxpayer money. That's not out of the resort fund. That is our residents' taxpayer money for I will give up my commission seat if I could get $67,000 per year for 6 hours of work.
Commissioner Bob.
So can I ask a question? I know these classes are much beloved. We've all heard that. I share the concern about the cost per class and ultimately per person using them. We have an incredible Parks and Rec team. I don't want to put more on their shoulders, but if it's only 6 classes a week, why can't we have those classes taught by the people who are doing Parks and Rec events?
So, to the commission and through the chair, I've committed to the city manager and to each of you that I have spoken with that we would find the most efficient means possible of delivering activities that create a highly engaged wellness program. And we have lots of ideas that we're willing to pursue, and we think that we can do it.
So highly engaged and at scale, because I read through the letters and I've had conversations, and, we're on the verge of becoming a blue zone city, so I don't want to take away something that encourages healthy activities. But the cost of doing it, the way we're doing it, is shocking. It's irresponsible, in my view, to use that much money for such a small group of people who benefit from it. And so I really, I don't want to get rid of the classes, but I also don't want to, how much was it, Joe?
67,200, and there's also 5,000 additional from resort taxes. Does that tie in for these classes? So it's 72,000 in total?
It's
No.
part of the 165,000 overall.
There's just-
But it's across many, again,
67,200
many
for-
different
There's just got to be a
programs.
better way to deliver the
Well,
classes.
I think that's what, if I may, I
Mr. Mayor.
think that's what Marla was kind of speaking to, was to
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez,
rebid,
thank-
reprocure, and see if they can get better pricing. Yeah. But
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez and Commissioner Suarez.
I had an employee come up to me and explain that the 739 people that were using the app, it's a comprehensive life management system, right? It reminds them that they should exercise, that they should get their steps in. So how much is Cigna contributing to that under per our contract? If our cost for this is the entire wellness program is 300,000, correct?
So the entire wellness program over the course of several years has been a different number every year. But this year, the entire wellness program is made up of multiple components, both city dollars, Cigna dollars, which are 200. And in the past, what I think we can do is refashion a reduced wellness program with the dollars that are proposed in this budget in combination with the Cigna $200,000 wellness dollars.
But with this Cigna $200,000 dollars in wellness, doesn't Cigna have an app that would do roughly the same thing that?
No, and they don't have, other than it being spent on wellness, they don't tell us how to deploy it. So we have gone to them and said, can we use the 200 to help support the reduced contract on the app with Personify, because we cut the the on-site coach. And they have agreed that that's a very good use of the dollars. So we would be using the city funds for, and the Cigna dollars to both provide the incentives and the app, and still maintain some activities that are valuable to employees. For example, the corporate run is one of the highly engaged activities in the in our wellness program.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bott.
It's.
Sorry, Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner.
I just want to be clear. How much are we paying for the actual classes?
The number for the classes in the past, in the garage?
No, just this year.
I'm sorry, I don't want to say the wrong number.
67,200.
Okay, so
67,200.
So this is, look, I don't want to come out of left field. I was going to bring this up at the next item, and I was actually going to sacrifice some of the funding from one of my projects to fund a youth program that just started in the city of Miami Beach. Casey Wood from Miami Beach Flag Football Inc. is here, and I want to give to the community, the actual community, and set up a program for flag football, only asking for $50,000. I would much rather spend that $67,000 on our youth here in Miami Beach, and create a program that is welcoming for Miami Beach families to have programs for their kids on Saturdays. I don't know how everyone feels about that. I would prefer to do it, to take away funding from this for our children. I don't know how you feel, Commissioner Magazine. We both have small children. I would love to have that program funded moving forward.
How I philosophically feel is our resident taxpayers need to start going back to our residents, right? We have a bloated budget. I'm sorry we do. I'm glad we balanced it. And this was a challenging year, and thank you. Truly, thank you. And thank you to everybody for the help. But we need to start making cuts, because I can just about promise we are not going to see these property valuation increases next year that we've seen in the years past. And even if we do, we should start giving money back to our taxpayers. Why is that such a crazy, crazy idea? Just because we have a balanced budget doesn't mean we should be okay with it. We should start thinking about how to return money to our taxpayers. And even if we're not cutting taxes, we should definitely start shifting the pendulum from services for non-taxpayers to services to our residents and our taxpayers.
I made you chair of the budget committee.
So,
All right,
Miss-
Commissioner Bott, I promise.
Yeah, I would like to just interject into this conversation that some of our employees are also residents and taxpayers. Let's not forget that. But I'm just a little taken aback and that this program, which means a lot to a lot of people, had to be hung over the edge of the cliff. I mean, imagine a cartoon where somebody's holding the baby over the edge of the cliff saying, we're going to let go, we're going to kill this completely unless you find a better way to do this. And I can't believe that over all the years that it's been in place and beloved, that it hasn't come to the fore that this is a really expensive program for the value that it's delivering. I'm sponsoring Blue Zones. I've spent the last year and a half trying to make this happen, and hopefully we're going to bring it home in the next couple of months. But I want everyone to have the opportunity to find their way to living healthier, better, more connected lives in community. And this is a great program to do that. But it is inefficient the way it's been done. And you know, we're not in a budget crisis. I mean, I know that's being bandied about by some folks in the community and whatever, but we're not in a crisis. We are being very mindful about what's coming around the corner because we don't know what's going to happen. We might get property taxes taken away from us in a couple of years, right? So we need to be really mindful about how do we do the things, whether it's for employees in this case or residents in almost all of the cases, as it should be. How do we deliver what people are telling us they need and want in a way that makes sense financially? And I want to keep the guts of this program and deliver what is so important to the community of healthier people living well, right? And to their personal well-being, but not at the cost that we're talking about. So, you know, I'm willing to entertain, you know, give you until whenever the next conversation is about how this is going to be delivered in a way that we can keep the guts of it, but also cut the costs significantly. I'm just sort of gobsmacked that it had to get this dire. Like it's, you know, it's all or nothing. Like, why wasn't this conversation had a couple of years ago to figure this out?
I'd like to add, I and my office worked with the city administration to add the gym that's on the first floor of City Hall, which has been I see a lot of our employees use it. It's a pretty modest cost comparably as well because it's kind of a one-time cost. So I know our employees appreciate that, so I'm glad we were able to get that done. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Can we speak to the person who's delivering the exercise program to see if he can you reduce your fees? If it's working out to be $250 an hour, why is it so expensive, and can we reduce those fees?
So we had 4 classes per week. We just ramped it up to 6.
So the 67 was for 4 classes per
It was 4, now it's 6, sir.
That's $300 per class.
So we
insane.
We started
Vice
in
Mayor-
January.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to divert the $67,000 to the Miami Beach flag
At
football.
least let's hear the gentleman out.
Yeah.
You've
I
given
understand.
good services that people like, right? This isn't personal, this isn't about you.
Yes, sir.
This is just the cost savings. And it makes me wonder, to Commissioner Bott's point, it's like Milton from The Office Space. You know, they didn't know he was down there until somebody walked down there. What else do we not know about, right? What else do we not know about? And in fact, I'll be bringing an item next month to go line item by line item analysis. I don't mean to get on my soapbox, but we're not truly setting a budget, right? We're just looking at our enhancements and saying, okay, here's the excess money we have. We have an operating budget in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're spending all this time over $30 million in enhancement. We need to start looking at that hundreds of millions of dollars that recur year after year after year, and how we can find more efficiencies in there. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then I want to give you the floor out of respect, but I think you see where this is going.
I mean, unless there's a big reduction. I mean, imagine that you have 25 people using this and you got them each a gym membership that they could use every single day at a cost of probably like $100 a month. You would still be saving. It's 30% of the cost, you know? So, I mean, I would tell you that we can explore other options like that. Go to our local gym here and see what kind, I know that there is a discount at Anatomy for city employees. They could probably go to the best gym in town at at 30% of the cost of this program. So, or, you know, maybe go to a gym in town, find out how much those options are. $300 per class is too high. I don't know why it was so high. I understand that you came on site and you were probably using the rooftop here, right?
It's all of our equipment. I originally came with my truck and trailer 9 years ago when Jimmy Morales was here. And we had 25, 30 a class, and there's been a lot of transition. This year, since January 2025, we've shown nothing but growth. I sent all the data. It's in everybody's inbox. We just added the 6 classes, and we've been increasing like 5 to 7% per month. With the 3rd class we added is at 6:30. I recommended we go back to 12 o'clock because we were getting 15 to 20 people. But when we had the 12:30, the 4:30, and the 5:30, we were hitting 35 to 45 people a day. So that's where we were on our trajectory towards, to be frank. And it's not just the boot camps. I would do 4 to 6 smoothie seminars per year right out here. I do the boot camps on the beach. I do the Mercedes-Benz run. It's not just Camp Energy. It's about 10 or 15 items beyond that, to be honest.
And I get it. One of the beautiful things we have in this community is our access to our outdoor parks. When we were going through the fire station item, we had 2 different groups that come here and actually provide free workout classes outside, the Flamingo Park Track Club, where they have hundreds of members. That is the beauty of living in Miami Beach, that we have Muscle Beach for our employees. If they choose not to live here, they choose not to live here, right? If they don't want to go home and go to Muscle Beach for a workout because they live in Fort Lauderdale or somewhere else, that's your choice, okay? Not you, our employees.
I actually work out at Muscle Beach.
Yeah,
every Sunday.
perfect, right? We are dedicated. I'd rather put this $70,000 a year towards expanding Muscle Beach and North Beach, or to our flag football for our residents and things like that. But this comes out to $336 per class. Brother, sign me up. I'm your partner, okay?
Well, I was going to say, what I requested back in the Jimmy Morales days, when I worked with Eric a long time ago, I wanted to bring back all the seminars that we were doing. I was doing financial well-being. I was doing motivational stuff in here, smoothie stuff in here. I was speaking at Scott Raycow at Public Works. On a monthly basis, I was doing different seminars at different locations around the city to educate people on health and well-being. So I'm happy to work with you guys on that aspect and add more to it, because the seminars are what they took away, was what I love the most. Because getting into Scott Raycow, going into different zones, going to Public Works and Sanitation, I can meet with individuals, because a lot of people are borderline type 2 diabetes or living with type 2 diabetes. And the city being self-funded, we do everything we can to educate the employees to potentially get off those medications, or potentially come away from being borderline, which becomes claims and premium points at the end of the day. So it's definitely not just Camp Energy.
Yeah.
I want to scale this thing to what it was before.
Yeah. And like I said, I am 100% confident you do tremendous work, right? And I'm sure people very much enjoy those classes. I think we're so blessed with the natural resources that we have here in Miami Beach that this $70,000 per year that comes out to $336 per class is able to be better allocated towards other areas, more focused on our residents.
The only thing that I would ask is that in the interim, work with Parks and Rec to get some other type of classes, or figure out some gym memberships or something to substitute, so that no employee that is really, is using this program and becoming healthier because of it, and we're having an insurance saving cost in the long term because they're not ill, because they're actually exercising and they have positive morale and they're doing a better job, that we replace it with something.
100%. John, that's something that's in your purview?
And I have a question. So this program was already reduced from 190 to the 88,000. So there was already a dramatic reduction, and it's such a drop in the bucket, 88,000 compared to our $1 billion budget, to disrupt and upset employees. People will leave if they're, making people feel valued is so important. And I'm really quite surprised to hear some of the things that are
I
being
will say, at
said.
the end of the day, we have 2,800 employees, and 25 use this. 25.
No, we're
Right?
keeping the
And on
average
any
cost.
given day, 12.
We're keeping the app. We don't want employees to lose services. That is important. We have the $200,000 in funding from Cigna, and we're gonna replace the classes with something else. But what we just heard is that at one time, it was that price because it was a comprehensive program, and it no longer is. And we weren't necessarily informed that.
If I could just jump in and, clearly this conversation is going a certain way, and I respect that. I'll just say from my perspective, I'm here late sometimes, or frequently I'm here late. And I think, while I got the fiscal responsibility part of it, I think we might be being a bit, penny wise, pound foolish. Is I do see some of the employees that work the hardest at City Hall, that work the latest hours in City Hall. They'll go, they'll use that, they'll come back, and they'll continue to work. Why? Because we demand a lot of our employees, as we should. And these are the people who we expect to come up with solutions to our water quality issues, or who we expect to balance our budgets, or the people who we expect to work on our 200 ordinances and resolutions every agenda meeting. They are the ones that help us deliver for the public. And these people, how late do your employees work in your office?
Most nights, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So, they don't have time to make it, to Orange Theory or to, Sweat 440, wherever they are, to do this where they live. They do it here because once they're done, they go back to work. That's what I've seen from the people in our staff that have asked me to fight for this. And so I see value in that. While yes, it seems like a lot of money, but these are employees who are working late, and this is their opportunity to at least get a workout in so that they can go back and continue working for whom? For us and the taxpayers of our city. So I just want us to keep this in mind, because I've already gotten, text messages saying, well, there goes employee morale. And I get it. I get it, because we are a very, very demanding legislative body, and we're a very demanding community. And unfortunately, not everyone has the wealth to move their family into our city. It's just not practical for a lot of people, especially if you have elderly parents or grandparents that you have to take care of. If your kids go to private schools off the island, it's just not in everyone's, in everyone's lifestyle to be able to live in our city, not by choice, but because of price. And we need to think about those.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So wait a second. You were being paid,
and then Commissioner Schwartz.
you were being paid this money to deliver the classes. The classes are obviously working for a group of employees, but the other parts of it that were no longer being delivered are not. And that is whatever these wellness seminars and all of these other things. Can you give a cost reduction and work with Marla in the interim so that you can lower the price per class, continue to offer the classes, and shave that money off, and then, for what you were being paid for the comprehensive program that was not being delivered, admittedly, right? Over time, it kind of got whittled down. You said like no longer where you used to go and give these seminars, but you no longer are.
That
So-
was pre-COVID though, once we went back from COVID, it was just the classes, then there was no more seminars at that point. So the payment was just for the classes.
So why don't you guys work something out and come back to us with a new price so that maybe we can continue the classes at City Hall at a price that everybody can agree on? I would agree to that, because I don't want any employee to feel like we're cutting them it's bad for morale. I do
very
agree.
back of the envelope, and Commissioner Suarez, then we'll go to you. I think $50 an hour is a very generous sum for a group fitness instructor to make. If you go to Equinox, that's what they're making. Anatomy, they're making that. You do 4 classes per week for $50. The instructor gets $50 an hour, 50 weeks a year. That's $10,000, right? But we're paying 7 times that. Imagine going to Equinox or Anatomy, the highest end gym in the entire Miami country. They're not making $350 an hour to teach group classes there. That's crazy.
What is
Commissioner
Parks, what
Suarez.
do you guys pay for an instructor,
$20.
as an instructor per hour, John?
$20 an hour.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just to have a comparison, because we don't want to cut services, like,
As you're
trying to
coming up,
find a
John,
solution,
but-
we should move on though, because we're spending a lot of time on a $1 billion budget
At
on
At the end of the day,
$1,000.
at the end of the day, you know,
John,
at the end of the day, Vice
Are
Mayor
you
Magazine
paying,
said.
I have the microphone,
Well, he-
excuse me. How much are we paying an instructor to deliver an exercise class?
To be fair, I don't know exactly what he does, so it may not be apples to apples. We do fitness classes for as low as $50 for a 60-minute class, $50 an hour.
Thank you.
Our city manager wants to speak.
So I think we just need to reframe what we're talking about right now. $135,000 was cut from the wellness program. The administration is asking for $77,000 of that back so that we can deliver a wellness program for our 2,300 employees that deserve a good wellness program that will ultimately save the city money because it will be less absences, less overtime, less missed work, and less incomplete assignments to be able to make sure that they stay well and stay healthy. So I know budget gets very passionate sometimes, but I don't want to lose sight of what it is that we're talking about, which is $77,000, not for classes that may have been overpriced, but for a complete wellness program that includes an app and the services that the employees most value and need in order to stay well.
So
I'm okay with that. I mean, it's a comfort, they get like Fitbits, I mean, it's a whole lifestyle thing. I
again,
mean, right? Yes.
Again.
If an employee in the city of Miami Beach wants a Fitbit, they can go and get a Fitbit. I mean, it's all preventative. This is, preventative care.
So, again, classes that we're spending $67,000 on, is this part of this budget?
No.
Okay, so that has been,
It's a reimagined wellness program, scaled down by $135,000.
So now it's down to what?
So the contribution is 165, all city funds, because there's some other ones, but the general fund, which is the important one, is only 77,000 now.
So it's 200 from Cigna plus the 77,000. So
From the general fund, yeah,
Okay, so I would
165, yeah.
move that for this wellness program. Does anyone want to second that?
You know what, I would like to give the team in its entirety between now and our next budget hearing to come back and show us what they can do for the money that they're asking for. I'm not really willing to chop it today because it means a lot to a lot of people.
We're not shopping, they're asking for 77,000
And
plus the Cigna funds.
I understand, if I may finish my thought. And I would like to see what we get, because everybody has said that they are going to be working on reimagining it, slimming it down, coming up with different options. And we don't know what that's going to look like at this point. So I would like to reserve judgment on it until we see what the offering is. And if it's a good value for money, then we'll continue with it. And if it's not, then we'll have a different conversation. But I'm not willing to cut it at this point. I want to, but I want to, so yeah, move forward with it. But before we sign on the dotted line at the end of the month, let's see what the program is.
Just to be clear, it's already been cut. We're asking for money to be added back in.
But what I'm saying is I want to see what the money getting added back in is going to get us. So like, yeah, sure, like move forward as if it were added back in. But before we say for sure you can spend this money, because you have to negotiate what you're going to be spending it for, right? What you're going to get for it. Come back to us in 6 weeks and explain to us what we're buying with that money. And I do say, we're a $1 billion budget and we spent, I don't know, 45 minutes on 70 grand, basically. It's a little bit of, penny wise and pound foolish, and it's not lost on me. But I do also want to be sure that, for years, this has been going on where it's an overpriced product for not enough usage. And so let's make it right now. Let's right size it now.
Just to put this in perspective, this entire wellness program is costing the city $59 per employee after the Cigna funds. So if we're not willing, they're saying that they're going to reimagine it with these extra funds. I just had 2 more employees text me and say, please, I use the app. The average cost is $59. But the whole point is that they're going to reimagine everything and try not to lose any services, and we already cut them, and we're just adding this back.
But what I'm saying is, Sure, come back to us in 6 weeks and tell us what we're getting for the added back thing.
Okay, but to give you, just so that you know,
I got
the
it.
overall wellness program is $59.29 per employee. That's what the cost of this is when you look at the overall
I understand.
benefit.
I understand. I think the proper thing to do is, before we just say yes, go ahead and spend this money, is theoretically spend this money, but I'd like to see what we're buying with it.
I agree.
I support what you're saying, Commissioner Bott.
So if I can, so one of the recommendations was to add this back. So the recommendation would be accepted as of now. The question is, you had mentioned 6 weeks. Do you mean to come back for HR to come back with a discussion item at the October 29th one to get into detail? Or for us to talk about at the second budget hearing on the 30th?
I guess it would be the second budget hearing on the 30th, right?
We can do that. Yes, we'll work with HR to have a slide for
And
them to have
let
a
me be
discussion on that.
crystal clear about this. I want you guys to come back and say, look, we got it. This is what we're going to do. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be expanded. We're going to get new people involved who haven't been. We've got creative ways of engaging people who are on the edge. Like, I want everybody to be using it. It's a great benefit. It is a great benefit. I get it. I just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. And our colleagues in every department at every level work very, very hard. And if this is something that helps them keep a semi-decent work-life balance, because they don't have to stay home sick or run off to the doctor or whatever, that is, that's great. And this is not to punish the employees. And I know I've gotten texts from residents saying, you treat your employees better than you treat our citizens, or residents. We're a community here. So, the people who work for the city of Miami Beach are part of the Miami Beach community, and I don't want them to be pilloried or excoriated for being less than. And so if we end up spending, $50 a person for a wellness program that improves morale and improves health and wellness outcomes and improves work productivities, then, that's a decent expenditure of money if it is done in the best, most prudent way possible. So I'm giving you a couple, the time to come back to us and show that. And I want it to be something that our employees are excited about.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we made that note. We'll make sure to come back on the 30th for the second hearing to have that discussion and be able to give some detail specifically on how those funds will be allocated.
Thank you.
Great.
R7D.
Well, so I had one or two more
Oh,
slides,
okay.
and I think
That was just one line item.
That was
I
nice.
think we have, 1,000 more
That
to go?
was my hint.
yeah. Okay. If we could just bring up the PowerPoint again. Okay, and I will come back to this because I know there's probably a little bit of discussion, but just so we can just end. So there was one just small capital update. It was related to the Byron Carlisle on the Deauville settlement. So as that had been executed in between the timeframes of when the preliminary budget was set, there's a $1 million allocation there. So we just wanted to go ahead and recognize that $1 million allocation on the Deauville. So that was really the only update there. And I'm going to say next steps, but I'll go back because I know there'll be more discussion. So on the 30th, we'll be back here for the final second budget hearing. Those are traditionally very quick and short meetings. It'll be, I guess, maybe 5 minutes longer. As we'll have one slide because usually we don't do a presentation where HR will present and discuss that wellness program, and then the budget commences on October 1st. So let me flip back here to where we were on the recommendations, and we had a very lively discussion on the one.
Jason, can I interrupt you on this?
Yep,
And
we're
I'm
here.
going to make a motion to see if my colleagues will support this. I know traditionally we have had where that meeting is just 5 minutes, it's kind of a formality. I'm going to make a motion, I'll see if anybody has a willingness to second it. At that meeting, we will not be adding back any type of more spending. However, we will do a more thorough analysis of the items that have been highlighted is potential efficiencies and reductions. And we will go through that with a more fine-tooth comb to see where we can save our taxpayers even more money. I don't want to get into, okay, we're saving money and we're just spending it out of the other hand, but I do think that our city managers taking the time, working with other departments to present possible efficiencies, and some of them are very well merited, right? In the actual notes, it says, we could give this up and really see no difference in how we operate. So I think at our next meeting, where traditionally that had just been a formality, we should go through that list of efficiencies And if we have the votes, line item by line item, to reduce those, we do so. Commissioner.
Thank you, and I agree with the spirit of it. I put myself in the shoes of some of the entities that are listed in that list of possible efficiencies. They deserve to know. They deserve to know whether they're on the chopping block. And what's going to happen is that everyone that's hearing that, it's like the call that I got from the PTAs earlier this week, the calls that we got from the PTAs thinking that their programs were going to be cut, the educational enhancements. They were concerned because they saw it listed on the list. So I think if there's anything that we want to seriously consider eliminating, I think we really should be talking about it now so that those interested parties are aware of it. And if not everyone that's in there, they're gonna be reaching out and they're all gonna show up here and you're gonna end up with a public hearing till 4:30 in the morning.
And the county had that, so maybe it's worthwhile.
And we've had it here in the past
Yeah.
in previous years, not in the recent years, but I remember years in our history when we've had very late hearings because of things like that. And so if there's anything that we're seriously thinking that we need to cut, I think it's better just to say it now, because if not, everyone is gonna think that they're on the chopping block.
Fine to do that if I can keep going tonight, that's fine with me. I will say, to alleviate anybody's fears, I will not be for anything that is resident-driven, to cut that. No education cuts. I'm not going to cut anything for education, for our parks, that are.
No police
that our children are using and things like that. But, we have 2,800 employees, we have a lot of services. It's more the things, efficiencies. Mr. City Attorney's Office, that was great. What you said is, yeah, we have these professional certificates, we can do without that. Our Inspector General was kind enough to say, we could actually alternate sending people year in, year out on conferences, $7,000 here. Are those small amounts? Yes, but you start somewhere, and that is what makes a difference. Even if it is just changing our tone and narrative for how we approach our budget, that is a start. So I'm happy to extend our meeting and stay here and look at this more closely tonight. But if it is things like our residents sitting out there, languishing, I'm not going to support anything that is a resident-centric service to be cut.
And thank you for that. I totally agree with you. For example, on that appendix that we got, which was many pages, like I saw there in code enforcement, the short-term rental team. It's like, absolutely not. Like, it's there on that list of potential efficiencies, but absolutely, positively not. Like, hell will freeze over, before we even, just like with education, that's like one area where, we can't consider looking at cuts. But to the extent that we are looking at cuts, I just feel, we can't wait till the last minute to tell an entity, hey, listen, last minute, guess what? Surprise, surprise, we're gonna chop your funding. I think, they deserve the courtesy of a heads up.
So there's a motion on the table?
Well, wait, where do I get the South Beach Seafood Festival put back in? I just want to get it put back in.
This would be the time to discuss that, and then, obviously we have a balanced budget, so, if we go back to, the slide there, just showing there, is we have, these are just, again, I think as the finance chair said, there is attachment E, which has a list of potential reductions, so you could find something that's on that menu, let's call it a menu, or something from here. And just remember, the remaining balance that we had after our recommendations of 93,000 was one additional recommendation of 93,000, which was the balancing number to supplement some additional, funding for a 4th of July semi-quincentennial. There's that option there.
I don't think I should have to cut this because Commissioner Fernandez, could we, instead of the 50,000 for the Doors
will.
to Freedom?
I'll pick out cuts.
Okay, pick a cut, because I
3
just-
reductions of the city attorney's office and professional services. They say the office can essentially, such reduction should not significantly impact the CAO's core services. That is $25.50. That's $80,000 right off the bat. Rick, thank you for that. I'm sorry to piggyback, scapegoat you using this, but tremendous leadership in offering those up. No significant reduction to how your core services should act. It's $80,000 in taxpayer money. We just saved like that.
Okay, so I agree with that. I just want the Port Seafood Festival got cut, and I feel badly for them because a lot of people do come to it at a month where we don't have a lot of tourism. So if that's fine and we can put the Seafood Festival back in, that's great. And I don't care if the city attorney's office wants the balance of that.
Another vacant full-time field inspector position in CIP. It's open, it's not full, $70,000.
If on that one.
I wouldn't cut anything from
Well,
CIP because
I would
that,
just say for CIP, they could give the position up, but CIP is funded by the capital project. So if we get rid of the expenditure, we lose the revenue as well. So it doesn't impact the budget balance.
and can I bring up one? Oh, okay, so with the seafood thing is done. Can we agree on that?
If I can,
Yes.
so far, there's a motion to eliminate $80,000 from is it to remove 25,000 or 80,000 from
80
the city?
because that's going to be recurring. The Seafood Fest is a one-time
Yeah, all
thing,
three of these.
just like Swim Week. I'm telling you, Swim Week, this is one and done,
Yeah.
not recurring. So we just saved $80,000 per year on a recurring basis. We'll be spending it 1 year. However, after that, we have $80,000 coming back to our taxpayers.
So we'll show items on attachment A, items 2, 3, 4 to be removed and add back 25,000 in seafood. Obviously, any balancing item, we would just add to a one-time addition to reserves, which would just help in the next year.
Wait, can
Okay,
ask you a
I have
question
one
then?
other.
Can I ask you a question, please? Didn't we just pass a couple months ago a thing about not underwriting sponsorships for festivals or events coming to the city of Miami Beach that are, like we'll do it for the first 3 years to get them established, maybe, but that's it. And the Seafood Festival has been here for how long?
If I can, I believe the item, which is going to be incorporated, the BAC just had a discussion on that and asked for some tweaks. So they'll come back to finance in a couple of months. That item was, I think, it allowed for 3 years worth of funding until they kind of find it out. And I believe that's how that one
Yeah.
speaks. And I don't believe it necessarily was grandfathered in the sense that if you've been receiving funding.
But how
it was
many
just
years
3
have we been underwriting the Seafood Festival?
I don't know. I don't know if Lizette can maybe answer that question.
Good evening. Lucero Rogante, Director of Tourism and Culture. The question, if you can please repeat it?
How many years, and I don't mean to throw a pop quiz at you, but I'm throwing a pop quiz at you. How many years have we been underwriting the Seafood Festival?
The Seafood Festival had a 5-year agreement that was based on a waterfall that they would get. It started, I think, at 25,000, ending with 5,000. And so last year, I believe there was an item to renew their agreement for, I believe, another 5 years to have 25,000 each year.
So we renegotiated something that's been successful.
No, if I may, sorry to interrupt, we did not renegotiate. This came from a commission sponsor.
And the reason that we did it was because our prices are so high.
So
with
we've
the
had-
police and fire.
but we've
Wait,
had-
just let me finish, because it did come from me. And I went to the festival last year, and I'll tell you that there's people from all over the world that come and fill up hotel rooms. How many people come in for the festival? I mean,
So
in a
the-
month where nobody is here, Tanya, we have to fill hotel rooms.
How much
So
did
that's
they-
what this is about. It's an economic development
How much did
item.
Seafood Wine Festival make last year?
South Beach Wine and Food or seafood?
It's South Beach Food and Wine.
How
Oh,
much
no,
did
this
they
is
make?
seafood.
I'm sorry, seafood.
I don't have that with me right now.
Okay.
How much they made?
Because someone messaged me saying, why are we still funding this? They made $40 million last year, and it's a private bank running it.
I don't believe that they made
No,
that
I'm
much
not sure
money.
that's correct. But I
But-
will
but
say
I-
that the event is a more affordable version of South Beach Wine and Food.
I understand that, and I think they're wonderful. And I know that we are an expensive place to do business, but if you're not able to operate, if you're in year 6 and you still need to be underwritten at a higher level than you were in year 5, there's something wrong with the business model.
It's to help all of our local restaurants. They all go there in October when they're empty and they sell food. How
that's
many
correct.
restaurants participate? All of our local businesses are there.
So do you
They're
mean to tell
selling
me
food.
that if we didn't if we continue their underwriting at $5,000 for 5 years, this whole thing would go away?
What I'm telling you is it's a way that we help our businesses. Listen, I don't have a restaurant. I have no skin in this game if you are adamant about not funding this, but I would tell you that there's a lot of goodwill that goes into this, and the restaurants in town love it, our residents love it, people coming in from around the country, and I've seen us give a lot more to a lot different events. I'm not quite sure why you're picking on the South Beach Seafood Festival, because there's been things that you've wanted to fund, and I questioned some of them when you wanted that $200,000 study, and I said to myself, I spoke to the staff member, and I said, I will fund this, but there's a definitive justification here.
Okay, so I
what-
am not picking on a particular event.
I feel that you are, because
Can I
we're
finish
funding
my-
so many other festivals, and
Can
for
I-
some reason, this
excuse
one
me,
seems to be
Kristen,
so controversial.
May I please finish my sentence?
Well, no,
The
I
reason-
find it very frustrating
No,
because.
Kristen, let me finish my sentence, please.
Okay.
The reason that we're talking about this one is because it is in the list. It's the concept that we as a body have agreed on, that we are going to presumably move forward, sponsoring for 3 years, underwriting something for 3 years to get them up on their feet and established and successful, which I agree with 1,000%. But to do it for 10 years, that's a different thing. I mean, if you're on the scale of Art Basel, maybe, but you know, and it has nothing to do with the seafood festival in its entity. It's the concept that we literally just a couple of months ago said 3 years, get them going, great. 10 years, a little bit weird.
If I may,
I agree with
the
Commissioner Bott, by the
legislation
way.
that you passed was strictly for fee waivers, not for sponsorships. So they're aware of that.
Are the people from the South Beach Seafood
Yes,
Festival
Jason
guys, I
Wenger from the
tried,
South Beach
I'm
Seafood
not
Festival is
sure-
on the line.
Yeah, why don't you bring her on the line and she can
Could
justify
we do a
this
one and
themselves.
done type thing? Or would that be, instead of having this recurring, have this 1 year, give them notice, and then that's that? They're on their own?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, so let's just do it for this year, and South Beach Seafood Festival, after this year, we can no longer provide this sponsorship to you unless you want to come and lobby to everyone and justify why we should give the $25,000. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we'll show that item as 25,000 added back as a one-time only,
Yep.
and would only come back if sponsored by.
Yep.
So we, the administration, would not bring it back as an enhancement unless
Perfect.
directed by commission.
Yep.
Got it.
And then I'm going to put that motion back on the table. Spoke with Commissioner Fernandez. So what the city manager and all the staff took so much time in doing, and thank you for that, they put forward an appendix of possible reductions. These are not community-based. These are kind of internal within the administration and various departments. So I'm going to make a motion that at our next meeting, we spend a half hour going kind of line item by line item, just gauging temperature about should we keep this or should we cut it? We have about 40 different possibilities. And part of that motion is we are not adding any further spending, right? So this isn't going to be horse trading or any things like that. We're going to be looking at efficiencies and reductions because it is good budgeting, good governance, and good stewardship of taxpayer dollars. So that motion's on the table if anybody cares to
I'll
second.
second.
And I'll support that. I just want to make sure, we've discussed this earlier, the STEAM Plus position.
Yep.
That's,
I'll lay in the road before we reduce education funding.
okay, yes, because I got the calls from the PTA moms.
I'm a PTA dad. I got
That's
you.
right, you're the PTA dad.
And I
yes.
agree, maybe we need to look at the entire list of sponsorships and see, you know, what we're doing in terms of sponsorships and not just pick out one person, but go through the entire list of every single event that we're sponsoring and figure out how much we are sponsoring. So I
And
understand
to-
it from that perspective.
To be clear, we want these events to be successful, and we want to help them establish themselves. And if there's, you know, an extenuating circumstance, or if it's not for profit, or there, whatever, we can talk about it. But this is going forward where, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we might be facing not having property tax revenues in the city. And so to commit ourselves to underwriting for-profit businesses that are well-established, I think that is not something we want to tie ourselves to going forward.
And I think-
Understood, I just think that people budget for these things in advance, so to
So-
cut them at the
yeah,
last, at
so
the
I
final
don't- I-
hour is,
Don't like cutting things at the last minute. I don't think
Okay.
that's a fair way to proceed.
all right, well, the writing's on the wall for next year. we saved it for this year. I have one more thing that I wanted to ask about. Palmview neighborhood is here about the playground in Pride Park, and I know that those funds would be coming from the RDA funds, and there was part of the ordinance that was passed saying that as part of finishing Pride Park, they were supposed to have a playground. They did not get the playground. I believe it's $400,000 for the entire playground, and that would come out of RDA funds. Do I need to do that here, or is that happening in a different budgetary place? Because I'd like to get it in before we complete all of this, if possible.
Sure, if I can on that, and Tamika will jump in if I'm off, or the city attorney, I know, has also been part of these discussions. We've had that discussion, I know, with yourself and those individuals. Those monies are not available. That is a lockdown RDA, and we had some discussion with the city attorney that the only way for that to happen is if, I believe, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, is if we went to the county and requested it, and we would have to amend the RDA MOU, or the interlocal agreement, for them to open up the RDA to allow this work to happen. Because we've done this before, that, and Tamika, correct me if I'm wrong, is we've had requests to add individual projects that are adjacent or similar, in nature, and every one of them, the county has said no, because they have to also approve it. And they have pointed out that we have an RDA in our local agreement that clearly states no new projects. So
Yes, but we said that we said that as part of the agreement, we would provide a playground, and we never provided that playground. Now the neighborhood has come to you
that's
and
not my
said,
understanding. The project on the convention center mentioned a park, and Maria, who oversaw that convention center project, can speak very clearly to that, but that was never part of the approved project. We just went over that with Tamika. That is not part of the project's scope. So again, we would have to go to the county and ask them to open up the RDA.
it says here in the agreement, amidst the wandering paths and landscape at the north end of the park, a pocket of green area has been reserved for play.
I believe that's my understanding is that was the exercise work that was put up in the corner. But
That's
Maria
play and fitness, so I think play
This is my
and
understanding, and
fitness.
talking with the city attorney, but Maria, if you wanted to add something more
What's the harm in
specific?
going to the going to the county and asking them to fund?
I mean, that
this
would be
$400,000?
fine if you wanted to, because this is for the budget side, but if you wanted to.
I would second that, Commissioner.
Okay, so then can we make a motion for you guys to go to the county and open the RDA and get the $400,000 for the playground, please? And and we'll speak to the county. Pardon? Why is it's 600? I was under the impression. Well,
But how about whatever the amount is, we can go
Okay.
back to, we
All right,
can
so-
engage with the county and ask them that we are interested in opening up the RDA funding to allow for this particular project to go forward, and we'll see, we'll see how that.
Which was in the original proposal. And
Which is in the
at least
original
I'm looking at this
Mr.
DRB.
Mayor, just
Commissioner Fernandez.
point of clarification, because I know we are in R7C and we have a number of other budget items that we have to get through today. Do we have a hard stop, Mr. Mayor?
I think we could actually move on to.
Do
Okay, so we-
I'm just wondering, do we have a hard stop, like if we?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to go to the county RDA, reopen it, get the funding for the playground at Pride Park, and I have a second. Is everybody okay with that?
By acclamation.
Okay, wonderful.
So could we adopt the ad valorem millage rates?
We'll have to do that very formally through public hearing, but on the aspects of the budget presentation as we did. So we will show that items 2, 3, 4 were efficiencies that were accepted. We're adding back the $25,000 for the seafood festival on a one-time, accepting the recommendations of the administration, including the wellness discussion is recurring and the unit data is recurring, everything else is one time. And that would set it. And then I think we're now in a position, anything else we need to do? No, it sounds like we are okay to actually start the public hearing and/or having the vote.
This is on item R7C. I have no one on Zoom at the moment, and, go ahead.
Hi. I just want to make a quick point on the
Your name,
playground.
please.
Oh, yeah, John Courtney, 1026 18th Street, fighting for a playground for my girls. This is from 2018 from the DRB meeting. Well, hopefully I can get it to go. What are the chances? That's unfortunate, but essentially, it was stated in the meeting, and hopefully we can clarify
I can
this
play
in the
it.
meantime.
I can play it.
You can play it?
Hold on.
And then we have a number 4, which is a reservation zone for a fitness, and we call it a possible potential playground area that in the future can take place, where Parks and Recreation can define that and the long haul on the life of the park. And 5th and last, we have an...
That's all. So I just want to say, this was something that was promised us in 2018, and hopefully we can get this done. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Daniel Seraldo, I believe, is on the line.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission, longtime resident of Miami Beach. It was disheartening to hear the talk about cutting employee fitness classes, comparing the price of a personal trainer for 1 hour at Equinox to the cost of a hardworking local who is giving fitness classes to city employees of $1 billion organization, has taken almost 1 hour. It's very disappointing seeing the board get in the weeds like that. But one suggestion I have to preserve the employee fitness and well-being is to take some of the $800,000 you all just gave to Woodsapalooza Fitness Festival. That's basically a branding promotion for one commissioner, and give it back to the hardworking employees of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no one now on Zoom and no one in the public, correct?
I'll move the item.
Vice Mayor, I would like to make one amendment, actually. We have Casey Wood from Miami Beach Flag Football. I already asked the sponsors for Wadapalooza if I could take off 50,000 from the 800,000 for next year's March Fitness for the flag football, and they have agreed. So if it's okay with the body, I would like to take that money and give it. And I don't know if you guys want to give a 30-second speech, Casey, of what you guys do for the Miami Beach.
Commissioner, I think we're all unanimous.
Okay.
I think
Never mind, you got the money, you can sit
children
down.
and football and healthy, good activity. How can we vote against that?
And just for the record, so what we'll show is wherever the funding source is for Wadapalooza, we'll reduce by 50, and then we'll add 50 as soon as to the parks, more than likely, to run that program.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So for the record, I have a motion by Commissioner
So
Fernandez.
the city attorney is asking me to make a motion to reconsider as a
reconsider
formality.
the prior resolution to re-adopt it with the new amount.
If I can, I think that they could be, that's fine, that's probably the easiest thing. I was like, they could be individual motions, because they have to make motions on the individual votes, because we're on millage technically now.
Right, but we previously adopted a resolution at this meeting authorizing 800,000, so I think we need to.
What item is it?
Motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Can I just ask one quick
C7J.
question? Do you, Ms. Casey, is it? Sorry, I'm Tanya, hi. Are you working with the Police Athletic League? Because I think there's some back and forth about who was going to be doing flag football.
Come up to the podium, please.
Thank you. My name is Casey Wood, for those who haven't met me. Ms. Bott, those two are happening in parallel. We had a conference call between Deborah Martineau, Cindy Casanova, and myself, and both of us regretted not knowing what each other was doing beforehand, because right now they're happening in parallel, but they're complementary to one another. They don't overlap time-wise, and so that's...
So it's going to be additive, that we have two different flag football programs going on in the city?
Yeah, I don't know if, ours runs another 6 weeks, and then we're going to extend with something else. I don't know how long her program lasts.
So Cindy and John, and I'll get with you guys and Deb and you, Casey, to figure out what's going on, because I heard there was a little bit perhaps of a kerfuffle, and I don't want there to be any kerfuffles.
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, good, thank you.
So motion to reconsider, second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I second, or Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so this is to reconsider C7J that was originally approved on the consent agenda. I heard seconded by Commissioner Suarez, or actually, motion by Commissioner Suarez, and I think I heard Commissioner Magazine. So to reconsider C7J, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Now a motion to adopt the 50 for Parks and Rec for the flag football.
Yeah, 55.
To reduce by 50 to 750.
So now we're
Water pollution.
asking to approve C7J as amended. Motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Yes? All in favor of approving C7J as amended with $750,000, please say aye.
Aye.
It's approved as amended, C7J. Now,
R7C, the millage.
yes. So R7C, just for the record, is as is.
Yes.
So R7C is a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. There is no one left in public requesting to speak on R7C. All in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for September 30th at 5:01. So second reading, public hearing, 5:01, September 30th. R7D.
As amended?
Yeah, well, I'm going to read the title, yes.
Yes.
R7D is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative budgets for for the General Geo Debt Service City Center RDA, ad valorem taxes, North Beach CRA, ad valorem taxes, enterprise internal service and special revenue funds for fiscal year 2026, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025 at 5:01 PM. It is a public hearing.
I move the item as amended.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. This is on R7D as amended. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll on R7D?
Yes.
All in favor of R7D as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0 as amended. For the record, second reading public hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, September 30th at 5:01 PM. R7D. R7E, resolution of the Board of Directors of Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the tentative ad valorem millage rate of 0.7305 mils for fiscal year 2026 for the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, which is 1 3/10 more than the rollback rate of 0.7208 mils, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Tuesday, September 30th at 5:02 PM. This is a public hearing.
So this is the millage rate for Normandy Shores. Their property values actually went up by 9.5%. Their millage rate is actually going down by 6.21%, and the budget that we're going to hear after this actually is going up slightly because of the cost of contractual services for their security guards. We did go through the budget with the members of the HOA, and the millage rate is based on the budget that they presented.
Thank you. Take a motion?
Yeah. Mayor make the motion, but he can't, so. So motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. On R7E, it is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7E is approved. Please note that second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 30th at 5:02 PM. R7F. R7F is a resolution of the Board of Directors of Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the tentative operating budget for fiscal year 2026, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Tuesday, September 30th at 5:02 PM. It is a public hearing. It is item R7F.
I move the item.
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. It is a public hearing. I see no one requesting to speak, either on Zoom or in the audience. All in favor of R7E, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 30th at 5:02 PM.
G is the last one.
G is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2030 and adopting the City of Miami Beach tentative capital budget for fiscal year 2026, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Tuesday, September 30th at 5:03 PM. This is a first reading public hearing.
I move the item.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. All in favor of R7G, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 30th at 5:03 PM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
G?
We did.
Okay.
We did right
C-
now,
C,
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 D, E,
C4,
F, G.
let's do some addendum item, C4I.
C4I is a referral to FERC, impact of change orders for Lincoln Road.
I move the item.
Second.
Hold on. I'm trying. Give me a sec. So C4I was motioned by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor of C4I, please say aye. Hearing no one opposed, C4I is adopted.
C4J.
C4J is a referral to FERC, assist small business materially impacted by public works
I
project.
move the item.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Item is approved 7-0. That was C4J.
Let's call C7AD and C7AF.
C7AD is honor, life, and legacy of Charlie Kirk, and C7AF is calming of political violence.
I move the items.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. All in favor of those two items, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion is adopted. That was C7AD and AF.
R5P.
I have an item that I submitted last minute that is, that I need to have heard because I have to work tomorrow morning and I can't change my city
I will call.
filming
I'll
unless
call.
we amend it
What's
right
the item?
now. I don't know the item
I'll
number.
find-
Ralph, do you know which one
R9AF.
it is? What?
AF, R9AF.
R9AF.
I will call it in a minute. Let's just do R5P and then I'll call it.
R5P is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending Chapter 3 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, entitled Concurrency Management and Mobility Fees by amending Article 2, entitled Concurrency by creating Section 3.2.3, entitled Imposition and Collection of Concurrency Mitigation Fee to establish provisions for the waiver of applicable concurrency mitigation fees by amending Article 3 entitled Mobility Fees by amending Section 3.3.3 entitled Imposition and Collection of Mobility Fees to establish provisions for the waiver of applicable mobility fees and providing for codification, repeater, severability, and an
I
effective
move
date.
my item.
Second.
I second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Bott, Vice Mayor Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is on October 29th. That was item R5P.
R9AF.
R9AF is discuss, take action, authorize city clerk to adjust MBTV candidate presentation scheduling for conflicts.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjust the MBTV candidate presentation scheduling for conflicts of scheduling.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item passes. That was item R9AF. Commissioner Gonzalez, talk to me afterwards.
I'm sorry?
For Commissioner to talk to me so I can figure out the scheduling.
R7T.
R7T is extend the parking holiday program to October 31st.
I move the item.
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. All in favor of R7T?
Aye.
Okay. Hearing no opposition, R7T is adopted.
Which one is your?
R9AE.
R9AE is discuss, take action regarding police department staffing, R9AE.
I'm bringing this item because, one, I wanted to congratulate our police department for reaching, at the end of this month, full staffing for the first time. And we actually looked for data that shows you how long it's been, that nobody could actually figure out the exact time. It's been a while. But also wanted to bring up, maybe it's you, Chief, or our city manager, to discuss how we're doing with the succession planning.
Sure. Good evening, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. As far as relates to the staffing, hiring of new police officers, but by my best guesstimation, it's been about a decade and a half since you've been at full staffing. What that really means is all of our billets that we're budgeted for have been filled as of this week. Now, as a practical matter, many of those police officers won't be hitting the road for up to a year, but they are hired. We'll be going through our training process. Some of them go into the police academy. Some of them, after they finish the police academy, have to go through another 10-week post-academy training and then a 3.5-month rotation in terms of field training program. So although they're hired on paper, it'll be quite some time before they actually hit the street and will actually get a benefit of those police officers being as patrol officers in our city. And I think, Mr. Manager, you want to sort of touch off the succession planning bit?
Sure. I have been working closely with the chief and with the command staff on what the succession plan for the police department looks like, following the construct of Resolution 2024-33330, as directed by the mayor and commission. I've had over 20 meetings with the chief and the assistant chiefs and majors from the department to better understand the command staff, the capabilities, and I am pleased to report that I feel like we have an excellent group of leaders in the police department, and I feel that we have a very strong opportunity to present a competitive process, primarily with internal candidates from the police department. And I look forward to taking that on after we get to the first of the year.
I love, Mr. Mayor, can I? Please. Chief, our city's a different place than it was 2 years ago, truly. You said it earlier, not only is major crimes down, but people feel safer. And that's the common sentiment that I hear. So I think as a vote of confidence, I love that we're doing this internally. I think it is a tremendous signal for morale. And when you do things the right way, you're rewarded. So thank you for the men and women, all you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for all the hard work of our police department. I actually looked into this issue a couple of years ago, looking at internal versus external candidates. And I came to the conclusion that if you have the talent in-house, definitely better to do so. Sometimes it works out really well external, but there are some high-profile misses as well. And we definitely have the talent internally, which is a credit to our police department. So I think that's definitely the way to go.
And I think it speaks to the morale of our employees, that we trust our employees, that we value our employees, that we want their long-term commitment to the Miami Beach Police Department, because they can one day aspire to be in the ranks and in the leadership of this department. And we have seen in our past that when we've gone to the outside, the grass is not always greener. And so I think, we're very fortunate that we have some great talents within our organization.
Commissioner Bott?
So I echo the sentiments that have been shared already. I think it's a credit to your leadership that you've got a strong bench from which to pull. Speaks well of the organization, of the leadership, of the people who have made their way to the top. But my bigger issue is, who says you're allowed to retire? But seriously, can you talk everybody through that a little bit? Like, what is the time frame? Can we keep you? Can we do anything to incentivize you to stay longer than, or do you already have like a timeshare in Fiji that you're decamping to?
No timeshare in Fiji as yet, although it is a really lovely thought. So statutorily, I am committed to retiring as of August 31st, 2026, which is next year, of course.
He'd go to the Bahamas. He wouldn't go to Fiji.
So
spent a lot of time there.
But seriously, though, statutorily means you have to, or is there an opportunity to extend that if you chose to?
That would be a decision, I think, of the city manager and possibly a policy decision made by the commission.
Eric?
So I
Chief,
don't
you've
believe
done
that
a-
I have the authority to make that decision unilaterally. I couldn't feel better about what the chief has done in the time that he's been in that role. But if that's something that this body wanted to entertain, I certainly would be open to the discussion.
Chief, you have been absolutely incredible. Everything that you've done with the department and your team, from modernizing, from releasing and launching the Arctic Center, the drones, getting fully staffed, the deployments that you've made in coordination with the state attorney's office. You're available to everybody, whether it's a neighborhood association, us, a regular resident. It really is a testament, and the same thing to the command staff. Everyone is wonderful. Assistant Chief Danny Morgallo, I text him all the time. gets right back, and I really appreciate the responsiveness. And you can't leave, it's too fast. Let's entertain.
Yeah. And to be clear, I will say, this is not a reflection on the command staff and those people who might be next in line or for consideration. It's not that at all. It's just, it feels like Chief Jones has been in this role for about 6 minutes, and it seems a little bit too short. That's all.
Well, time does move rather quickly, but I tell you, I've got an incredible command staff of senior leaders in the organization, some of the best, I think, in the region, if not the country, and I brag about them all of the time. But not for them, we would not be in the position we are in right now as a police department and as a city. I'm pretty sure of it.
I don't even have a copy of this item, but I don't even understand what's going on. What's going on? Was this delivered to us? What is it?
Yeah.
What was it?
It's, as we heard, several addendum items. It's an addendum item.
Yeah, but I don't have the addendum. But Chief,
Addendum.
I think you've done a great job.
Thank
I
you.
love your command staff. I don't know what this item is about. Bobby, what is this?
It's discuss take action regarding Miami Beach Police Department staffing.
Okay, and?
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Bobby, did you want to be heard?
Yeah, there's a couple of points.
Introduce yourself, sir.
Bobby Hernandez, President, FOP Lodge Number 8. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. DePico, and Mr. Granado. There's two things going on here. First, the chief, and I love the chief, known the chief forever, we're really good friends, but we have a drop program. And the union, we all made an agreement, when we went in the drop, that we would have an expiration date. It's been done before, it's been attempted before. It's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of turmoil within the union if we go ahead and I have no hard feelings against the chief, but a drop's a drop. Once you sign into the drop program, you're basically promising that you're gonna leave in a certain time. I went in the drop, there's several members of the command staff that are on the drop, and that's gonna be a big deal if we allow administrators or anybody to stay past their agreed term. The second point is, there is a succession plan that the mayor mentioned, and there's an opening right now for deputy chief. We like what we have. We've never had a closer relationship with City Hall, the three entities, mayor and commission, the staff at the police department, and the rank and file, the boots on the ground. It's never been better. We had 2 magnificent spring breaks. We've had 2 magnificent Memorial Days. The relationship between the rank and file and the administration has never been more solid. It's never been more solid than it is on that dais with us. We're working as a team. But there is a position open for deputy chief right now. We have Chief Margallo working at an acting capacity. He's been doing a phenomenal job. We're 3 months away from next year. Spring break is 5 months away. And we need to have a leader in place working the position so we have a real succession plan, and it gives them a chance to start showing us what type of leaders are going to be.
I don't like the way this is going down. I did not get an item on this. There's something very secretive about this. I think our chief is doing a good job. I think delivering an item with that I didn't even get, and this is it's disrespectful.
Commissioner, it's literally.
It's not transparent. I did
Commissioner,
not.
you put an item on after my item. If you look at
But
the agenda.
I don't have this item
know.
anywhere.
You
this
literally put an
agenda.
item on that I called.
What does
that's
the item say?
after my
I would
item.
like to read this item.
It's in
Can
your
you read
agenda.
it for me?
course,
Okay,
please.
could you read what you wrote on it? Because the title doesn't say anything on it. And I don't think business should be conducted like this. Our chief has done a wonderful job. Thank you, Wayne. I'm sorry that this is happening right now. Bobby, I'm very disappointed.
Well, ma'am,
in
I
this
don't know
type
why
of
you're disappointed.
behavior.
I don't represent
And
you. I
frankly-
represent my members. And I'm telling you, we're not saying anything bad about the chief. We're saying that he's going to leave in August like he signed up to. If we go against our drop, which is an
We
agreement
haven't
we've had.
decided that. I don't think that's your decision. I think we make the policy decisions, and I think the city manager makes
Okay,
that
well,
decision.
ma'am, there are
And I don't
consequences
know
to
what
decisions,
political, weird stuff is going on behind the scenes here, but this isn't how you do
Commissioner, I did-
business.
I-
If you don't submit an
Commissioner, I
item
did
at the
not-
last moment, I am really
Commissioner,
disgusted.
I brought an item on
This is-
about.
This is your leadership.
Kristen,
This is
this
what we
is-
have to endure with your leadership.
Commissioner Gonzalez, and I don't get, I mean, look, we've had some real run-ins
Just a
before. I'm the
few.
only commissioner that has actually
that's
voted
water under the
against-
bridge,
That is
Commissioner.
water under the bridge, but what he's saying holds true. There's a rule written with the union, with the rank and file, that once you sign this paper, it's over. And for him, I can see it clearly, he's not denigrating the chief. He's simply saying that if you do it for the chief, you're gonna have to do it for everyone. And so you're gonna open up Pandora's box. And so I hear what he's saying. It makes sense. This is what the contract's for. If anything was different, sure, would I like to see Wayne stay on? He's doing a phenomenal job. Ever since us 3 new commissioners got elected, this has been the safest spring break and Memorial Day that Miami Beach has ever seen in a couple decades. And we should be very thankful that, especially to the chief, the city administration, and to the commission. But what Bobby's saying is, we can't unilaterally do it for one, we have to do it for everyone else. And that's true, because we can't pick winners and losers. Because then everyone else is gonna say, well, you know, hey, well, if you did it for the chief, why not for me? So,
Thank you. If I could just be heard for a second. So I brought up an item about staffing, which includes succession. A different commissioner brought up about an issue that I did not anticipate being brought up today about who would continue as chief. That was not my item, and I can't control. And obviously, this is an open discussion, and that's what one of the commissioners brought up. I did not bring that item, and I did not intend to. I think we each said our piece. It's a good discussion. It's a healthy discussion. And we'll continue.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I was gonna say
Meeting is adjourned.
Okay.
Pete, JK, come down.